Absolutely no. No way, Jose. £19.95. That for me is like you're trying something new day. Jem, if you hadn't tried Morganite before at £34.95, it might be something you might need to save for. Might not. If you don't, then I'm very envious and I'm really happy for you. But at that price point, is that something you would try if you hadn't heard of it before?
Definitely. That's a very enticing price indeed. I mean, I have a big love for Morganite anyway, but it is definitely a give it a go because it's so beautiful in the hand.
Yeah,
Take it outside and sorry.
No, you're fine, you're fine. I'm just thinking, as you say, at £19.95, I probably can't stay at that price for very long at all, can I? I mean, that's a very, very low, very, very naughty. There, oh gosh. Oh, we did that too naughtily, didn't we? We can't hang out there, can we? But it's there if you want it. I don't think there's many, but there's a space. Right. Do you know, I was looking at these and these were making me think of the emeralds I had the other day, emerald drops. Now I had AAA emerald. Have you ever even seen AAA emeralds on Jewellery Maker before?
Do you know, I don't think I have, darling. No.
There have been 2 in the history of Jewellery Maker. One was this morning and the other one was the day before. And there were 44 and I had 5 yesterday evening, or the night before. And they literally instantly flew out. They're £199, the ones last night. And today's were 129, was it? 95 pence for the emeralds earlier. 119.95, wow. Well done to those of you that got it. We all wanted to have it. Everybody, every producer, every presenter wanted to present it. I'm sure every guest designer, if they could have had a chance to see it, would have wanted to be part of the show. They were gorgeous. They were absolutely gorgeous. So the reason I'm talking about that is because the glow that I saw from those, the AAA, the only 2 that have ever been in Jewellery Maker, one was pears, one was the faster drawn delta earlier this morning. This glow was of the calibre I would put with an emerald. Wait to see these. Really, really luxurious and would work wonderfully with your Zambian emeralds or Colombian emeralds or Brazilian emeralds, but definitely the Colombian emeralds from this morning. Can you see that? I know I can't see it normally. There's something wrong with Colombia. The totally natural greens that you're getting there. And that's quite difficult on a fluorite because usually you'll get the purples in there, you'll get the rainbow colours, you'll get a variety. That is purely the gorgeous green glow. Spectacular or spectacular. What do you think of fluorite? Is that something that you go for?
It is. I absolutely adore fluorite. I love a banded fluorite. I love a purple fluorite. But the ring that I wear that gets the most comments is a green fluorite, and it has a real glow to it. I mean, it's quite a sizable cocktail ring, but it really does attract a lot of attention because it comes alive.
Oh,
absolutely beautiful,
want, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Just out of interest, the wire the ring that you've got, what colour wire have you got? What colour wire would you put with it? It's for anyone who's never really tried to work with it and thinks it's a lovely colour. What would be a good accent?
The ring that I have is set with sterling silver and it works beautifully.
Oh, nice.
But I would love to see it with a warm gold, you know, like a Midas gold or even a rose gold. I think that would look beautiful.
So it's pretty versatile then. It'd probably go with every precious metal. So we've got lots of the double spacers coming up, which I'm so in love with. These, I mean, you know what I'm going to do because I'm obsessed with it. But no, it's just, it goes with everything. It genuinely does. And something a bit new actually. Look at this. A carved smoky quartz. It's incredible, isn't it? It's brand new. It's really gorgeous, really sizable. Oh, sorry, I say brand new. It's only ever been seen in the morning once. There's only half the stock, if even that, left. 40, is that all we're at? Oh, I was quite happy there. We all were. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Oh, that's halfway across your stand. There's roughly 40 on there for £8.95. I'm not sure if it's all right that our producer's been here on a double shift and he's just said, well, I've been here a long time, so therefore I'm taking 6:30 this morning. Surely you should have been any earlier than that. I'm joking. At £8.95. Well, I'm technically, well, bar one day I'm on day 8. Yeah, so I'm on quite a few days in a row, so I could just pretend I didn't know what was happening. I don't really remember. They all sort of blurred into one. And our Pete's back, safe everybody. Those of you who've been wondering about our Pete who was off yesterday, he's back. There he is. Oh, be careful waving those arms around, Pete. Oh, you know what happens when you do that? Prices start moving. Oh, they do, oh yes. You do bear that in mind, producer Rob. Rob's in the house. We're actually in a house, which makes me really happy. £8.95, £8.95, sorry. enjoy those. They were going to go lovely with these amethysts that I've got coming up. And in fact, with the morganite, I should have picked that up first, shouldn't I? I'll let you look at it and then I'll get a hold of that. Lovely together. With white as well, that's my, that's the sort of basketball team I used to play for, was the Houston Hornets, and I loved the uniform because it was purple, green and white. The majority of it was white and there was purple and green. It was lovely. I used to be good at basketball and then I broke my front tooth and then I was too scared to play. Yeah, that's what happens when you play with boys and they were losing. Yeah, it was a bad day actually, yeah. Worse for the dentist when I turned up at his house at like 10 o'clock at night with my tooth in a cup. I was like, help me! Anyway, right, have a look at these. Oh, sorry, I've taken the wrong one away, haven't I? I'm a little bit obsessed with these fluorites. Can you tell? I'll show you them there. They are still available, only just though, so do bear that in mind. Not long until a lot of people asking about the double jewel beads or the double drilled. They're coming up at 5:30. It's about 15 minutes away. It's not long. We'll launch them. So don't worry. Hang on, chomping at the bit this afternoon. I'm loving your work. These with the seed bead. Now we love seed beads. They would actually go really, really lovely with those double beads that are coming up. It'd be great if you've got some of these natural. These natural citrines have been so popular. These is the last of stock. They'll be in this very hour for you, coming up just at the end of it as a star buy. I love that. So I'll just take that away just so we can prevent any confusion. It is all for that. Oh! Now maybe if these hadn't been faceted, I would have been okay at $4.95. But these have all got I can even see how you would begin to facet that. They're so intricate, but the facets are performed so wonderfully. You're actually getting the most intricate, brilliant facets. Those little diamond cuts in there. They're not cut with a diamond, although you can cut gemstones with diamonds. It just so happens that these are not as hard as maybe a diamond would be to cut it with that, but you can cut them with a very strong material. And because they are quartz, you're able to get a lot of luster from them and a hint of clarity in there too on some of them. That's a really strong colour for such a small size, isn't it? Usually if it was a small gemstone, you'd be sort of thinking just one of them on their own won't make much of an impact. But looking at this strand, I'm exceptionally confident that if you were to take these off and just space them in between another gemstone, they would be strong enough in their colour to look magnificent and really, really show off. They are only $4.95. LQPO28 is your code, so do try and check those out as soon as you can, because you get a full length, which is approximately 40, well, I'm going to give you 38 centimetres, unless we specify otherwise. It's 38 centimetres. That's lovely. A wire, oh. Now this is something that you might quite fancy. This has only ever been seen in a kit. So, you know, we were talking about this quite often. Have you ever been to see one of your favourite bands? You love going to see them. Or you've got a music group that you like. And then now and again, one of them will break away. Like, we were talking about this the other day. Ronan Keating from Boyzone. Or Beyonce from Destiny's Child. Or Justin Timberlake from NSYNC. The bands were successful, but on their own, they became a major hit. It's a bit like this. It's only ever been seen in very, very, very successful kits. First time ever, it's on its debut. Premiere debut. As a solo treat. 1.5mm gauge. Auga! When do we ever, well we don't, we just established that. We do not get it. It's its first time ever. So at 10 metres, it's going to be nervous on its own for the first time. But I'm sure it can do it. There are plenty there. That size is great for your structural wire. Jem, that's something that you'll have the luxury of using, isn't it? Different gauges of wire tonight, especially with our wire launch with the hematite colour wire. You've got a variety of gauges. But 1.5 in the silver plated is pretty rare to come by. Have you even used it before?
I am blessed to have used it, yeah, and it was with a kit actually. It is a fantastic gauge because you do get the structural strength with it, but you still got a level of malleability. You can hammer it. If you wanted a broad patterned ring, you could just hammer a bit, wind it around a mandrel. It's fantastic for bangles. You know, the type of bangle we make where we wrap the end around, pop a charm on, wrap the other end around, but it's adjustable because you don't tighten the loop. That is absolutely spot on.
So I imagine you wouldn't need too much of this compared to what you might need of maybe a 0.8 or a 1 mil. Is that sort of, you can make a structural piece with lesser amount?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, yes. If I was making a neck piece, I'd probably use 2 lengths of the 1.5 and then infill with a 1 mil or a 0.8 and then bind it all together with the 0.4. So you don't burn through it, that will last a little while. Absolutely gorgeous.
It's very strong to open originally. Now the minute I do this, it's going to go woo and unravel, so I'll try and do my best to hold it in one place. But it is got a great strength to it, as you say, which is what you want. You don't always want to have. Now I'm just going to undo. Without pliers, it's hard to do it. Open it. But I just want to see if our true-twos will fit into it. Oh, easily, with movement. Oh, easily. You can see that wiggling away. I'll just check because I'm not sure if the bronze is slightly smaller. Well, it is actually. So it's, oh, it is smaller, but it still fits. You can still see the silver behind it. So this wire would be magnificent for that. Right. If you've got, many of us have actually recently been buying aluminium wire of the 2 mil gauge and the 1.5, which are giving you, they're a lot easier to work with, but it gives you the practice to then use the silver plated, because a lot of us do that. We practice maybe sometimes, and sometimes we of course make gifts with the aluminium wire as well, don't get me wrong, but when we've got that wire, we've been practicing with it, we then want to go on to that level of your gauge of 1.5 in the silver. We don't have it. It's the first time I've ever had it. Look how perfect that is. And something like this, especially because it is a stronger wire, Jem, is that something you would continue to work with the curve? You would never try and work away from it, especially when the gauge is thicker and harder?
It does pay to use the spool curve to your advantage,
Yep.
and generally speaking, most designs will have an element of smoothness to them. But if you do need to straighten it out, it's got an excellent quality of finish, so you can make that do what you want it to do. Just takes a little bit more of a firm word.
Right. Just make sure it knows who's boss. £9.95. Now, it's never even been seen on its own. This is the only treat. Wire isn't, well, is that a rule? We don't drop wire? Someone needs to tell Pete that, because Pete, whenever some wire comes on, Pete starts waving his arms around. No. Apparently prices do not move on wire. That's new to me. I haven't heard of that. That's not something I've heard of. Pete! Oh my word! He has 1 day off. 1 day off! And he got, right, you know what? I'm going to let you off. Oh! For a wire that we all know everybody fancies, this is the gauge, this is the silver plated as well. I know, Jem, you look, I'm not sure whether it's confused or slightly want to get some, or what are you thinking?
I thought I'd pull a face.
Okay.
But it's a lot of wire in that gauge for the money, because I mean, I remember when we used to bring a 0.8 mil at 10 metres at that sort of price. So to get the 1.5, and it is going to last.
Because it's more than, it's 0.1 difference of double the amount, isn't it?
Yeah.
Double the gauge, not the amount and quantity. Now that price is not where we should be. It's never been seen on its own. So to be fair, technically, it's only ever been in a kit. So you've never had the chance to ever buy it. So if you've bought any of the kits, for example, the kit that you've had, because you've had it in your kit, and you want to take that further, once the 10 metres of that has run out, you can't do it. You're literally stuck. You cannot continue to do that, because this wire, you have to buy the whole kit. And I appreciate you might not have £30 aside or £35 aside for a kit that'll have silver plated wire like this in it. If you want to get, we talk about it in like sort of supercharging your kit. Have you ever heard of that? So the turbocharging, you buy your kit, and then there's something in it that you would like to get something, so you have double the amount of that. So if you could buy another one, you're sort of supercharging it, allowing it to go even further than how long it was going to go. So if you're getting hold of this, and you've actually, see if you've actually got anything today at £10, and you're joining us, you can actually get, as one per customer, you can get a free gift of sterling silver if you spend over £15. For anyone who's already got one today, brilliant, congratulations to you, you've got yours. But for anyone who's just tuned in, and want to get involved, or you haven't got your silver gift yet because you haven't spent £15, and you're thinking, oh, then what can I do to spend £15? Normally this would be £10 for you. Today it's down to £6.95. So, well, in fact, normally you'd have to buy the kit, so it wouldn't even be £10. It would be 30 odd pounds. You're getting this for just £6.95. So do enjoy it. Do check it out, because lots and lots of you there. I don't think we've got hundreds of these. The only reason we've got some of these left, we don't have any kits left, is because it has to be the quantity of everything else that's in the kit. So if there's something else in there that's maybe got a quantity of 50, that means everything in the kit can be a maximum of 50. And if there's maybe 60 of these, you'll have 10 left. Or that's sometimes why we have some things left in smaller quantities, but have never been seen before, if that makes sense. So I've got some rubies. These will come up, and we're going to do something oh. I'm sorry, I'm not happy with that. I'm putting that back. No, I'm not doing that. You can't just do it because you want to. Someone's going to have words with you. Pete, did you hear what producer Rob just said? I went through every other producer's name in my head there that I've worked with this week before your name came out. That's why it took so long. I was like, tick, 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 Rob. Nearly was Phil. Then it was nearly Tom. Then it was nearly Danny. Then it went to Rob. He wants to take £20 off your rubies. Who takes £20 off rubies?
Rob does.
See,
yeah.
He's not done it yet, Pete.
Wow.
Drop me a message. If you are happy with us to go £20 lower on a ruby, I want to hear a yeehaw. I want to say yes. Otherwise, I don't think we should do it. I think that's far too low. What do you think? JewelleryMaker.com or 60777. JM should do at the start of your text. Do you think we should take £20 off a ruby? I'll show you the ruby. You're going to say yes anyway, aren't you? Doesn't matter what the ruby looks like. You'll just be like, ruby, £20 off, yes. We should have called this a try something new day today, continued. Because this allows you to try the chance to try rubies. Because normally, we would be expecting, what, 3 figures for a ruby? For lucky, 50, between 50 and £100. That would be an incredible treat in a ruby. Have we got some messages? No? Nobody wants it. Nobody wants it under 20. Oh, yes! Says Hazel and Stirlingshire. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 and yes! From Leanne Bracelet Bing. Absolutely! Yes. Just yes. I'm not going to get involved. Just, I am, but I'm not going to. Yes. I'm loving your work. So, well, you've slightly twisted my arm. I don't know if I'm 100% convinced. Oh, well, if that's a should be then. That's not the £20 off. £69.95 down to £49.95. There you go. £69.90. Right. Oh, come on. That's your price. Surely. No way. All right. This is how we do it. Oh, that song's only good on a Friday night. This is how we do it. Friday. But it's Saturday. Ouch. Why would you do that? Unless you're trying to get people to try something new. Try it. Maybe you've got rubies in your life and you think, yes, I can get another one. If you've got that at £49 on whatever day it was on previously, brilliant. I'm over the moon for you. If that allows you to get another one for just shy of half price to add to that current one, amazing. If you missed it previously and this is the first time you're seeing it, we'll grab it as soon as you can. But on the phone lines on the web as soon as possible for 45 carats. So if you haven't tried ruby before, you'll know it's July's birthstone. If you've ever looked around the birthstone stores, you'll know it's a gemstone from the corundum family. But if you don't worry. It's the same family as your sapphires. It's the red variety of corundum. Every other colour is a sapphire. If it's red, it's a ruby. Now what you're getting here is rich, glowing, juicy rondelles, 3x2mm, all the way up to 5x2mm, an 18cm tasselled strand. Usually tassel strands will, as it was, $49.95 or above. You don't take those down when you get rubies. For you to get it at that sort of price point, it's magnificent. Now lots of you have got it in your baskets, lots of you treating yourselves. This is the only reason I managed to get this was thanks to actually the prices we can do. I managed to get my mum a suite of jewellery, of rubies. How would you feel if somebody gave you the gift of rubies, Jem? Or if you could give that as a gift, how would that feel for you?
I'd be delighted. It's actually one of my favourite gemstones. I know I say that a lot because I love my gems, but ruby was the gemstone as a child that I desperately coveted. And those are, the word you used was juicy, and that's exactly what they are. They're beautiful.
I think we need some juice in our lives. £29.95. That's approximately 67 pence per carat. That's not the price you would ever expect for a ruby. I mean, that is a ruby red, isn't it? It's renowned throughout the world for its colour. So therefore, straight away, if the colour wasn't perfect, we'd all pick up on that, wouldn't we? Straight away, we'd think, oh, it's not a ruby red. It 100% is. And it's 9 on the most hardness scale, so if you've never ever tried wearing this gemstone before, you'll be aware that this is a very strong, durable gem, which is great to wear every day. a bit like diamonds. That's one of the main reasons why diamond is chosen as an engagement ring, because you can wear it every day. Right, that looks lovely actually with those really cute seed beads of the amethyst. Are you ready for our seed bead launch? Yeah? Me too, it's star buy time. This is a treat like never before. Have you ever watched a seed bead show and you've just been anxious so much, chomping at the bit to try and get some of these double drill gems? They are amazing. They're gorgeous. I thought that was them. They're actually, it's a luster on the pearls. Looks like they've got 2 drill holes in them. That's quite funny. That's not them there at all. I've got one of each colour to show you. Let me show you these. You're going to go for the antique bronze, I imagine, first. But let me show you them all together. And there's this. Wow. They're gorgeous. And just to check, colour-wise of the third is our rose gold for you there. My goodness gracious me. Now the silver and the rose gold are just slightly larger, you can see, than the bronze. 6 by 8 millimeter for those two. And 5 by 7 millimeter for your antique bronze. Now, I have got a good quantity. This morning these launched in different sizes and they flew. These are all premieres for you, but the different sizes this morning, similar colours, all flew out the door. Silver sold out first. And silver is very, very popular and does tend to sell out first. That's something we know. But however, we were expecting the rose gold and the bronze of the previous sizes this morning to be as successful as they were. We were hoping they would be good, and we got the same quantity of all of them to make sure that everybody would have a fair chance to get their colour. These have been even more in demand, and we haven't got enough. We wish we'd bought more. And obviously that's something in time we will reorder, and it's something we will do our best to make sure we get as many as possible. But for the launch, you don't want to be waiting, do you? When they're here and you know they're available, you don't want to wait. So we're going to get started. We'll do the antique bronze for you first. The silver will come up last. The rose gold will be in the middle. So please bear that in mind. VIPO67. Now there are 250 chances of each. It's not enough. Based on how well they went this morning, knowing this might be your first chance to see them. If you weren't watching this morning, it's our first chance to present them. You don't just get one. You're going to get 100 of these. These fit on 1.5 millimeter gauge wire easily. They've actually got room to move around. So knowing that, thinking of all the different materials you might want to put with them, it's threading materials 100%, but you'll be able to put some of your cords through there, definitely your hemp cords of your 1 mil and your 0.5 easily. There's ways of you being able to put 2 cords through each one, as well as your wires. These are so popular. The thinner leather cords as well, the leatherette ones that we do. You have got a huge quantity of 100. Now they come in the tubes, the same as you might have seen any of our other seed bead ideas. So you will get a tube of these. The tube on this occasion, these have already been opened, but if my memory serves me correctly, the tube is full. Sometimes if the gemstones or the beads are smaller, then it might look like there's some missing. It's just, you can count the quantity. There'll be whatever quantity we specify approximately in there. It's just based on the size of the tube. We buy a set size tube and then we fill them up to keep your prices as low as possible. So these do fill up a tube for you. And at 5 by 7 millimeter in size, I know, having brought you seed bead launches with the gorgeous Sarah Elvin and the lovely Hannah Osborne, and many of our guest designers who work with seed beads as well. It's not just those two ladies, but they're the ones who I've had some launches with recently. It's always these that sell out. Now there's something similar called a sort of jewel, a super jewel, that you might have heard of, that's got the 2 drill holes. You can use these in the same way. Slightly different shape. These are slimmer and these are more of the sort of precious metal colours for you. So the other ones are more colourful. They've got sort of blues in them and greens and a bit more down the colourful route. So if you want to get these, and many people want to have gemstones that have 2 drill holes on them, anytime I've had a gem with 2 drill holes on them, they've always flown out. And it's because it allows you to do a range of designs that you cannot do if it's just 1 hole. So Jem, you've had a chance to maybe see these for a minute. Have you got any ideas of how you would use something like this in your jewellery?
I would go immediately to men's jewellery, and I'd want to put it on black threading material, maybe a black hemp or a thin black satin, and just have the threading material crossing through them, coming out the other way. Or very simply lark's head knot in a finer material. Very, very simple way of using them, as well as linking them together with your saw cut jump rings as well. I think they're an ideal to go with that. Absolutely beautifully made though.
Oh, I like that. Do you know, thinking about that, I've just thought about chainmail, because we've got jump rings coming up today. Imagine if you put a jump ring through, if you added these into your chainmail designs, that could allow you somewhere to connect a charm around your chainmail bracelets, because it would have, rather than connecting it directly to the jump rings, because you're opening and closing the jump rings, if it's a bit of a weightier charm, you might want something with a bit more strength to it rather than putting on a jump ring. Or you might just want a bit more of a drop, because more of the drop can give it a bit more of an elegant look. And if it's a bigger charm, you don't want it butted up next to the jump ring. You might want to have a little bit of a gap, and that would give you just enough, or you might just want some movement with it, and that would give you movement as well. So bearing in mind, if you're just simply threading, beading, you put that on there, and then you would put your gemstones on, or you can drop them from it, you can use them threaded on. Oh, love them. Right, are you ready? Straight down, no messing around. Matching prices from earlier today that flew out. £10.95. Now, you would think they would be a higher price point, because these tend to be less than what our beads would be, our round beads, and these have got 2 holes in them. But it allows us to try something new, and this will completely change, I know for a fact, because I've managed to work with these in the past, it will completely change what you can make with your jewellery. Exact same, you can have that glint of a precious metal or a coloured metal in between your gemstones, but you've also got that option to drop from below. Enjoy those at that price point. We're going to bring you them all, and we know that notoriously the silver are being exceptionally popular. I don't have enough of any of them. They will all sell out, but based on how well they've done this morning, they are magnificent. So we're going to do the rose gold for you now. Oh, wow. Slightly larger for you here. There's so many. So 100 in each one, and they are slightly larger for you. So bearing in mind they all fit through 1.5mm gauge wire. Oh, I'm making a mess here, sorry. They're lush. I can't believe how many you get. The luster from them is gorgeous, because that is rose gold plating as opposed to rose gold flash, or sort of coloured. The plating therefore will add the price, so you can't expect these to be, or I wouldn't expect these to be the same price as the antique bronze, would you? Because of course these have been plated with sterling silver, and then on top of that plated with rose gold. So they're bigger, they've got 2 types of plating on them, and we're the same price. Okay, well we must have got an outstanding deal on these to be able to offer you that price, otherwise we're, well, might not be here for much longer. There's 100 in this pack, and that's every single one of you will get, depending on how many you order, you will get 100 of these 6x8mm. I wish we'd had them when we had the True 2 bead launch or the Duo bead launch, because the Duo seed beads sold out instantly. We just didn't have enough. So if you've ever watched any of those shows and thought, oh actually, well, I can't remember what happened on the show, watch back on YouTube, get a hold of them now and have a look on YouTube between now and then and see all the designs that you can create. Have a look at how to use them in that. But these are not just for seed beading, and I don't want you to look at this and think, oh, it's a seed bead launch, I don't do seed beads, that's not for me. You had some ideas, didn't you, Jem? I could see you think the same way as me. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, yes.
I did have an out, yes. Even if you didn't want to use them with your chainmail and in intricate designs, wouldn't they be beautiful as an addition between a drop on a head pin and then having it on the charm at the end of an extender? You could make it if you do make to sell, it'd be like a little signature to have that with the gemstone that matches the piece that you're wearing or making, and then one of those in between. I think it's just a little bits of attention to detail like that, or even just 5 of them jump ring together as earrings, because the way they catch the light and the quality of the finish of the plating on them, beautiful.
I agree. I'm thinking of, you know, we sometimes do the, if you did a necklace and you would have 2, we're talking about beading thread, 2 beading threads, you put 1 gemstone through both of them. Then you split it to go through the duos, and then you would have a different 2 gemstones. You could go through to 2, then you can go to 1, then you can go to 2 gemstones, through to 2, and then through to 1. You could really play with these, and you can create some amazing designs that normal spacers couldn't give you, but they still give you the glint of colour in between, don't they? So you're still going to have that rose gold flash that you would have if you put a spacer bead, but it's allowing you ways to go through 2 strands. You could fit 3 strands, 4 strands through there, because they are so big. Not just, this is for beading, this is for seed beading, this is for wire work, this is for macrame, this is for anything. Chainmail, anything. Enjoy all of those. There were 250 of each one. I know if Hannah Osborne was watching tonight, or Sarah Elvin, I imagine they'd be jumping in straight away on those. I think they've been ordered already by guest designer Mark Smith. Just started seed beading. Oh, he started it on trying something new today apparently, and he got hooked. But to be fair, you could do that with macrame as well, I'm quite sure. And Mark, if you are still watching, if you could do that, can you let me know? Because I think it would, but you're one of the experts in that field, so it's always best if you've got a chance to utilise it. Are you ready? The silvers are here, so don't wait anymore. Lovely to see. It's very busy, so do just choose us when you want. Now, the price that we have here, these are bigger than the ones that were on this morning, so if you got the ones this morning and you're thinking, well, actually I want these as well, then you've got that chance. If you want to know what the difference between the two is, they're just slightly larger, so you can get the graduation as well, but if you have the alternating sizes, which is lovely. So these ones are up at 6 by 8mm for you, and you do again get 100. I've still got plenty of them left here. I just wanted to give you an idea of how to use them without them going all over the table. So enjoy these. Again, everything we were talking about earlier with the threading, I think they will look great with our launch, which is coming up later on today, which is the hematite coloured wire. Oh, it's lovely. To be fair, it might go with quite a few of them. Oh, it looks quite nice with the antique, and definitely the rose. That's lovely. Also to show you, we have a premiere. These are gorgeous. I'm not sure if you can see it from there. This is a superb AA+ labradorite guaranteed pear cut for only a limited amount of people. I've got 55 of these in stock, and you're actually going to get 2 pairs and 2 ovals. Guaranteed sizes coming up near $9.45 for those. Looking wonderful. So price point hasn't been on for these, so these are silver plated, so you would think, but then after the rose gold plating debacle, £10.95, we're just matching it. Why not? Why make us think? Why make us change prices? Join us as soon as you can when you see something you fancy. Remember, if you've got an order open and you haven't yet got your free gift, this would be an opportunity to maybe add to your order and get a free gift. I appreciate it's at £10.95, but that is for me a way to try these jewels, especially if you've got any silver findings at home. This is going to take it to another level of jewellery making. The amount that you can do just by adding in this, it allows you so many different ways to change your jewellery ideas. The exact same necklace that you might have made with the same gemstones, just by adding one of these in, can allow you to add more layers to your jewellery, more levels, especially if you want to put them in earrings and links put them through. Seed beads work very well with micro macrame designs like Nadia's creations. Absolutely, Aisha, that's a brilliant idea. Oh, I love her, Nadia. That would be really good to see these involved in that as well. So I know they're called seed beads, but please don't just use them for seed beading. Use them for every other medium. I genuinely cannot think of a medium where they wouldn't look good. Maybe soutache, but I'm sure you could still use them to drop something in. I mean, dropping them into your polymer clay, that can create a bail. You could put it in the middle, so you could have half of it in, you could have the other half sticking out. Steampunk, you could use them in there, they'd be quite cool. They're really quite fantastic. Enjoying them on the phone lines and on the web. Well done in Cumbria and Devonshire. It's so good to see you, but if you've just got those, that is a real treat. If there are any spaces, I will recap those for you. Don't forget, we've got jump rings in all the metal colours coming up for you. They will be fabulous. We've got so much in tonight's show, it's crazy. Oh yes, this is our storage box. Let me get in here. Oh, it's got a fancy wee. This is my deal of the day. Oh, is there another storage box? Oh, storage bag. Right, we've got that there. This is coming up. It's all your jump rings. with a pot for each section and size and colour. That's pretty spectacular. So basically we've sorted out your jump rings for you. And you get them. That's brilliant. Quite often we offer the storage and we say it's a great way to sort out your findings. We've actually got them and sorted out individual findings for you. That's lovely. And then you can maybe add, if you've got the similar ones in your stash, to it. Oh, brilliant. Right, this I love, this velveteen style pouch. And this one's black, which for me is quite handy because of course it tends to go with a lot more than maybe grey would go. This has been out of stock since June. It's back in stock. It's got a popper on it as well, so if you want to take, well, the whole point of it is so you take jewellery into it, or whatever it might be. Originally, obviously, we were deciding it's jewellery because we're jewellery makers, but it might not be. You can open that up. This would be lovely if you did commissions, wouldn't it? Bespoke pieces, and you could show somebody's wedding jewellery or whatever it is you made. So they've got little poppers here, so you would just pop them in, and you could loop things through or over. You don't need to use them, you could just have it flat, but you've got 3 on there for you to be able to create that loop, to have whether it be jewellery, whether it be tiaras, whether it be bracelets. Obviously you can make it as wide as you fancy because that'll just bend over. So you've got about that, you can see that gives you quite a lot of give within there, and then it'll move out. Oh, I hadn't closed it. Explode. No, but if you put your hand in it, you can see just how wide you can make that, because it doesn't need to be as tight as it is. You can widen that. Well, nobody's jewellery is completely flat, is it? Unless it's really fine pieces. If you've got a big piece, you don't want to look at that and think, well, it's flat like a paper. How am I going to fit anything in it? So let's, for example, completely random, let's put in some wire. Got quite a big size to it. Let's see how that... It is big, isn't it? No, I'm not being ambitious. Look. I think it's important, because if I looked at that first off without having a play, I would think, oh, I can't fit anything in there. But you can. You can fit big designs in there as well. But especially if you want to do commissions, it's a really good idea, or just for holiday, but I think for wedding jewellery you can give it to keep as well. 15 by 20 centimetres for you. It's back in stock. It's always flown out. Only £6.95. Now that, for the amount you've got there, the feel of it, the luxury that you've got here, whether you're just getting it for yourself to keep your luxury pieces and your lovely pieces safe. For example, if you're making something with those incredible emeralds that you had this morning, or the AAA tanzanites, AAA emeralds, something quite exquisite, you want to get the packaging to go with it, don't you? I do. I think packaging says a lot about what you've got, and that can actually change the price of your jewellery, because first impressions, I think, massively count. Really, really excited about that for you. And again, if you don't wish to use the poppers, you don't have to. You can have it flat. But for me, to be able to have that pure luxury, knowing quite a few of my friends are getting married at this current moment in time, over the next couple of weeks, that's a lovely way of giving a gift to somebody you might have made for them, or just giving a nice... And you spend £6-7 on our dear friend, wouldn't you? You spend £2.50 on a gift bag, it's paper. Or £3 odds. And everybody can buy the same one. So it'd be nice to get ones that not everybody can get. Premier earrings. These are gorgeous. Let me show you these. In fact, I might just get my tweezers to hold them for you. Don't know where the fancy ones have gone, but if I hold them on these, they'll be somewhere. It's because we're all opposites. I'm left or right hand. Well, I'm left-handed, but some people are right-handed. Might put things to a different side, eh? I've got them, don't worry. There we go. Oh my gosh. Look at the quality there. You have sterling silver. If I turn them to the side, they've got loops within them, which you can hook things on. You can close them a bit further as well if you wish. And sterling silver, 17 by 6mm. How luxurious are they? Topaz within them. Oh, I'm really excited. They're brand new. You're the first to see them, and you'll be the first to get a hold of them. They are gorgeous. Almost looks like a horseshoe effect, doesn't it? With 18 white topaz in there, we are looking at per ear. What's that? Just over nine topaz, sorry, in total per ear. It's a lot of hand-faceted topaz per ear, isn't it? Oh, so, do you know what's lovely about that? Is you can actually just wear those without adding to them. You could genuinely just buy those as a pair of earrings, couldn't you?
If you were looking to go away and have a different look each night, if you were going to the captain's table, for instance, on a cruise, have those as the same earrings, leave the loop a little bit unclosed, and then have different dangles for each night. So you could have your Colombian emeralds one day, your pearls the next day, but you've only had to take one pair of hooks.
And they're the ones that have sort of the bigger size, isn't it, really, for travelling with. That's a really good idea. Also getting on a captain's table is quite cool as well. Right, so these are brand new. You're the first to see them, and I imagine you'll be the last because they'll be a limited edition. We don't make many of these. $14.95. You would expect those to be $21.95 for a full pair of sterling silver earrings. With the drop, the elegance that they're going to have, you can't take them to... I'll give you half of one for that. I'll give you one. $9.95. If you went into sterling silver jewellers and asked for a pair of earrings with topaz for £10, I don't think you come out with anything, really, would you?
You might come out with a paper bag.
You might. 10p a bag, yeah, you might get a bag. They are magnificent. The craftsmanship that goes on to making those. I was quite concerned about how low we would go, and I was thinking maybe $21.95 because you can wear them straight away. As jewellery makers, yes, we're going to start working with them, aren't we? Of course, that's what we're like. But for you to see, I mean, imagine something like that. You could have your silver true from it. It'd be quite bulky, actually. Maybe not that. Maybe that's a bad suggestion. Just a wrap loop you can add on there. Your jump rings, attach something. They're there, they're available, and on phone numbers that we would normally expect to call on 0800 644 655 or JewelleryMaker.com. Join us for those as soon as you can. I'm going to put the star by on there so you can see what you think of them. Right, star by time. Now, I launched these citrines. They flew out the door. They were gorgeous. And it was on quite a quiet day, actually. I didn't expect them to be as quick as they were, and they were really, really popular. I've only got a very limited amount remaining. So just to give you an idea of how easy they are, I just slipped those onto that loop. Now, of course, they've got a drop there, so you could attach, well, anything straight away. I'm thinking of a pearl because we've got these whoppers coming up. And to have something like that there, it might be too big. But it's actually quite a nice graduation from the size. Oh, the earrings going walkies. Quite nice graduation from the size of the loop in the silver, then to the gem, and then to your pearls. The pearls are coming up for you tonight. The citrines we are doing now, they are available. So I get 10 citrines per purchase. 10 of them. That's solid sterling silver. I'll get them all out so you can have a look at them all. And they are full bezel set, 16 by 8mm in their size. And an 18 carats. Can't remember, it was 18 carats across 10 stones. That's over a carat each. Imagine and they're natural. Oh gosh, that's my favourite part about them. The fact these are natural citrines. So if I can, I'll just take this one away for you, and I'll pop the other ones on my hand so you can see the colour of all of them. Because like that, you can see one, but I don't want you to think you're going to get the earring of that. It's not a finished earring. It's actually 10 of these amazing sterling silver links. So let me do that for you, just so you can see them all individually. The earrings, there are still a few left if you want to get a hold of them. But I'll pop them on my hand so you can see the glow of them, because they are so big. They really do glow. They're magnificent in their colour. You wouldn't expect a citrine that was natural to have such a big size and be so affordable. Yeah, you heard me. Affordable. I'm going to call them that. Genuinely affordable. I'm going to hold one up with my tweezers. Now, sapphires and Tibetan turquoise, wow, that was on this morning and they sold out. So could you imagine a combination between those and these? What's lovely about them is they're natural and clear. Usually they can be quite cloudy, But for a natural citrine, well, we know what it's like to get November's birthstone. Shares its birthday with topaz. We know how difficult it is to get natural citrine charms because we struggle. As jewellery makers, we struggle to be able to buy them, to sell them, because people want them. They're birthstones. You don't need to worry about whether people will like them or not. They are required as birthstones. The first gemstone I ever bought because it was known as a happiness gemstone, and I thought, it reminds me of the sunshine. Sunshine makes me happy. Yep, I'm gonna go for that. But to get natural and eye clean, that's really difficult. Usually they don't really have that strong a colour. And bear in mind, for a clarity like that, to have such a strong gold, and it is a bit like honey amber, isn't it? It's got the caramels and it's got that really sort of gorgeous amber glow to them. To think that they are natural. We've not irradiated those or heated those to get that colour like that. That's the way they come naturally. Mother Nature has allowed us to have those. Ooh, did I hear correctly? I thought I wasn't allowed to say that. Should be. It's like a Beverly Knight price. Should have, would have, could have. Should have been there, would have been there, and could have been there. Oh, hold on, I'm to blame for this, aren't I? Because I launched them. It was a clearance. No, it wasn't a clearance. They're brand new. I don't know, I'm trying to make it okay. It wasn't okay. It's not allowed. Oh no! Why would you do this? Why did we do it? I bet Pete moved his arm. Was it you, Pete? Oh! We went from $27.95 down to $19.95. I don't even remember doing that price. That's just shy of a third off. Oh my word, imagine going into a shop and getting a premiere that's a third off. Something has just arrived. These launches... Oh, hold on, that's not how much they are they? £2 each. Not even £2 each. Sterling silver and natural citrine, can I get anything for £1.95? Over a carat as well in that natural citrine. It's not as if it's a shot. In fact, it's nearly 2 carats per stone, isn't it? Oh my word. I mean, putting that into a ring, putting that into a bracelet. We've got jump rings coming up later, but Jem, for you as a jewellery maker, how easy are they to use in your jewellery?
So easy. I mean, I've got so much love for those, and I never used to be a lover of citrine, but that quality and that glow is incredible. But as you say, they are super easy. You just need to open a jump ring to put it through the end if you want to, or you can make it more complicated and wire it into a ring, or you could put it on a pearl bracelet really simply. Yeah. I just can't get over the price. I'm sorry, I know I'm not supposed to reference it, but under £2.
Why are you not supposed to reference it? You can say it whenever you want.
Okay, can I just say then, a 1.8 carat citrine of that quality and that glow, what it looks like to me is a piece of finest antique glass with silver behind it. If you look at apothecaries mirrors or antique mirrors, they have a real glow to them. And that's where it's taking me, because you've got this sunshine, but it's like so clear, it's just glowing. I love them, absolutely love them. But I couldn't buy a 1.8 carat citrine on cabochon without the silver work for £2.
But you could today. You will need to get 10. What a hard life. Oh, you need to get 10 of them. £19.95. Enjoy those and check them out as soon as you can. Right. Yes, I do have labradorite bezels to my left, and boy oh boy, my left, your right. They are amazing. Bezel set in sterling silver labradorite and drilled through the middle. I can't possibly have enough of these. Oh my word. Labradorites like this is amazing. Oh my word. Ah! Right. I imagine that these arrived before we started our grading at the start of this year. Because for that colour, oh my, look at them go. Look at that. Isn't that everything you look for in a graded labradorite? Don't worry that it's not. It means your price won't reflect graded labradorite. Let's do 2 grams of sterling silver across these. How many have we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 approximately on there. Wow, should we look at them individually? Let's see. Whoa. On both sides, isn't that interesting? You would think, oh, they'll fast it and one side will look good maybe. Both sides. Oh, we've only gone through 2 and I'm in love. Every single one has the same beauty. So what can we do for you, do you think? Bezel set, $29.95. Oh, I think that's magnificent. And just because producer Rob is on a double, he wants to be able to put it so low that you can get citrine as well and these to mix the 2 together. They are getting some lovely golden yellows out of them, aren't they? Oh my word, 90. You didn't need to do that. I've never even seen these before, have I? No, I haven't. I'd remember them because they're incredible. Every single one. It's got. Well, I'm not a grader of your gemstones. If I was, boy oh boy, I would have graded these easily. There'd be some good old A's going on in there. Lots and lots of treats coming your way. Totally natural on every single one of those. So the inclusions in them are what are giving you that colour. So that's not something that I've sort of used a fancy colour on a camera to give you that. They are coming with tassels, they are coming with sterling silver. There are 9 on there for you, and you've got so many people coming in on the phone lines on the 0800 644 655 or jewellerymaker.com, knowing that 30-day money back guarantee is there, knowing that if you haven't made an order this weekend already, yesterday and today, if you make an order of over £15 and you're getting yourself, it's 1 per person, you'll get a sterling silver free gift. And especially they're set with sterling silver, that would be lovely, wouldn't it, to use together? So if you spend over £15, you will get yourself a really, really luxurious gift to go with it, with that sterling silver. So Lindsay and Worcestershire, Sunny, you're with us, Yorkshire, you're with us, Pembrokeshire, you're in there as well. Knowing we've got the wire launch tonight and knowing there's some cabochons on the kit, in the kit, which are labradorite, knowing already how good it looks with our Premier hematite wire. We've got Imperial Topaz that would match really, really well to that as well. We've got so much quality in every single one of those. The pearls that are coming up. Don't forget, we've got those gorgeous rose quartz. How could you? And the fact that they're all bezel set with sterling silver, you can mix them all up. Of course you can. So remember, the wire launch is coming up at 7 o'clock. I have got Imperial Topaz. I've got bezels coming up for you. You cannot miss our treats tonight. And at $19.95, if that's in your basket, check it out as soon as you can. The fact that they're drilled allows you to do so much with them. Enjoy them. We'll see you on the other side of a really short break.
When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today. Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre. There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
I think when I look back on it, I think I was brought up as a beader, not a jewellery maker, a beader. Because, you know, we always had my granny's button box and lace box, and, you know, you could go through her beads and put them all together, string them, you know. Jewellery Maker is quality, and if you want the quality, that's who you've got to go to. I like your presenters and the certain ones. Yeah, and it's a shame it's so far, because I'd like to do loads more courses. But yeah, I will always be buying from Jewellery Maker. I am that sort of person with energy who likes to jump from medium to medium. Depending on what day of the week it is, depending on what I feel like. I find I work differently if I'm sitting in my workroom at the table than I do when I'm sitting with a tray in front of the television. But yeah, no, I would say to new people coming in, if you are looking at genuine gemstones, it's got to be Jewellery Maker. I would say look at the bundles, because I think you do some really good bundles. And press the button quick and buy them. You know, don't wait to think about it, because I think that's one of the big things, is if you wait, it's gone. You can always order, and what I usually do is I'll order, and I'll have other things in the back of my mind that I can add to that order to get your postage money's worth. Yeah. And if I don't like it, I can send it back. But I think that is the way to buy.
That's amazing. The minute we went to a break, Jem Hawkes was off. First stop was giving a hug to our Sam camera operator, who's just arrived because she has been receiving her awards this evening. Oh yes, for, if I'm correct, Best Rider?
Single rider,
Best
show jumping.
Single rider, show jumping, and team riding dressage. Hasn't she done well? Well done, Sam. Everybody's clapping in the gallery as well. It just sounds like it's just Jem and I, but everybody is Jem and I. Haha, and you are Jem and I. Sorry, Jem and I. Congratulations, Sam. We're very super proud of you. Well done, you. She looks lovely in her dress tonight. Right. So that's the first thing that Jem did. Then she went out, and I thought, oh, she's maybe nipped to the ladies, or she's maybe going to get some fresh air, or going to get a wee top up of a drink. Usually Sam or Pete would do that, and then I just heard producer Rob say, oh yes, Jem's just gone to buy these. Jem, we didn't get a chance to ask you just before the break, because we were going to a break at a certain time, but you've gone and got them. What was it you just said to me?
I would have paid that for that strand, for that quality of labradorite, without the silver work. But adding to the fact that they are drilled and that they are bezel set, which is not simple, and that it's sterling silver, I couldn't not.
You couldn't not. So yeah, if you've got one in your basket, do be quick, because you're not the only one after them. 14 by 18 millimetre, I love that. Thrilled to be able to bring those to you. Well done indeed. Do check them out if you haven't already, because well, many people like Jem are just off to go and grab theirs, so do enjoy those. Wonderful treat. They were in the last hour. If you're just seeing them now, they went to 19, was it? No, wasn't that though. It was 1995. You can tell I just block things out of my mind if I don't like it, don't I? Don't like that price. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. Imperial Topaz. Totally natural. Now, topaz of the Imperial variety was in Rondell's this morning and is sold out, so this would be the perfect complement on the same post and packaging or shipping and handling in any one day. You could add it to that same order. It's my star buy in this hour about past. It's totally natural. What you're getting here is arguably the rarest topaz variety ever. And it's a natural version of it. It's gorgeous. It's coming up for you with a limited quantity, but it is available. That'll be around 6:30, and at 7 o'clock. I'm bringing you my premiere treat. I know what we've done to deserve this tonight. Well, it's a Saturday night, after all, isn't it? Saturday night, party night. Genuine rose quartz, bezel set, totally natural, sterling silver loop. These are stunning. It's the closest you're going to get, I think, to a morganite in colour. It's not got the peach there, but it has that lovely pastel pink, epitomising femininity, love, romance, but not yet. Coming up. I'm obsessed with this next chain. I'm slightly upset, however, I'm not that upset that I'm not going to bring it to you. This I love. It's back in stock. That's why I was upset before, because every time I got to present it, it sold out. Or I presented it, it sold out. And then it's back in stock now, so that means there's a potential I could get one. I love this chain. Love, love, love. This is my favourite chain in Jewellery Maker history. It's not even a joke. Seriously, I adore this chain. And every time I've had it, it's sold out. Sorry. I love it. Too excited about it. Solid sterling silver. It's 8 grams. Look at it. It's a necklace. It's not just a chain. It is a pure, full-on necklace, sterling silver. And then we've not even charged from the price point we did. I don't feel we've even charged for the fact that we've rhodium plated it on top of that and to protect the silver. I'm so, so proud of this chain. This is my favorite, have I mentioned it's my favorite chain in Jewellery Maker history. I think it's incredible. 18 inches in length. It's not an extender chain. You can add an extender chain on that if you want. You can do whatever you fancy. It's super fluid in its movement, but it's the size, the way it's been cut. We did it in rose gold the other day and I was so upset because I'm sure you can imagine, I missed it. Every time I'm on, I'm fortunate enough I get the luxury of presenting these treats. I'm very, very, don't get me wrong, I'm over the moon that I've got the chance to do it. But every time I do it, it seems to be, whenever I want it, I get to present it. So obviously my producers and management are very, very good at knowing who loves what and making sure we get chances to bring it. But this just, I can't get over how gorgeous it is. Look at the way it glows. It even glows. My neck starts to glow because it's got this amazing quality of cut on it. At some point I'll take it off, but probably not anytime soon. I will, to be fair, as your presenter, I will take it off so you can see the movement on it, but I just want, look at it from there. I feel like I'm on a show that sells finished jewellery with this on. I feel like I should be looking at 3 figures for that. I know it's sterling silver and you think, oh, but you do sterling silver really affordably. We do. But elsewhere I would expect to pay about £150 for this. And you'll think, really? Yeah, it's 8 grams in a sterling silver handmade linked chain. The quality in these links is divine. If you feel the weight of it, you'll be blown away. And I guess you'll only get to feel the weight. Oh, it's so lovely. Jem, do you like this? What do you think of this?
I don't believe I've seen it before, and it is so sparkly I can barely take my eyes off it. But I can't get over the gram weight. That's incredible.
Isn't it huge?
It's really, really beautiful.
Let me show you them close up and personal. The amount of work that's gone into these have been brilliant faceted pieces of silver. Can you imagine that? I've never seen a piece of silver that's been brilliant faceted. It's got diamond facets. It's like little tubes, and they've been brilliant faceted and then cut with, you know, the side cutters we offered the other night. Have you ever seen the side cutters? They're really, really cool. They cut with and give a diagonal, like a sloping side edge. In fact, what I might do is see if I can hold this up so you can see it sideways. So when you use side cutters, I don't know what the intended purpose of them, but when I just cut them against the metal, there's a diagonal slice in the metal. It's lovely, it's like a slope. And these have got alternating, so one is one slope and the other is the other slope on each little bar of sterling silver. Then they've got diamond-shaped facets cut into them, like they were rondelles. Can you see right down there? That's the bottom slope there. And then if I turn it around slightly, can you see the other slope? So it's like been cut with a slope to give you luster that you couldn't get if they hadn't. And then you see all the brilliant facets on them. They are so magnificent. And you've got these gorgeous loops that give you the chance to have the fluidity on them. I'm so in love with this chain. The gram weight is there, the luster is there, the size is there, and I know they're popular because I launched them before they flew out the door. So these are back in stock. If I was with you right now, I'd be buying these. I'm not allowed to. £17.95. I would expect to pay on Jewellery Maker £49.95 for that. I'm not even joking. The gram weight, it's the intricacy. This is a necklace, it's not a chain. And you might look at this and think, well, actually, you know what? I want a chain because I want to hang pendants on it. If you've got a bigger sterling silver pendant or a bigger style pendant, you need a bigger gram weight chain. A 1.5 gram weight chain isn't going to do you. It's not going to be right. Different chains are perfect for different types of charms or pendants. If you want to have maybe big earrings or big bracelets or big rings, then the daintier chain, it's not dainty, but it's daintier than the big looks, for example, what we've got coming up. You need something that's going to catch attention, that's not going to show up the other jewellery, but it's going to fit in. Enjoy it. I'm going to put it back. Can I keep it on all night, please? I'm keeping it on. I love that. You can go for your life. Well, I will. I will. And I'll do exactly what happened the other day and I'll forget to take it off and go home. No, I did forget, yeah, because I was wearing it, and because it gets warm, doesn't it, when you start to wear it, and you wear it for 4 hours and you don't feel it anymore. And then it wasn't until I looked in the mirror, I was like, oh, I've got that chain still on. Another exclusive. Wow. This is gorgeous. Oh. 2 grams of sterling silver and gold plating. There is so much I would do with this. Pendants, rings, earrings. This is unlike anything I've ever seen before. The detail in here, the design is going to be so popular. You're going to need to stop what you're doing right now. Put it down. I know. Put your tools down. Put your findings down. Stop looking for your seed beads. Just give this a wee second, because this deserves your time. Wait till you see this. It's gorgeous. It's huge as well. Are you ready? Sterling silver and gold in a design we will all love. How gorgeous is that?
Beautiful.
Did you think it would be tiny because it was silver and gold? I did. I thought it was probably quite dainty indeed. 26 by 24 millimeter, 2-tone gold. Think of all the gold pieces we've had recently. We've got some lovely gold charms. I know our lovely guest designer Claire has one of her gold charms, the heart one. She wears on a bracelet. This would go really well with those. If you want to have that in the middle of a bracelet or a bangle, if you wanted to have that as a pendant, if you wanted to have that, oh, imagine you had a couple of them as connectors in a necklace, because it is a connector. That's what it's classed. It's got 2 loops on it. But the average connector is not this size with gold on it, is it? With the interesting design that you've got there, it is really something quite different, isn't it? Oh, I would expect that as a main gift to somebody. That's not something you would get easily. Jem, what are you thinking? What would you do with those?
Absolutely adore it. I'd want to put it on black velvet choker. I'm a bit of an 80s goth at heart, and I think it's got that sort of element to it. It reminds me of North African architecture in Morocco or in Cairo, perhaps. In the windows, you've got sort of a filigree window effect, and that's where it's taking me. Really, really beautiful, very elegant, but you could make something quite medieval with it. You could make something very chic and on trend with it, and the 2-tone of the metalwork is absolutely bang on.
It's making me think of kings and queens and going to sort of different palaces and having a look at the different sort of filigree work that's on the roofs of all the beautiful big halls and the grand halls and all the sort of details. Are you thinking of French? Oh, Eastern style. I think it would go with whatever gemstone you put it with, whatever style does that. You could really make that into your own interpretation if you suggested. I can just see Jem Hawkes now walking around Marrakesh with one of these chokers on and with this on. Everybody asking to try and get your necklace. What market did you find? Where did you get that one? You're like, oh no, this is bespoke. Imagine that. You can't buy this. This is bespoke. I'm thinking of carving as well, and beautiful big grand chairs and tables and marble carving. Oh, it's really grand. $9.95. Oh my god! Whoa! I'm woke up. I've been woken. Well, if today wasn't a metal weekend and producer Rob wasn't in a double, I wouldn't be happy with that at all. I'm struggling with it right now. But the fact that it's metal weekend, we want to get you precious metal. You might not have set aside, well, you probably would set aside £10 for precious metal, wouldn't you? I would quite happily pay £15 for that. But this allows you to buy 2 for under £20, under £15. Imagine that. 2 of those. I want to have a necklace which has got 2 of these coming down to, we had another sterling silver one that matched that. I had it the other day with the gold filigree. Do you remember?
I do.
it was slightly slimmer, more of a, oops, sorry, more, I was trying to balance that in between my fingers, more of a drop. So you have one of these on each side of the neckline, and then that drop in the middle, and then have a pearl or whether it be a topaz drop or anything you wanted, maybe one of these faceted clear quartz that are coming out. So many thoughts. Oh, rose quartz, oh, loads. Imagine that with one of the citrines drop from it, picking out the gold. Would that be lovely if I can balance that there? I'll try. And then if you had that, use my other tweezers to get hold of that one. I think that would be lovely. It would really, really allow the gold to lift. Wouldn't that be a combination that you fancy trying? And if you've got those, oh, she says, trying to hold it together. You know, you can understand how good that would look, hopefully, with the gold. I'm over the moon. Now, we've got a multiple in Somerset of 6 of those. I'm over the moon for you. Quite envious. I'd love to know what you're going to do with it. If you want to drop us a message and let us know, that would be brilliant. Or if you just want to message and say hi, maybe you've got a question for Jem, or you just want to let us know what you're up to, maybe you want to say well done to our Sam, please feel free on JewelleryMaker.com or 60777 JM Studio at the start of your text. It's a normal network charge that applies, so it won't cost you any extra. If you just got that for such a price, as long as you don't think all of our silver and gold plating will be going to that price, that's not trying to imply a value worth, that's just a treat. Wow. Right. Can we do my clear quartz? Because I fancy these a lot. Can you see me looking at them? I'm looking at these, and then I'm looking at that wonderful piece and thinking how well that would go together. I'm looking at these pearls that are coming up and thinking those two to go together with our premiere launch of Picasso Jasper. That'd be a bit different, wouldn't it? We've got lots of premiere launches tonight. I can't believe my luck. Could you imagine? Wowza, wowza, wowza. Monochrome ideas. Plenty of thoughts of what you can do with these. I think they look lovely with the pearls. Imperial topaz is coming up. That would be a lovely compliment to have the drops with those facets. Ooh, goldens. Can you see how lovely that would be? How complimentary they would be? Right, so every single one of these is faceted. Now, do you know the difference between this facet and what we normally talk about on a rice bead facet? So these are a different style of facet. These are a bit more like an elongated marquise with step facets in there. What does that sound? It sounds a bit confusing, doesn't it? Elongated marquise. Ah, the step facet. So a brilliant facet is a diamond or a triangular shaped cut. All right, that's the shape of it. A step facet is angular, a bit more like your squares, your rectangles, your long facets. So this has got a long facet, and then the point that you would have like a pencil, like the top of a, or the bottom of a triangle. So it's got the point, but it's also got the length. So it's giving you a totally different luster to what you would get if they'd been just brilliant or just step cut. So you've got the best of both with these, which is quite luxurious. Because they are a rice shape, you're getting something that's very popular. For any jewellery makers, you'll know that this is not a shape that we have very, very often. And when we do have it, it's quite luxurious, it's quite popular. There's something I'm going to do that you're probably not going to love me for right now. But, well, you will, hopefully, but if you're a new viewer, you'll think, why would you not? If you're looking at these, Sam knows exactly what I'm going to do, Florence Manager Sam. What do you think when you look at that? Do you think about luster? Do you think about the clarity and the colour? Do you think about the fact that it's got a drill hole within it? What do you think when you see that? Is there anything that's making you think, not sure? You know the one thing that makes me think, not sure? That big white line through the middle. But that doesn't matter, because that's just a temporary strand, and if I cut that strand, if I move it along for you, let me show you what you're going to get. You ready? They're clear. They're that clean, you can't even see where really the drill was, where the drill line was. So you see the difference? So they're put on a temporary strand, but that temporary strand, unless you put white wire through it, it's not going to be white, which allows you to put all your different colours through it. You know all the gorgeous coloured wires you've got? The pinks and the purples and the hematite, for example, that's coming up. If you want to have your darker gemstones with a hematite wire through it, you can then do that because it allows you to show that colour. That's something I used to always think. It's the only thing that would now and again make me think, but is that thread giving it the colour, or why is it that colour? Is it always going to be that colour? If I've got a white gemstone, a clear gemstone, it's going to have a big white line through the middle of it. Let's have a look at it on a darker wire so you can see in this new hematite wire, which is launching tonight. Now it has got a kink in it because it was twisted, so it does go on no problem at all once you get it past that little kink. But can you see that's going to give you a totally different look to how it would if you had a white wire through it? Can you see? It's very complementary, isn't it? You can barely see it. You can slightly see it, but very barely. So please bear that in mind with this gorgeous. The clarity is so good. That's why it's called clear quartz and not white quartz. Now, on the launch, over 140 been allocated. I don't have a huge quantity, but at £9.95, knowing the stash that you can create with this, how many, or stash builder you can have with this, knowing how many times we've got gemstones that have got different colours, we want a clear gem to go with it, with sparkle, with lustre, then this is definitely going to be a strand you need in your life, without a shadow of a doubt. The amount you get on there, well, let's put it this way. If I held the strand, it's about 38 centimetres, I'll measure it for you in a second. Just to take that away again, and you can see how clear they are, knowing it will go with so many other gemstones. Taking that white thread through, they are so magnificent. And that's half your strand. Oh my gosh! I've got a premiere for you now, which is a box clasp. It's a 925 sterling silver of over 4.29, 4.9 or 4.29? 4.2 grams. It's a 3-loop connector. Look at that together. Is that not a perfect combination? And you guessed it, it's black spinel. Wow. Wow. What you're getting there is very rare in a black spinel. Do you know what you've got? The round brilliant cut. Do you know what that means? Let me pop these down and show you. So a round brilliant cut is when you have a gemstone with a table and a crown angle and a pavilion. You don't tend to do that on a black spinel because usually they're not big enough. What we've got for you here is, so if you think of a gemstone shape, you'll think of the straight table, the top. If it's a round brilliant cut like this, you'll have a crown angle, you'll have a pavilion, and then the points at the bottom. So this is the style of cut many people tend to go for the traditional sort of engagement style gems, a round brilliant cut. What you're getting with this is what we look for in a black spinel. This is going to give you one bright flash rather than lots of little ones. It's going to give you this almost like a lighthouse, bold, bright, single light. And the reason you're going to get that is because you have one flat central table surface. It's huge. It's magnificent. So see, now and again, it's catching a little glint on that. If I maybe turn it there, it's not catching the studio light quite right, but it's going to give you a magnificent one big single luster like a black diamond would. So it's a solid sterling silver, 4.2 grams. And we're only, oh my word, I thought it was $24.95. Are we half price? You would, I thought $24.95 would be what would be coming in. £12.95 is not what we would expect. Knowing it's got a tongue and box clasp in there, 3 loops in there as well, you can't reduce it even more. Oh my. We just don't do these. Very rarely we got a black spinel this big where we could do something like this. You've got the tongue and box clasp with the 3 loops on there. The 3 loops are allowing you to create so many more designs than what you could if it was just a single loop connector. You could create a 6-strand, 9-strand necklace if you so desired. 3-strand necklace. It doesn't matter. You know, right, 9 strands, you get 2 in each loop, depending on what you were using. Seed pearls, seed beads, pearls, alternating them. Oh, there's so many options, but to get a huge gram weight of sterling silver, to get that cut in your black spinel, and then to have those 3 loops in there to give you as much variety as possible, whether you even just took that tongue and box clasp out and had it as a pendant or as a charm with 3 strands coming from it, or a hand piece of jewellery, a hand adornment, It does not matter what you want to do with it. The fact that it's only £8.95 makes me think we just need to do something with it. YVPK, huh? To strike in Bali. Anyway, £8.95. Enjoy that. You know, 100% straight away. This is happening. It's got to be done. Now, it's had a reduction on price, so please don't expect it to be that price ever again. Just enjoy the fact that it's that price just now. Jem, what would you do with something like this if you got to work with the 3 loops? Is that giving you more scope usually than what you would normally have with just one?
Absolutely, yes. And it will be designed to take just a little bit more weight. So the pearls that we've got coming up a little bit later on that you just had in are the ultimate. I think pearls and black spinel are just beautiful together. But what I would be tempted to do is have the larger pearls going through the bottom loop, and then graduating up in size to have some smaller pearls at the top, and then possibly throwing some drops in there as well, maybe some drops of zircon or drops of spinel or something exciting that would contrast with the pearls but also would be in keeping with the black spinel in the clasp.
We need this. Do check it out as soon as you can because they are being very quickly allocated. Well done to you. Wowza. Right. Are you ready for the star buy? You don't have to wait any longer. It's right about now. Do you know, because I was talking about these so much at the start of the show, and the start of this out as well, I thought we'd already had the chance to get these, but we haven't. This is your star buy, and boy oh boy do we work our socks off to make sure we can do the best possible price. I brought this to you before and it's been so popular. The history on it is magnificent. It's a natural gemstone. Many gemstones can be natural, which is lovely. What's so special about this is it's from the topaz family, November's birthstone. It is arguably the rarest topaz in the world. And for me to get that for you, the reason it's got tassels on it is because of the quality and because of its rarity. For me to bring you a natural gemstone, it really is something special. But to be able to bring you a natural gemstone, when the majority of this gem are usually heated or treated, to get a natural is very, very special. You are looking, I'm going to move my pad to the side, you are looking at approximately 55 carats on this one strand. Natural topaz. Now the fact that these are in drops is allowing you to create something totally different to the rondelles that you had earlier today, the faceted rondelles, and they would be perfect together. Faceted rondelles were around 20, I want to say, they were reduced down to $16.95 for totally, why would you do that on natural topaz? Was it an introductory price? Honouring a previous possible introductory price to try this gem. This is not a gem that I would ever expect to see in early double figures, like under £20. Topaz is rare. Imperial topaz is the rarest we've got. You don't get it like this. It's available. You will need to be coming in quickly because it's not here for very often. Do you know why it's called Imperial topaz? Because it used to be the royals that used to wear it. So they called it imperial after the calibre of the ladies and gentlemen who would wear this gemstone. Kings and queens, royals from lots of different countries. Nobody can really decide which was the main country where the royals wore it because it seemed to be worn in many countries as the royal gem. So imperial topaz was the name it was given because of that royal connotations that it had. So knowing you've got a gemstone like that, something that royalty wore, that in itself is special. But they are totally natural, which blows my mind because this gemstone you just do not get easily. Knowing the rarity and knowing many people see it very similar to your champagne diamonds, your cognac tones, your rich, it reminds me very much of your cognac diamonds. It's a gemstone. I don't have any drops of cognac diamonds for us. And knowing what we had earlier today, could you imagine that? Knowing what we had earlier today and how much they sold out earlier today. All the Imperial topaz we've got sold out on this morning's show. So there aren't any more. the fact that because these haven't been faceted, I would have thought maybe we could change the price. However, they're bigger, they're drops. So for an 11 centimetre strand of 6x4 all the way up to 11 by 6 millimetre natural drops, you do not expect the price to even come close, do you? But for us to be not even close to the previous price, but sold out, may I add, but to be even lower, knowing the size of these, knowing the rarity of this gem, knowing its single figures, that as an accredited jewellery professional goes against every fibre of my being. I know how rare this is. I know this doesn't come. When was the last time you saw imperial topaz? Well, I appreciate we saw it this morning. Other than this strand, I haven't brought you any imperial topaz this entire year. It's not one we do. It's not one I've had. But with an 11 centimetre strand, knowing the quality of it, you don't put tassels on everything. It's something special. It's 55 carats of pure natural gems. And I want to count how many you've got just to see if that's possibly, maybe even, a carat each. Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's 30. These are all, you could say, they do graduate, so some will be more than others, but easily they're all over a carat. A carat imperial topaz. Could you imagine? This is the type of gemstone that you would put with your diamonds, you would put with your pearls, you would put with your emeralds and rubies. And you might think, oh, but topaz, no. Imperial topaz is completely different to the topaz that you see on an average daily basis. It's another level. It's totally, totally different. And you do need to remember that. The Ouro Preto mines where your genuine topazes come from. Have you heard of the Portuguese meaning of the black gold? That's where sort of Ouro Preto, where you would go. This is Ouro Preto imperial topaz. It's magnificent. It's the world-renowned location. So if you think of Colombian emeralds, you think of Ceylon sapphires, you think of Burmese rubies, the locations therefore straight away put your gemstone on a podium, don't they? And you expect a certain quality because you can get it. This Ouro Preto topaz, or a Capio, from the Capio mines, there's different types of imperial topaz, but the Ouro Preto imperial topaz, which is what you've got here, I know it says we bought it in Africa, we actually bought it from the Ouro Preto mines. This is a magnificent quality, and that's what you look for. 3s, 4s, multiple purchases coming through on our phone lines and on the web. You can get involved however you wish. If you've got any orders open today, please remember, if you haven't already got your free gift allocated to you by spending £15, if you just start joining us at £15, if you spend over £15 today, you get a free sterling silver gift. But that's only one person. That's only, sorry, per person you get a free gift. Only one person gets it. What? Julianne in Cornwall, hiya. I love this gem, but only once seen it in person. Again, it just reiterates how rare this gemstone is. You can watch every single day. Every single day. I'd never ever see topaz. I've seen it once this year, and this was the strand I brought it in, and it was on this morning and sold out, so it just shows how popular it is. Jem, I don't know if you've ever had the luxury of seeing imperial topaz before. I know we don't have it very often at all, but what do you like about it, or do you like it even? I've just decided for you.
No, I do like it. Generally speaking, when you put the word imperial in front of something, it does elevate it. It's not just the topaz, but that has such a beautiful colour. It's like a drop of dew has captured sunshine. And I know that we normally think of citrine when we think of sunshine, but for me that's later on in the day, you're getting a bit of a sundown sensation. So for me it's an evening gem, and I love to see it with a black gem as well. I do have a lot of fondness for it. It's gorgeous.
Oh. Wow. Do apologise, got a little bit of fluff on our board. It makes it look like it's in a starry sky, so I quite like it. It's almost like you're in Australia on Hamilton Island. The sky is literally pitch black and you just see amazing, amazing stars. Blowing my mind. Well done on that. If you want to see it with something else, another imperial gem, to add in, you would add in something like the pearls or something like tanzanite. And the goldens and the tanzanite might be a nice combination to give a wee try if you haven't already. Goldens and blues look quite lovely together, don't they? Sort of royal blues coming through. Well done on your topaz. I'm over the moon for you. If you managed to get that, I hope you don't mind me saying, but I genuinely do think that's a steal of a price. Could say a steal of a D, but that's a little bit of a steal of a deal. Is a bit of a rhyme. I love that. Well done to you. Tanzanite. no, this looks like kyanite, the shimmer that it comes from it. That's amazing. I don't think I've ever really seen that in a tanzanite before. Have a look at that. Now, I don't know when this arrived, but it's not been graded, so I'm imagining it probably came in stock before the grading system began in Jewellery Maker for a tanzanite. Last time it was seen, just to put it into perspective, 232 were allocated, so it's pretty popular. Oh gosh, I don't even have 40 for you of this. Oh dear. 70 carats. It's popular, isn't it? It's the shape that you're getting. It's the luster that you've got. It's the colour. I'm sorry, it's the colour. Have we got any graded tanzanite coming up tonight? I've got a feeling we had a grade somewhere. If I could look next to it just to get an idea. Because it hasn't been graded, and I'm not trying to, just to give you a chance to look at it and see what you think, because I know a lot of people will only buy now we've got graded. The quality from here is amazing, so I'm going to put an A grade next to it. Is it an A grade plus? Looks like it could be an A grade plus, A grade, high end A grade, let's see. Top end of the A grade, and let's put it together and see what you think. So there are your A grades. It looks like top A grade, doesn't it? It looks like borderline double, but I'm not going to say that, but I just did, but you know what I mean. It's not for me to grade, but if we see them together, I've seen double A grade tanzanite. I've been fortunate enough to present quadruple A tanzanite and see some of the best tanzanites in the world. Over the moon to be able to say that. Oh yes. Oh yes, you'll be able to see a quadruple A tanzanite, I'm sure, one day. Not on Jewellery Maker, unless somebody wears their own, I don't know. But yes, I've been very, very fortunate in my life to see some of the most exquisite tanzanite in the world. And to be fair, there was a time where we didn't expect to ever even see tanzanite on Jewellery Maker. So I wouldn't rule it out. I didn't think we'd ever see sphene on Jewellery Maker, never mind pink diamonds that are totally natural. So to be fair, you probably see it next week. But you've seen it with graded tanzanite, which we didn't ever really have that quality of tanzanite on Jewellery Maker. And that's no disrespect to the quality we had in the past. It's just a fact. We didn't have graded tanzanite quality. So you've seen that next to a graded tanzanite. It's just that it hasn't been graded for whatever reason. It's maybe arrived on a day where a gemologist wasn't in. Or it could have been that it's... oh gosh, look at that colour. It's the colour. But for me, that's 100% the reason why 232 went in seconds. It's the colour. The size and the shape, yes, but we have had other tanzanites this size and this shape. So it's the fact that your borderline purples, the body colour with your tanzanite, the way you cut it is to show the main colour, which is whatever the lapidars wants to show, to be fair, but traditionally it's blue. The majority of people look for blue in a tanzanite. So the body, you will cut it to show off the blue, and then the pinks and the beautiful purples that you're seeing there coming through show off its trichroism. Trichroism because you see 3 different colours rather than just pleochroism, which means you see more than one. That colour is, for me, why these flew out the door. And at £49.95, at that price, I'm not surprised. However, there seems to... Hi, Pete.
Hey.
Pete, I don't think you should be moving your arms quite so vigorously in the studio. We've got a tanzanite here.
It was me. It was me this time.
It was you this time?
This time.
So now you can understand why 233 went. At £24.95, whether it be Pete, whether it be somebody else, that is how much? Half price. So you could buy 2 for the price of a usual price. For the price of a usual price? Well, that's what it is. Buy 2 and you get it for the price of 1, normally. Buy Hold on a minute, there are only 39 of these. I don't have enough for that opportunity. You know when you go into a shop and it says buy 2 and get... In fact, when does it ever say buy 2 and get them for the price of 1? 2 for 1. That's very rare. But to get it on a tanzanite, you would get that on a salad that was going out of date. You wouldn't get that on a gemstone. Gemstones don't go out. That's one of the best things about gems. They do not go out of date. You can take as long as you want to make jewellery with them. In fact, the longer you take to make a piece of jewellery if you wish to sell it, for me, in point, is better, because this gemstone, the best time to buy it, well, 10 years ago, 10 and a half years ago would have been the best time to buy it when I first brought it to the UK and started presenting it. I was one of the first people to present tanzanite in the world in the UK. And that was incredible. And then I thought, oh, I'm going to have a look at the jewellers and do some price comparisons. There wasn't any in the jewellers. I couldn't do a price comparison because there wasn't any tanzanite in any other jewellers in the high street. So it was incredibly difficult to try and get a comparison. But for this colour, I mean, you've got the colour that you look for in some of the highest grade tanzanites. I'm not talking about quadruple A, that's another level. But it's on Jewellery Maker, our highest grades. For that colour, Jem, what do you think? 35 pence a carat? Oh gosh, don't think that's even possible. Well, it clearly is possible, I wouldn't have thought that. Jem, colour-wise, what do you think about the colours you're getting from this tanzanite, maybe compared to other tanzanites you've seen?
It's immaculate. It really does stand up there amongst some of the most beautiful in its tones of blue. And it's not just one tone, there's a slight variation, which I adore. But what's really striking me is the shine on it. The surface lustre is amazing, isn't it? Absolutely adore that strand. And if you had £50 set aside for your tanzanite today, then you can get your two and you can put one away just for a rainy day. I mean, I know that you've said before we're not allowed to say it's the I word, but I would certainly be considering using one to make lots of beautiful jewellery with and putting one away for the future, because I think that's not something that we're going to see all the time.
Definitely not. Well, we know at £49 that should be our price, and that's a Jewellery Maker price. Today, for whatever reason, we're down to 24. Maybe it's because it's metal day and we're not, most people tuning in thinking of metal, not thinking of gemstones, so therefore we've reduced it. We've got loads of metal coming up, but we're just trying to cover everybody. But at that price point, there's only 17 of those available. So please do enjoy them. Please do check them out as soon as you can. Well done indeed. They are fantastic. Over the moon with that. That's gorgeous. That would go really, really nice with the pearls. Should we do the faceted rondelles? It's such a long strand. It's going to be on and gone, so I'll quickly measure. This says 42 centimetres. There's purple tanzanites in here. There's shaded tanzanite. This is shaded pink, isn't it? Is it not? I thought it would be shaded pink. Have I had this before? No, it's pretty new. I had it before it was reordered. And it hasn't been on since. This is amazing. You've got some really, really, really definite purple shades in your tanzanite there. They're gorgeous. Wow. It's magnificent, isn't it? Wow. Catching the light. Can you see? Just as I roll that, try and move my hand out of the way. Can you see the purples? You can, can't you? You don't even have to struggle. Normally with double A grade tanzanite you see purples like that, but not with just tanzanite. The good thing about that is it's the top end. We don't sort of give an A grade that's barely A grade. It's almost the other way. We're sort of really, really cherry picking and thinking, well, there might be one in that strand that's not double A, so we'll call it A grade. Maybe that's the one in the whole strand that's more of your A grade, and the rest is double A. So we know the rarity, we know the collectability. Hopefully it's December's birthstone, so we'll get your straight in, straight to your price. Imagine those two together. You would normally be looking at, for this strand alone, £50. That's a fabulous treat, if you don't mind me saying it. But it went down to 29. If you put the two of those two together, they really are spectacular. Enjoy. Do you know what I'm going to put with this? I'm going to put one of my favourite treats with it that's coming up as your star buy. Could you imagine? With the glow of that, this is what I would do. You might not, but I would. Because I think it looks gorgeous together. Rose quartz and tanzanite. Gorgeous. Right, are you ready for a star buy? Enjoy your tanzanite. Do get it before it goes, because they will go. There's no two ways about it. If you put those faceted rice beads in between the clear quartz, it would look amazing. I'll leave those two there. If there's any left, you can have them. It's time for a star buy. I'm over the moon. This This is something, I looked at this earlier, but I don't have the lab reports. We've just had a lab report confirmation from our producer. He saved this one all night. Regular viewers, you will know that I have a soft spot for a particular gem called rose quartz. I don't have a soft spot for this. I massively love it. And there's a particular location that I have been quite simply begging our company to buy. The location that I love in this particular gemstone offers the best quality I've ever seen. And when you are a connoisseur of something, you know what you can get, you know what you can get for your money, you know what is available, and you know where to get it, don't you? This quality of rose quartz is what I want to see. If I had a textbook and you could pick out, this is something I would love to do in my life. I don't know if I'll ever get the chance and how expensive this book would be. Imagine you opened a book and it said rose quartz and you wanted a textbook example of the best quality you could get. If it was an emerald, you might have a Colombian emerald. If it was a sapphire, you might have a Ceylon sapphire. Ruby, you might have a Burmese ruby. What's thought to be the best quality of that stone? And if it was rose quartz, every single day of the week, I would look for Madagascar rose quartz. I had a Madagascar rose quartz launch. Everything flew out, and I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for that, because I know many of you were trying it for the first time. You might like it, but you tried it maybe based on the fact that I'm making you try it, because the prices were so affordable for what you got. We haven't just got rose quartz for you. This is the launch of the Madagascar rose quartz connector. So any of you got any of our rose quartz from Madagascar, this is what you need to go with it. It's stunning. They are gorgeous. The quality is another level. It's Madagascar, as I say, and you'll think, oh really, what's so good about Madagascar? It has a glow that no other rose quartz location, I think, can ever not have. You can have it, but have it in constantly. This has never let me down in its quality. It's never let me down in its color. It's everything I look for in a rose quartz and then some. It glows, it has quality, it has a strong pink, but not ostentatious. It reminds me of what I look for in a kunzite of this size. You want that glow, that phosphorescence. They are amazing. You can see the bezel that you've got there. Solid sterling silver all the way around. It's got a loop at the top, and it doesn't matter which way you look at it. Can you see that luster that's coming from them? Can you see the quality that each one has? Those drop from a pearl necklace. Now put it into context. Rose quartz elsewhere, I've seen £8,000, £5,000, £10,000 for cabochon rose quartz, just based on the designer and based on the design that person has their name attached to. Rose quartz, each one added together with 10 of them, gives you a gram weight of over 3 grams of sterling silver. That's an average wedding band. That's just shy of double the other bezels we brought to you. Can you see that quality? So you've got everything you look for in a bezel, and this is probably going to sound a bit blasé, but you've got your luster, you've got your faceting, you've got your quality there. You don't need to worry about that when you get a Madagascar rose quartz. And what you have is something that I genuinely don't believe any other location in the world of rose quartz, or where you can buy rose quartz, can give you constantly that quality. If you've ever seen it, you'll be over the moon, and you're probably already one of the ones who've already, well done, you've already got them. They're totally natural, absolutely, and you get 15mm size, 75 carats across all 10. So that's 7.5 carats per rose quartz. Can you imagine that? A 7.5 carat rose quartz. It's huge. As a charm, you would expect to be paying at least £50 for a sterling silver rose quartz charm, I would imagine. But it doesn't matter what I imagine, because we've got a price coming in which doesn't in any way, it's not even £3 each. Not even close to. It's the glow, it's Madagascar. I'm obsessed with it, but as a connoisseur, this is something that I spend so much of my time. For 10.5 years, I've been looking at rose quartz. It's not something I've seen a couple of. I genuinely have seen 10.5 years worth of a majority of the gemstones we've got at Jewellery Maker. So bearing in mind, I have seen a fair few in my time, and I'm here to offer you what I feel is the best quality we've got. I wouldn't say it was the best if I didn't think that, because when you get it home, if you saw another one that was better, you think, well, that's not very good, is it? So £29.95 to every single one of you that's got it with your 3.5 grams. And you wouldn't set it with sterling silver unless it was a... Yeah, I would leave the room if I was you. Yeah, on you go. If anything, you put the price up, you can't put the price down. Yeah, I'd go if I was you. Yeah. Well, you know, the only reason I'm going to say yes to this is because it's a star buy, it's brand new, and you might never have tried rose quartz before. So if you haven't tried rose quartz before, you might not set aside £30 for it, and I understand that. But at £19.95 for sterling silver, if you're not trying what I believe to be the best quality of rose quartz we can offer you, and there's no two ways about it. I'm not looking at that thinking, oh, that looks dull, or it's not. It's got everything you want in a rose quartz, and then it's got a price point that shouldn't be attached to it. But it is, so enjoy it and treat yourself as soon as you possibly can. You've got the silver gem, you've got the rose quartz, you've got a gem that, well, personally I think goes with everything, but I might be slightly biased. What do you think? Do you think this would go with a variety, or is this something you maybe stick with just rose quartz to go together?
It does have a talent to go with darker gemstones, and with it's beautiful with pearls, but as the stone of friendship, of love, and connected with your heart chakra, I think it's an immense gift to give somebody that you care about. But it does, as you say, it will go with everything. It would go with the tanzanites as well. I think the combination of the softness of the pink with the genuine deep blue of the tanzanite we had, absolutely perfect. Let's
put it with that tanzanite there for you. Lots of you have phones on your hands, picking out the pinks that you're getting within your tanzanite. We had a wee look at it earlier just before we started this as a star buy, but just to see it again when you can see all of them, all 10 of them, and that's just, well, how much is that each then? £2, not even. If you ask for Madagascar rose quartz anywhere else, I think you'd be struggling to get it, of any price, because it's so popular. It's so sought after. Have a look at rose quartz online, see the prices of it. It's not a joke. Genuinely is a magnificent quality. I would put that with pearls and diamonds. The calibre you've got there, definitely. They are gorgeous. Well done if you got them. I hope I can join you. I really do. Massively. Madagascar. Oh, well, you know what I think of it. Right, should we do some Keshi pearls? It will go so well with the hematite wire that's coming up in about 5-10 minutes. Let me get that on with it. I've already got into this reel, so apologies. Oh. Wow. I think Keshi pearls are always popular. You tend to set a wee bit more money aside for a Keshi pearl because they are something we don't have very often, and they do tend to come maybe slightly differently priced to some of the potato pearls that we have, and that's because they are so popular. Keshi pearls are really quite lovely. Many people talk about petals and how they would look lovely in flower designs, floral designs, and they are all top drilled, so then again leaning towards that, giving you that opportunity to have the petal design. Because you've got hematite wire coming up, they would be a lovely complement to each other. The hematite wire gives almost a similar look to the peacock pearl, doesn't it? In the wire colour. Can't quite pick what colour it is. You can't just say it's one colour. It's got lots of colours going on. And that's what we look for in our hematite, isn't it, as well? So they're coming up, and you can't miss the wire launch. Oh my gosh, it's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. And we've got jump ring selection coming up for you as well. So if you want to have Mobius flowers and have some of these coming from it, you want to put the Mobius flower in the middle of a flower of these. Petals are so the way forward with these. If you still put them with your white pearls and your other types of pearls, but with them being top drilled, it allows you to do something that you couldn't do if they weren't top drilled. So you've got the colour, you've got the quality, you've got the size. £24.95 for those. Well done indeed. Sorry? No, Keshi pearls. You always look to spend more with the Keshi pearl. So I didn't realise it was turning into Keshi giveaway, but it seems to be a little bit... Why not try some Keshi pearls when they're down to... This should be try something new day today. This is the lowest, well, I don't need to tell you that, I'm sure you gather that, the lowest price ever for these, just to try them out. You've got labradorite there, and you've got it in a really quite stunning combination. It would be a lovely marriage between the two gems to be able to get that multitude of colour coming from the Keshi pearls, and then also have that wonderful shimmer from your labradorite. This labradorite is a graded labradorite, AA+. I'll be bringing it up to you around 9:30 p.m. tonight. You do not want to miss out on that. Really looking forward to those. What a treat. Now, knowing we've had these sterling silver connectors with gold in there, that would be, again, another lovely complement to these Keshi pearls. The designs that you can create, what you fancy doing. There are no limits, I don't believe, with Keshi pearls, really. But you've got 30 days to get them home whenever we think about it. What a treat indeed. Enjoy those. That's lovely. Now, if you like your sort of Celtic designs, I have the perfect pendant for you tonight. Oh my gosh, can I just show you how lovely they look with tanzanite? Wow. Ha. We'll just move on to our findings now, but that's amazing. Right, let's get you this gorgeous treat. Imagine that. It's super cool. Ooh. Let me have a look. Wow. It's making me think of Celtic symbols. I'm looking at this, I'm counting the white topaz that you've got. I'm seeing all the different points where you can connect with this. If I turn it sideways, you can have it on an angle if you wish. Now, I'm looking at this and I'm struggling a little bit because I've got Jem next to me, almost sort of just shy of jumping up and down. I think, to be fair, is a fair. What were you thinking? Literally, Jem is about to burst here. I hope that's fair to say.
It is. I'm just thinking, can I run out and get it in the next break?
Yes, you can.
Thanks.
And that's without a price. Does it? £12.95. Limited edition. How many have I got, please? 14 left. Am I allowed to let Jem go and get one? Jem, if you want, you can go and get one. There are literally 4. You need to be quick because there's multi-purchase coming in. Linen County Durham's in, Essex in there, Surrey, I've got Cornwall, I've got Highland, I've got Sandra. You will need to be super quick. Fingers crossed. She's gone. Gosh, imagine she doesn't get one. She might not come back. Wow, so if you want to get in, our guest designers can't wait till the break. They've gone to get theirs as well. So £12.95 do what's been done in Cornwall and Florida. Lots of you coming through. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. We ship to, well, it does slightly. We ship to 21 countries. Hopefully you're within one of those countries. We ship worldwide too. If you want to get it delivered to a friend, that is a dream quality. The amount of silver in there might not be huge, but it looks really sizable. I'm going to check the gram weight. It is very sizable. It's an average necklace. Oh, sorry, an average chain. Not a necklace, but a chain. Jem's in Oxfordshire. Is that her, Jem? Oh, she got it. Guest designer Jem's got it. Well done. Loving your work. Collins and Kate is in. Remember, it's only one post and packaging in any one day. If you want to get that and add it to your order, you can add that to your order. And if you spend over £15 today, you will get a free gift per person. That's a fab treat. So well done to you. In fact, Jem, were you shopping this morning, am I correct in saying?
It could have happened.
Could have happened. I think it might have been something to do with some beads of the seed variety. So it might be a case that this month's wage, when Jem does look in her bank account, the same as what happened to me the other month, she'll see Immediate Media. That's who you'll see. It won't come up as Jewellery Maker because we are owned by Immediate Media. Regular viewers, you'll be aware of that if you're new. So when you don't panic and you think, I haven't spent anything in Immediate Media, what's that? But I thought my wage had been taken out instead of put in. I was really upset. I was like, I need to phone accounts. What's happened? And then I realised I just shopped that much. So you might have that. So be prepared. You'll get your free sterling silver gift. Woo! Well done, one per person if you spend £15 today. So please make sure you get a hold of anything you like and do check it out. We're going to have a really... Oh, is it time for our star buy? Can I not do my Picasso? We'll do it after the break. All right, you're making me wait. I can't wait any longer. I want to launch it. Oh, right, the other side of the break. Don't wait. We'll do wait, actually. I have to wait.
When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today. Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Then head over to our website and check out our Get Started page. Watch the welcome message from presenter Carol and find out all about Jewellery Maker. Watch one of our easy to follow tutorials where our guest designers will teach you the basics and give you the confidence to start making earrings, bracelets and necklaces. If you prefer to simply have a go, then check out our starter kits. They contain everything you need, including instructions, tools, gemstones and clasps, allowing you to create your very first jewellery pieces. You can either watch the video tutorial or follow the step-by-step instructions to give you plenty of inspiration. We also have an array of beginners workshops that you can attend here at our studios and join our experienced designers and get a taste for this fabulous hobby. We will guide you through the basics to get you started making your own beautiful jewellery. Everyone is welcome in the jewellery making family, so start your jewellery making journey today.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
Oh my word, today's must-have is a premiere. It's a launch, this gemstone. If you've watched for 6.5 years on Jewellery Maker with me, then you might have seen this gemstone maybe twice in that amount of time. It's a very, well, actually no, that's not true. You'll see the gemstone more than twice, but this variety of the gemstone you won't have seen. It's got tassels on it, so straight away you would expect as a regular viewer it's going to be something special. We don't put tassels on everything and anything. And it gives you something spectacular to look forward to. This is totally natural, and I know when you see it you'll think, really? That's natural? Really good size, really workable size as a gemstone. They're 7mm foils. We quite often do 6mm, 8mm, 10mm. Very rarely do the in-betweeny sizes of the 7mm or the 9mm. So we've got that opportunity allowing you to have the graduation. They are magnificent. You would think you would have to create that maybe from polymer clay. It doesn't look natural, but they are magnificently wondrous. They are wonders of Mother Nature. There are only 97 of these in the world. So I'm going to give you time to dial. I'm going to show it to you now and give you time to dial. The phone number is 0800 644 655 or on JewelleryMaker.com. So please do bear that in mind. These will sell out. There are only, as I say, 97 worldwide. And as Jem and I were discussing in the break, 97. It's not a lot, is it?
It really isn't.
I wish you the very best of luck. Make sure you log in. Make sure that whatever you do, just stop and have a look at this strand, because the minute you see it, you'll know instantly whether it's for you or not. And if you make for other people, you will see instantly so many designs and people that will want to wear this. Are you ready? Have a look. Because this is your chance to own the limited edition. It will say, if you get an authenticity certificate, it'll say 1 of 97. So it'll prove that you've only got a limited edition of 97. So I think that's quite special as well if you're making jewellery to give as a gift, to be able to prove that you've got not only a very special gem that's totally natural, this one, but you're also getting a limited edition as well. They are so cool. Every single one is totally different. The characteristics across them are making them so magnificent. Something for every single one of us. If you just wanted to put black spinel in with that, you could. If you wanted to get yourself a completely different colour, you could do that. If you want to put some of the grey quartz that we've had recently, if you want to put some of the labradorite in between, but you will need to be quick. You'll need to do what our Jem Hawkes did earlier and run out, well, not that you're in a studio, I don't know where you are, but run out and make sure you get a hold of this, or if you're sitting down, do as our boss Colin would say, tap your app or join us on the phone lines or join us on the web, whatever you want to do. Join me when you see something you like, because you're not the only one. And looking at this, seeing how many multi-purchases there are coming through, it just goes to show that this is something a lot of our guest designers tend to say, and of course I'll ask you, Jem, if you feel the same, but for something like this, especially because it is so rare and it is so limited edition, would you buy 2 of these so that you can make a full suite? Because I know sometimes if you buy one, you might think, oh, kicking myself, I wish I got another one. Is that something you do or not?
Most definitely. I'd probably be looking to get 3 or 4 of them, if I'm honest.
And is that allowing you to make a suite, or is that allowing you to make more jewellery than just buying one? Is that why you would do it?
Oh, most definitely, yes. You can make yourself a full suite. You can go sort of even down the anklet route as well, because it's exquisite. But also just to sort of have something in reserve, because when people see it, they'll see how beautiful it is. They'll understand that it's not something that's very common. Yeah. And then they'll want some, so you need to get it.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's right. I forget about that as well. You might be able to make a full suite for you, and then if people compliment you, you think, oh gosh, I wish I'd got more, and then I can make it. And it's something that a lot of the time when people start making jewellery, they're not sure whether to sell or not. And when people start complimenting your jewellery, if you could say, oh, well, I actually just made it, I can make one for you, and they'll say, oh, how much would that be? So then that's a good way of getting starting into selling jewellery as well. If you don't sell jewellery, you don't have to go out there and think, I'm going to start selling my jewellery. Just to make it and enjoy it. And then if it is, people will compliment you on it, they will comment on it. I mean, those characteristics are very individual. Does that allow you to do different things as a jewellery maker, Jem, because you've got so many different individual pieces in there, because they're not the same in any way, but they're the same quality, but all different?
Yeah, it does. It opens up a couple of different possibilities for you. You could certainly pair it with different gems as well. Yeah. So you could have a suite that's sort of connected by the Picasso, but then set with other things, and it will change dependent on what colourway, on whether you're using a translucent or a transparent stone. It's got a lot to offer. It's exquisite, actually.
Now, we haven't seen a price. Is that half our stock already gone? Half the stock is gone with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that's a 3, 8 multiple purchases with half the stock gone. So just bearing in mind, now, this is something I saw on Facebook the other day. Somebody put a message on and said, on our Jewellery Maker Facebook page, I bought one, if you don't mind me saying, I think it was someone called Nick taking the time to message in and say, I got one, I think it was a topaz, and then when I went to check it out, the price changed. So you will get the same price on the same day. You don't need to call me back, you don't need to join us in on the web again. It will be altered. Bearing in mind, when you check it out, funnily enough, your card isn't actually charged. Your card doesn't get charged until it's due to be shipped. So bear that in mind when you check it out. If you're thinking, oh well, I want to wait and see what the price is, you can absolutely do that, of course you can. But if you see a price already on the web, for example, and you're thinking, well, I'm quite happy with that price, we never go up in price, let's put it that way. We either stick at price, which is what we should do, to be fair, because we're not a falling auction channel, that's not us, we're just here to bring you treats. However, we now and again go down. So at £12.95, I'm being honest, that's what it is on the web, and people are multi-purchasing. Straight away, it's there. So you can now think, oh gosh, I'm happy at $12.95. You know that's your price. You do not need to worry. So call me when you can, and you all pay the same price. So whether you're thinking, oh, wait and see on other treats, this is your price on this, we're just going straight to it because you've flown in and you're multi-purchasing. So it shows that the price is so good, you can buy 2 of these. So if you're watching at home and you wanted to know why everybody was getting 2, 1, because it's amazing, and as Jem suggested, it gives you so many options to make suites of jewellery, make for yourself and then make to sell as well, have some left over. They would be amazing to have in your stash. And if you had a black spinel necklace and pop one of those in there. They're so unique. Those markings, making me think of why people like turquoise, they call them the spider matrix, and different types of matrix in turquoise make them so special, and some people buy them purely on the matrix. In America, I didn't realise this till I was doing a lot of research when I first started bringing in turquoise about 10 years ago, and there's so many people who will buy it based on the fact that Iranian turquoise has more of a brown matrix. If you go to certain locations in America, you're looking at a black matrix. Some of it is a spider matrix. If you go to another location in America, Sleeping Beauty turquoise, it doesn't have any matrix at all. It's like, it looks like a Care Bear Dream. It's completely different. So that look, that is something that I think will cover all ages as well as all genders. I think that's something that, for my brother who doesn't really wear jewellery, I think I can make one of those on a sort of cord that would look really quite cool. Is that something would you mix it with the wire and the kit that you've had, the new hematite wire that we're launching, with that colour go, do you think?
It certainly would look amazing with that, and you could just do a relatively simple bangle with maybe 8 or 10 of those, so you wouldn't have to sort of burn up even a whole strand. But because it's so unique, it's very impactful, and it would tone beautifully with any colour, but it would go amazingly well with the hematite.
Right, we've got hematite wire. Grab it while you can. I'm going to count how many you get, just so if you're thinking in your head, actually, I want 12 of them for that, 2 of them for earrings, 10 of them for that. So let's count 2, 4. They're so cool. They're totally different. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's 22, 4, 6, 8, 10, 32, approximately 34. Approximately. Approximately, not even 50p a stone, 38 pence. Approximately per stone of that rarity. And the good thing about jasper is that people know jasper. It's not something you need to explain jasper. Many people know that jasper, there's so many different varieties. In fact, that's something you were mentioning earlier, Jem, and I hope you don't mind me saying, we were talking about jaspers you could buy elsewhere and whether they'd be real or not. Yeah,
this is true. It can be quite easily something else which has been treated to resemble, but no, this is amazing. Absolutely beautiful. And to know that it's natural, you have that guarantee. Incredible.
It's really special, isn't it? We're here, you've got a 30-day money back guarantee, so if you get this home and for even a second you think, you know what, I don't know if I'm going to use that, you've got 30 days to see if you will. If you post it back within those 30 days, the money will go back onto your card if you change your mind. I'm happy for one. I thought you were putting your hand up there, I thought you were like, yep, Jem and I'll have them, I think. We'll be waiting with open arms. Can't believe you just got that at £12.95. They will sell out. They're only wearing 97, so hopefully you're one of, or a couple of that 97. So well done to you. I'm over the moon for you. So approximately 34 on that strand. Well done, and that's about 22 centimetres for you there. It looks amazing with the pearls. I'm thinking all black gemstones in one, or all grey. The storm grey we had, the lovely grey quartz, and then one of those would look really pretty special. Enjoy those and check them out as when you can. It's time for me to get your kit started. Are you ready? Now we're launching your hematite wire. It is the biggest wire bundle, every single gauge coming up in part of this kit. So I'll get through your findings part and your gemstone part, and then I'll do the wire separately. So if you just want wire, then you've got the option to do that, and vice versa. You are getting, oh my word, I don't know which one to pick up first. I went automatically to the biggest one, but now they're amazing. If you picture stars in the sky and then picture the sky being so deep and dark and allowing these, not smog or fog, just picturesque black, and then you see these twinkling black white stars or silver stars, however you wish to know them. That is what you look for in labradorite. That's what I look for in labradorite. This then has shimmer, so inclusions within it that allow it to have rainbow shimmer, and I'm not just talking about colours of the rainbow, even further, colours that are like sunset colour. This one I'm going to pick up first because the purples, the pinks and the sunset in this stone, as well as all the blues, is Amazing. Now, Jem, it was so funny because you came over to me a moment ago with your one of your round gemstones you had, and you went, look at this one, this has got the purples in it. I bet you didn't expect every pack to have something like that with the purples. Did you think it was just going to be your pack that had the purple?
I was feeling really special.
Oh, I'm so... Well,
No,
you
but
are,
that's
though.
great.
You are.
That's great. Everybody's special.
No, but well, they are limited, and it's good, as you say, it's good for me to have purple here, because if it was just you that had the purple, then I wouldn't talk about it so much, because you think, well, you might not get it. But the fact that they're that caliber, they're all of the same quality, that I expect you to get some purples in there. Because I've got more than one with... Can you see the stars that I'm talking about? It's totally different, isn't it? Have you ever seen that before? That's the stars that we very rarely get to show off. All those twinkling silver dots. Can you see that? So that's what I'm talking about when I say stars. And then I turn it just to catch the light in a different angle. And then you can see the shimmer. Can you see that? I had so much shimmer a minute ago. And now, just because I caught the light at a different angle, it doesn't show it. It's amazing. So there's the only one in the whole cabochon bundle that looks like that. You would think. Louise has dropped a message. I'm going to go completely different and get a pair for you now. I haven't cherry picked, I just picked up the first one that was there. I can show you them all. Sharon Louise has messaged in to say, Jem, Shadow, I love labradorite cabs. They're gorgeous, just like you ladies. Aww. Thanks, Sharon. That was really kind. Deborah's message in, lightning or nebular gemstones, wondrous. And they're totally natural. Now, to be fair, you very rarely see them of this size ever, and I've only ever seen it once, and I think that was a kit with you, Jem, the other night, wasn't it? You're so lucky. You and I have seen massive, massive labradorites over the past week, but I think this is I think our luck's gonna run out after tonight. I think that's gonna be it. What do you reckon? They're huge, they're magnificent. Look at this one, all the purples. I'll show you one more. But you're getting a massive carat weight. It's called Bewitching Beauties. 1,000 carats of cabochons of labradorite. So cabochon means something we don't really look for very often. A flat bottom and a dome top. Oh, look at that purple. So good. And they're all really, really good. Right, some of them will be slimmer than others, some of them will be higher than others, and you would set them in different ways, but don't worry, we're going to talk about how to do that today in our demonstration. Oh yes, we don't just show you the treats, we show you how to use them too. These findings I know are lovely. Gemma Crow loves these because we had some findings on the other day. It was about a couple of months ago, we started doing the black or sort of hematite coloured findings, gunmetal greys. These have got head pins in them, featherweight head pins in them. Don't worry if you don't know what that means, because we've got the DVD and we've got a leaflet that comes with for any order on your first order, and as well you can just call us and get that if you want to know how to use these. We explain head pins, we explain featherweight head pins, we explain jump rings, which is what you're getting plentiful of there. You've also got the bolt ring clasps, which I'm really pleased because you get 5 of those, and we've upped the quantity of the bolt ring clasps. I remember we usually just get 1 or 2 different sizes. And what's so good about these clasps is they're not too small, but they're not too big. They're not the jumbo ones, but they're not the mini ones. So to work with these cabochons, it's a perfect complement to them. They're just the right size to not be lost, but then they're not too big that they're overpowering. You've got these spacer beads, as well as crimp covers. You can see there on the right hand side of the picture, and then you've got crimps in there as well, the little tubes. Again, don't worry if you don't know how to use them. We've got all the information on the free booklet and the DVD, and all on our YouTube page as well. And we're going to have a look at how to use wire, which is coming up with the cabochons. If you've never wrapped a cabochon before, don't panic. Chain in there as well. Now I know the labradorites have launched not that far off that price for a cabochon bundle. Were they $34.95 when we launched cabochons? Maybe the odd one went to $29.95 for 1,000 carats. That wasn't me. Shepherd hooks, where you get 3 pairs in there as well. Oh my word! I thought we were going to $29.95 for all of it, because these are the findings that we're trying to get more of. They work. If I just get the wire in for you, which is coming up. It's coming. I'll show it to you with it, because it's the perfect complement to these findings. Look how well they work together. Yeah? They're amazing, aren't they? So good. So those findings and this wire, and you'll think, oh Ali, that's great, but you're not going to have the gauge of wire I want. Really? Really? Well, I do beg to differ. They're going to be the second part, but can you see how these findings work perfectly with what you're getting here? So £22.95. If you want to buy this entire kit, how much do we need to spend if we want all of the wire and this? Can we get it under? We get it under 100, right? Because this is £22.95. Yes. Yes, we can. Guarantee under 100. Could I get under 80? Yes. Oh, maybe even a little bit lower than 80. Sorry? I could get this easily for both parts of the kit. Now, you have no idea how much wire is about to come up your way. Under 60 for all of it. Right, lots and lots of you coming through in the phone line. Woo! Right, do you know what's so good about this? So many people have managed to get multi-purchases because those findings are difficult to get, as are the cabs. And to get them of that quality, in that quantity, and all of the findings to go with it, I really, really, really commend you on that. Congratulations, well done. Now, never before have we had the wire that we've got for you tonight. It's a premiere, it's a launch, you're the first to get it. Excuse me, on Metal Weekend. That's why we've saved it. We'll move these to the side for now. Are you ready for this? Are you steady? What wire gauge was it that you wanted? Pete, give me a wire gauge. Now, I don't know if Pete knows what wire gauges I've got, but if you throw a wire gauge at me, can you think of any wire gauges? Excuse me, I've got a tickly cough. 0.6 mil?
Yeah.
Pete, that's not one we have very often, but we've got it. We've got it. All right, Pete, go for another one.
1.4. Wait.
What? 0.4. Excuse me. Oh, wow. I've got 0.4. Yeah, I've got it. 0.4. He's making up new gauges here. 0.4. I've got 0.4. Give me another gauge. 1 mil, Bruce in the gallery. I've got 1 mil. I've got 1 mil. What else do you want? Give me another gauge.
You got 1.25.
Pete. Yeah, I do. I've got 1.25. What do you mean you want some weaving wire? Jem, what's a good gauge for weaving wire?
Oh, let's think 0.25.
Oh no! I've got 0.25! Ha! Right. Sam out the back, give me a challenge, give me a wire. We've had 0.6, 0.4, 1 mil, 1.25 and 0.25. Give me another gauge. 1.5. Copper wire. Ah! Got 1.5, hold on. We've missed out 0.8 though. We've got it! We've got 0.8. So any gauge of wire that we've missed, because I don't think there are, well, 2 mil we don't do in copper wires really, do we? Aluminium wires, yes. We've got every gauge wire. Now this is the ultimate wire bundle, because you always look at it and think, well, it's not going to have the gauge I need, or it's going to have the other gauges, or some I've already got. Well, you won't have any of these, because these are brand new. You're the first to see them, so I'm going to take them off the blackboard, just so you can get the colour on their own. They're gorgeous. If you think of peacock pearls, then you might come close to hematite wire. It's amazing. It's the launch and you get everything. So if you're ever looking at thinking, well, I want to try a new wire, but I need to get all the different gauges of it to be able to make it work together. There's no point in me just having one gauge or one colour, one variety of that colour, that gauge. I understand that. But to get all of it in one, amazing. What a treat. So it's not actual hematite, it's hematite colour. So you don't coat it with a gemstone, that's not what we do. We haven't melted all the gemstones and coated it. That's not how it works. It's a hematite colour. It's genuine. So you still have your sterling silver, as you normally would, because sterling silver is the best way of taking colour on a metal, copper. So you've got your copper base, then you've got your sterling silver plate, then you've got your hematite colour. Why? Any of your black findings, it goes so well. Let me hold, sorry. It's super lustrous, isn't it? Let me have a look at that next to it. Really gorgeous to see those two different types. Can you see how that'll work really, really well? It's really going to lift those black findings that you're getting. I've got so many of you in already. Nebraska, Bristol, Essex. It doesn't change your post and packaging. Absolutely not. It doesn't matter how heavy it is. It's still one post and packaging in any one day, or shipping and handling. They're already flying out the door on the phone lines, on the web. What a treat. Now, when it's a launch, we have to do something special. We've put all of the gauges, now that's unheard of, isn't it? Have you ever seen a wire, whether it be silver coloured wire or gold plated or gold coloured, should I say, with silver plating, any of those wires, have you ever seen a bundle where you get all gauges?
Genuinely, I haven't.
I haven't done one. I don't, hand on heart, do not believe I've ever done one.
I've certainly not been given one before, and I've never been able to purchase one before, so that's just brilliant.
Is there, Jem, do you think, for anyone who's watching who's maybe not a wire worker and who hasn't really had the chance to wire work before, is there a reason why getting all the gauges would be quite good for a beginner? And obviously, you'll know as a professional, if you do it quite a lot, you'll know why it's good. But for you, for anyone who's new, what's the sort of benefit of getting all the gauges at once?
Everything that you make will match perfectly.
Right.
This is all exactly the same colour, it's all exactly the same quality, it will work in the same way. So if you're looking to make a suite and then perhaps later recreate it, or make for a number of people in different places, then you know that everything is going to be exactly the same. The uniformity is really key.
I'm over the moon. So many of these have been already allocated. Now, with our wire, we can't do much on them, but we do our best. As it's brand new and it's part of the kit, we want you to be able to do, anyone who's got black findings, anyone who's got the deal of the day today, which has your sort of black, or I like to call it ammonite colour, gunmetal grey colour, this will go with all of those findings. It will be seamless, it'll look seamless, and Jem's already used it, you'll be able to see that in the demonstration. We're going to see how to work with it as well. I have to ask you to come in quick. We're doing everything we can on that price to £29.95. Now, it would have sold out, I pretty much imagine, at £41.90. But because many of you think, well, when you bundle, you do an extra price, it wouldn't be fair of me to stay there. I don't think. To be fair, what you've got, we do buy exceptionally well. To add all those prices together, I genuinely do feel that you could be quite happy at £41, because that's a good Jewellery Maker price. Now, we've had 80 allocated already, and many of those were before the price even came in, so you might be thinking, actually, you know what, I'm going to get maybe more than one of these, because at that sort of price point, it's only, if you get two, that's only £10 more what it would have cost to buy one. So to be fair, to get all of those gauges, we only had a stock, and I've not got the stock on there. How many did we have in total? That's what we had. 97 of this bundle. So we put them all together. So the reason why we haven't got more of that is because some of them might have a bigger quantity, might have been able to buy more of, but one of these, or maybe all of them, not all of them, I think I've got maybe another chance on one or two other gauges that are, I don't know, but we put it to the maximum quantity is whichever one is the lowest quantity, if that makes sense. So clearly 97 is the maximum quantity for one of these gauges. So once it's sold out, you cannot get it again until we do a reorder, which we will, because it's super popular. But when that will be, it might take 6 months. Many of the retreats I've just had, we've been waiting 8 months for a silver chain. So do check these out as soon as you can. That is your amazing treat. I hope you don't mind me saying it's amazing. How quickly you bought them makes me think you agree. But I want to thank you for watching us, many of you, of an evening all the time, and we really do appreciate your company. And if it wasn't for you, none of us would be here. So thank you so much. But hopefully you're thoroughly enjoying those, and we're going to get to see how to use them as well. So if you're looking at it and think, oh, I love that, what's the benefit of this? You were telling me a really good benefit of this earlier, Jem, about the fact that you could use, was it the thicker wire gauges, but what was it you were saying? I don't want to get it incorrect.
Not a problem. Some wires are softer than others, and some wires obviously have a slightly higher tensility to them. They're a bit stronger. Right. These are, to my opinion, a gauge higher. So when you're using a 0.8 in the hematite wire, it's like working with a 1mm. Right. The benefit of that is that you can go really wire heavy on your designs, but you don't have the weight associated with it. And also when you've got something like a 1.5mm, which is quite difficult to get hold of anyway, we don't see it coming up all the time.
We just don't know, you're right.
It's fantastic to be able to work with something like that, because you know that it's going to act more like a 1.8 or even a 2mm. So you can do quite hard wearing things. You can make beautiful bangles without very much effort at all. And the colour it's not flat black. Hematite is such a beautiful description. got a lot of love for the colour here. It's amazing.
And I think it will work. Well, we saw it with the peacock pearls earlier. It will pick up other hues that are needed. And as you say, it will be able to work with higher gauges. So therefore, you can create a big sturdy bangle and not worry about maybe bumping it as much, because it is so sturdy compared to maybe a 1mm in something else, or 1.8, or even, 1.5 in something else. And it might be able to work with it differently. So please do, when you get this home, have fun. Do a huge array, because you've made pendants in here, you've made rings, you've made necklaces. Is it that selection of wire allowing you to do that more so than if you just had, I mean, normally in a kit you'll know how many wires you get, maybe 2 or 3, if you're lucky 4. Does that allow you to do much more?
It does sort of open things up to it. Now, in the bundle that I had a lot of quite large gemstones,
Yeah,
but in
you
the
did.
bundle I've opened up this evening, there were a couple of slightly smaller ones.
Right.
And some very clever person has paired these smaller ones, so that would give you the opportunity to make earrings.
So they've put them in a pack, or did you do that?
No, they've popped them in packs inside the inside the bag for me, which wasn't in the one that I used at home.
So I can't guarantee it, but you could.
It may happen.
If there is, there's a possibility.
I mean, obviously they're not calibrated, they're not sold to size, but it's an opportunity that you could, if you wanted to, using the 0.6 or the 0.8, you could make ear wires that match, and that's why I'm referencing this, because you can then make earrings as well, which would be lovely.
Oh,
and there's one stone I
amazing.
really wanted to show you, if you don't mind. It's this shape, which is just so cool.
It's like a square, it's like a triangle, but usually our triangles, it is a triangle, but usually we get pairs, don't we?
It is, it's just
We don't
such a
usually get a
lovely,
flat
lovely
bottom.
shape. And such gorgeous greeny blues as well. Really lovely. So I hope you don't mind me taking an extra second to show you that, but I'm just, you know that Labradorite and myself, we get on really, really well, so.
Whether Labradorite likes it or not, you are best friends. Oh no, it's the same with me and Rose Quartz. I don't know if Rose Quartz would be happy with me loving it, but I absolutely love it. It's got no choice, it is my best friend. It's happened. Jem, you're going to show us something that you've not really shown us before, with a 2-loop connecting style, which is actually in this necklace here, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct, yes.
The way Jem has created this is going to allow you to do something completely different to what you would normally do if you made a cabochon, because usually I think it has to be a pendant.
Quite often you do, or you have it in a more intricate piece where there's like a wire base to it, and then you pop the cabochon in. But what I thought, if we looked at how to make a connector, then you would then be able to, like the pear drop at the bottom of that piece is made in exactly the same way, but it's just got 2 loops very close together at the top. And I've also made it a quick collection to show you at the end of the demo of other things that you could make in exactly the same way.
Fabulous. I'll let you take it away, Jem.
Wonderful. Now I've chosen a round cabochon to work with, and a reasonably good sized one, just because it will be easier to show you at home how it's all sort of coming together. And the first thing that we're going to do is use a strip of the 0.8. Now this is where the higher sturdiness of the wire is really handy, because I would normally use a 1mm or a 1.25mm as my framing wire. Here I'm able to use the 0.8, which means that you can really go to town. Obviously you've got the weight of the gemstones, but you don't have the excessive weight of the wire. The 0.8 is perfectly sturdy enough to make that setting for you, if you like.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to make some prongs and a little bit of, I'm going to call it knitting, it's not proper knitting, but we're going to use a 30-inch length of 0.6, which is just here, to make the prongs as well as the little bit that conceals it and holds it into place on the back. So if I just pop that out of the way, the first thing we're going to do is make an approximately round form. Now you will need to make your form several millimetres larger than the stone that you're looking to turn into a connector.
Okay.
So if I go to the largest end of my round mandrel, now you may have a metal one, you may have a wooden one, I'm just going to use this in the middle just to form a little circle for you there. Slip that off, and that's the biggest mandrel that I have with me today. So I'm just going to use that as a base, and then I'm just going to open up ever so slightly. Let me open that up, and you've still got the nice roundness of the form. Once we've got a basic size, we're going to offer the cabochon in, and that is probably around about the right sort of dimension. So you can see there's a lot of air between the wire and the stone. So if I pop that back out of the way, and then hold that into position, what I'm going to do is just use my fingers, and you can see how the wire is behaving really beautifully, to chase around until we have the two wires going in opposite directions on approximately opposite sides. Now, if you were making that as a 2-loop connector, that is where you would want your wires to come away. Okay?
Yes, fantastic. Now I'm just going to pop these on quickly because the other ones have sold out. So I've managed to grab 2 other gauges, and these are individual treats. I've got a 0.6 and a 0.25, and that's all we have. That's all there. They're both brand new. If you haven't managed to get the kit, the bundle, which is about sold out, if not already sold out, or you didn't set aside that amount of money for it, but you want this wire, I'll do them. Which will we do first? The 0.6? We'll do the 0.6 for you just now.
That is 0.6 if you want to use it.
Oh, perfect. There we go. I'll just turn that around so you can see. And we've had lots and lots of messages coming through, so thank you very much. Sarah in Suffolk, you're in there with us as well. Thank you so much for taking time to drop us a message. You've just said, Jem, that jewellery, as always, is truly magical. Love it.
Thanks, honey.
Tanya's message in too. OMG, rings in this wire. Ivory pearl solitaire ring. Defo my first project. That sounds amazing.
Can you send that in? We'd love to see it.
Oh yes, Michelle in there. I don't know why, but this reminds me of Deep Space. It's an amazing colour, isn't it? Yep. Really, really cool. Well done to every single one of you that managed to get the previous one. You can add this to it. You've already got your free gift if you bought that, because you've spent over £15, so well done to each and every single one of you. It's one free gift per person. If you didn't know that, you might have a free gift coming your way. If you spent over £15 today, you will, which is fantastic. There's only one per person, because, well, but we haven't got thousands. But we do have thousands, but we don't have millions. Right, so 0.6mm engaged, we're going to go straight to it. Or we're going down. Okay. He feels it's not fair price to do fair to do these full price if the kit went down. Yeah, but that's a kit though. You're buying 7. That's slightly different from buying one on its own. This is how you sell a premiere launch in one. They're not going to be any less. Now that for me is an affordable price because the discount we just had on that wire bundle. If you buy this one, and if you manage to get this to the same price, which is very cheeky of me to point out, but possible, if you can do the 0.25mm to the same price, you can add that to your bundle. And because you were saying the gauge, if I'm correct, one of the gauges acts a bit more like a higher gauge. If you got a 0.6, that'll act, am I right in thinking that'll act a bit like a 0.8?
It will, which is actually the only one that I completely ran out of was the 0.6.
Oh, was it?
So I'm so pleased that this is the one that you've managed to, or one of the ones that we've managed to add in. That's absolutely perfect, because it's the one I do the pronging with.
Right. So there we go. Try and get a hold of this one if you fancy to add to it, because then you get double the amount. Well done indeed on the phone lines and the web. 0.6mm gauge, £4. That's where I was getting confused. £4.95. That doesn't sound right. But we dropped it just so you could have a discount, which is just wrong. But lots and lots of you on the phone lines and on the web. Now, were we going to use some silver wire to see how it looks? Is that going to be easier to the eye? Or it's up to you, Jem. Or do you need silver wire? You all right?
We'll be fine.
You'll be fine with that one. Perfect.
With the 0.6 there. That's going to go.
Superb. Yep. Right. Perfect. We weren't sure how it would come across, but I think if you're happy, then I'm happy too. Super duper. Right. 0.45mm. Sorry. 0.8mm, 0.6mm acting as a 0.8. Oh, you need to get it home. Right. And then we'll do the 0.25mm while we're at it, and then we won't need to interrupt you again. We expected it to be popular, but it sold out before we had a chance. So we had people watching the demonstration and they want to buy it and they want to make it. And I thought, if we do it now, then you've got it, and then you can sit and enjoy the demonstration or join in as we do it. So this one, we're going to reduce the price. Well, you can't do it in one for and not the other. But I still don't think you needed to do it because this wasn't a bundle. These were individuals. Oh, come on.
I can see the logic.
Really? Really? You can see logic in £3.95 for 10 metres of 0.25mm gauge wire. Premiere. I'm struggling. Please help me. Enjoying them. There's lots and lots of you there. It is a great add to your order. I really shouldn't. In fact, both of them are at what I call an add to your order price. Both of them for under £10.
And the 0.25 is going to be beautiful with any other wire colours that you have as well. It just adds a little bit of definition into intricate places because it is physically fine. You can use it to sort of bind things together because you have a higher strength, but it doesn't take up that much space. So with other bits and pieces, it's going to be remarkable.
Fantastic. Right, well, we need it then. If it's going to be remarkable, but there's no two ways about it, we need this. And at an actual order price of £3. If you're looking at this thinking, actually, you know what, I don't want to get the whole bundle. Well, to be fair, no, I don't think we've got any left, so we don't really have a choice. But if you looked at this and think, oh, I want to try the new wire, but I don't want to, I've not got £30 set aside or £40 to set aside, £3.95 is a cheeky wee add to your order. It allows you to try it in a gauge that is quite a decorative wire. You can use it to, as you say, decorate things, and that would be a lovely gauge to try. And try the gauges as well. So they're there. Do check them out before they go, because they are going and they will go. So hopefully you'll get one. Right, grab yourself your wire and join in with Jem, or sit back and watch. I'm not going to be not going to interrupt, so it gives you time to be able to enjoy it, and then that way it's done, if that's all right.
Absolutely wonderful. So we've decided that the shape and the size is spot on for the stone that we're looking to set. As I say, you do need a couple of millimetres either all the way around because it gets a little bit tight otherwise. We're going to be wrapping around here, and if you don't give yourself space, you then find that you need a different stone. Which is fine when you've got this many labradorites, but not so fine if you're sort of using the smallest or the biggest one.
Yeah, if you're on your last one. Like,
absolutely. So this is a 30-inch length of the 0.6, which, as I say, is the one that I used the most. And the first thing that we're going to do...
Inches or centimetres?
Inches, sorry.
Wow.
This is a 30-inch length.
Curls up quite small, doesn't it? That's
it does.
Fab.
Yeah, that's absolutely fab. So what I'm going to do is just trim off a little bit of the excess of the 0.8, and this is where it kind of looks like a lady with long hair, if you squint a bit. What we're going to do now...
Like a stick person, that's what I draw.
We're going to give her ponytails and make her into a princess with hair up. That's what we're going to do.
There we go.
We've chased the loose wire so that it reflects the shape of our circle. And I'm going to offer in the round nose pliers at the end. And I'm going to go as deep down as I can on the shaft of the pliers, and I'm going to spin around away from the circle form, and I'm going to just repeat that a couple of times until I have 2 turns. I've got 2 loops just here, okay, and it nestles up to where I want it to sit on the main form. What will happen is your wire will be a bit feisty and it will tighten up for you, so you need to check your cabochon size quite frequently. Now we're going to do exactly the same on the other side now. So if I pop that out of the way, flip the form over, offer those pliers in, again quite low down, near to the base. I'm just keeping that quite tight if I can, until I've got 2 loops. Now you'll see here that my loops aren't exactly opposite each other, they're slightly high on the head, if you like. But what you can do is, if you needed to, you can trim a little bit off the end and twist a bit more. But you will need to have loops in different places. So again, just checking in, that has tightened up slightly. So if I pop the stone back out and make sure that I give it just a little bit of a tweak so it's slightly wider. Now I'm going to call this the bottom, because this is where there's only 1 section of wire, and this is the top because there are 2 sections of wire.
Okay.
I'll flip that around for you, that makes more sense on the overhead.
It's a little girl.
Okay. It is a little girl with, what do you call it when you've got 2 on either side? Is it ponytails?
Yeah.
Yeah, ponytails, or little buns. What we're going to do is find the centre of our 0.6 wire, which again is approximately 30 inches, and we're going to pass that over the bottom piece where we have only 1 section of wire, and I'm going to wrap around twice in the centre. Okay, so I'm going to do that by supporting both the framework and the wrapping wire and pushing through. Now I have to cover slightly with my fingers because you can see how much firmer this is. Just watching at home, if you're a wire wearer, you can see how much firmer this is than normal 0.6. You're having to sort of work it a little bit, pushing it through again and back out. So I've got 2 little turns around the base here. Now I'm just going to very, very gently pop those together. Now you could, if you preferred, use a nylon plier to do that.
We've got them on the website if you haven't already got one, but we've got them coming up tomorrow as well. Is that in the morning or in the mid? In the morning show, so you'll be able to get some of those if you need them tomorrow morning.
We were chatting about how it's really handy to have your nylon headed pliers as well.
So that's perfect.
So you can see I've got wires coming underneath, one going one way, one going the other way. Now on one side I'm going to make a prong. The stone that I'm using is quite deep. See, there's quite a lot of depth to it compared to another one which is about the same size but is sort of almost coin-like, disc-like, that's a little bit slimmer. So just going to pop that in, make sure that we're okay for size, that's fine. If you're using a deeper cabochon, you need a longer prong.
Okay.
So I'm going to create the first prong, and to do this I'm going to look at the size of my cabochon and gauge what sort of length. So that's probably around about 15 to 18 millimetres, 3/4 of an inch or so. And I'm just giving that a very gentle little curve so that it goes back, and it's gone back underneath. The wire is coming out underneath and going back underneath.
It's good that you don't need to use your pliers to do that. It's closed itself quite neatly, quite tightly, hasn't it?
Yeah, if you wanted to, you can make that very, very tight, but as you will see from some of the examples that I'll show you in a moment, you can leave your prongs quite wide if you want to. Yeah. It's all a personal taste. It can change the look of a piece of jewellery just by changing the size of the prong without having to learn a new technique, which is always handy.
Yeah.
Okay, so my wire that's come back underneath, we formed a prong. We now need to wrap twice again, so I'm going to push this up through the centre of the form, which, whoops, helps if you grip the wire quite firmly, and pull that around.
And that's the opposite direction to the way you were wrapping earlier,
It is indeed, so that's coming up through the middle, out over the top, and we're going to go round twice. Push all the way through, comes back, snuggles up tightly and goes underneath. Now, on the back of pendants, what we need to do is to create a nest. And I've created a nest here just by doing a bit of just meshing it together, really. It's a form of when you put a cabochon with wire that's knitted around the front. It's a form of Viking weave, but this is a very scruffy form because Viking weave is not something that I do a great deal, but it works on the same sort of technique.
You're just creating a net, aren't you? So it doesn't matter what it looks. The idea, it's all about keeping it in place, isn't it?
It is indeed. What we're doing here is we're ensuring the safety, and obviously with this being quite a firm wire, you perhaps wouldn't want to Viking knit with a 0.6. You might be able to do it with a 0.4, I don't know. So that's what we're aiming to do next. So you can see we've got our prongs and then we're coming around in loops. And what makes it safe is that we're going to be crossing our loops over. So you can see here we've got two wires. We've got a right-hand wire and a left-hand wire. What we're going to do is just basically swap them over at this stage at the bottom. So I'm going to put a little bit of a curve in with my finger. So that one goes that way. And then that becomes my left wire, and then my left wire comes over and swaps to become my right wire. So the next thing that we would do is repeat the pronging process. And all we're going to do is prong over and over again all the way around. So shall I do one more and then move on to what it looks like when you finish pronging it?
Yes, that sounds fab.
Cool beans. So again, we're just going to, we've come underneath the frame wire. We're going to push the wire down through the middle and back out. That's once. Down through the middle and back out. That's twice. We're going to look to keep those bits of wire together. You can push together with your nylon pliers or with your nails if you prefer. What we would like to do on this piece is try and keep the prongs the same sort of length. So if you wanted to have a loose piece of wire, you can take a loose piece of wire and just bend it to the length, and then that way you would ensure that you're having the same sort of size of prongs coming out.
That's a good idea.
It's just a little hint, but what you can do obviously is completely ignore that, go symmetric, and have them graduating up as I have done in another piece, made them smaller as they've gone around. So to just repeat that process and to show you how to do the knitting part on the next loop, I'm going to push up through the middle and around, repeat up through the middle and around. But this one, we're not going to push with the centre piece of the wire. We're going to take the end and push it up through the loop. You see we've got a loop here that's next to it. The first loop we created, we're going to come up through there, all the way through, and then use our thumb to make that slightly prettier. And the key here is to get your wire to go back underneath the form. If you come over the top, you'll lose the symmetry of how the prongs sit. Okay. At the moment, the prongs are sitting underneath the design.
So they can come over.
Absolutely, yeah.
Otherwise it'll be weaker, isn't it, if it's not got the wire to push against?
Absolutely. It does sit slightly differently. So you can see it's just with the shape of my thumb, I've created a very similar shape here. And this is the time when you come past the first of your connector loops that you would definitely want to check that your size is okay again. So that one's a bit larger. Was that the stone I was using? Probably was, yeah. So we're just going to make that a little bit smaller because it's come open slightly. So again, just with your fingers, give that a bit of a squeeze and form into the correct dimension. So look, we've got about 2 or 3 mil all the way around, and that will enable the prongs to sit nicely. So what we're doing here is we're securing the loop, which becomes our connector loop, and we're also tying the size of the frame. So we need to hold all of those pieces of wire together, which sounds tricky but is doable. And we're going to go underneath, around the outside, down through the middle, and then we just continue pronging until we get to the top. So let me just push that through and down, that comes out. What we've done is we have tied the size and we've also made the loop secure. So if I pop that out of the way and show you a couple of examples of how it can come together differently. This is quite a large one, and I've just left him some little antennae. He looks a bit like some kind of insecty beast, actually.
I'm trying to think.
But
I wouldn't have thought that. I used to think of like one of those little dogs with the droopy ears.
Oh, he could be. He could be. As long as he's a happy puppy, we're all right.
Sure. Yeah.
So we've got some of the framing wire here, which you can turn into a loop, but you could also, if you wanted to, bring that together at the top and turn that into a pendant. Bring the 2 wires together, join and go up, and then you can weave a nice little bail. So that's how you can use exactly the same technique for making the connectors as you would for making a pendant. So if I pop that one out of the way, here's one, if I just de-set it. This one has got a very different background because I've got a cluster of prongs at the bottom.
Oh yeah.
And then a big gap and 2 very wide set prongs, and that just shows you how differently things look. It looks a bit like a tortoise now.
It does.
So if we pop his stone back in and then push the prongs in back to where they were, that is how you could sort of make a 3-way connector. So you've got a single loop at the top, and then you've got the 3 loops at the bottom. Is that showing up okay?
Yeah.
The finger there. So then you could have different chains coming off, or you could make 2 of them, have them set on the décolletage or on the collarbones perhaps, with 3 chains coming across meeting in the middle. With your lower chain you could have one of the pendants coming off. So try not to think of it as just one design with a loop either side. There's lots of different ways. When you get to the end of your wire, just wrap around in a convenient position on the frame, and then take your tail and knit it together. So I've just popped those 2 bits and wrapped a double loop around some of the binding wire, the 0.6 wire that we've used to create the knitted back, and that will keep it all nice and safe. And then you can pop your stone in, and there's a couple of different ways to sort of set with prong setting, but the idea is to not do one here and one here. You would want to do one here and then one sort of opposite it. So if I just press down on his belly, he looks like an owl to me. It really is that simple, just to sort of bring over opposite sides. Now a little hint is to just sort of curve the end of your prongs slightly if you're working with a domed or cabochon. So it's just really a quick turn with the pliers there to give that a bit of a curve, and then it will sit very nicely inside. I bring him round this way and pop his beak down. Then he could be a pendant, or he could be a connector in a different way as well, because you just pop the loops wherever you want them to be. Okay.
That looks fantastic. Jem Hawkes, thank you so much.
Cheers, I hope it all makes sense.
Yeah.
Any questions, give me a shout.
Definitely. You'll find her on Facebook, JM Guest Designer Jem Hawkes. You can drop her a message at any point. Or alternatively, if you're live just now on JewelleryMaker.com or you want to text us, you can do that. So JewelleryMaker.com is the web address, or text us on 60777 and put JM Studio at the start of your text and it'll come through just now live. So whichever you prefer. Jem, thank you so much.
Cheers.
What a lovely way to start your weekend. Enjoying it with premier wire and so much of it. Well done if you managed to get it. If you just tuned in, I'm Ali DeFoy. It's lovely to see you. I'm getting my seat because I fancy our wee seat on a Saturday night. Right, have I got... Are we doing it now? What would you like me to do? Black, oh, you can't just pop black onyx on our table and not give us any warning. These have got, I like shaking up sometimes. I can do that on a Saturday. You can have a shake on a Saturday night, can't you, Jem?
Oh, totally, yeah.
If you can on a Saturday, when can you? Shimmy shake. Right. Shaking it up a little bit with these. Now, I think these are fantastic. I'll probably get Jem's advice on these actually, because I'm looking at them thinking, they've got 4 different points of connection. Bezel set, 4-point connectors. So it's going to allow you to have it as they're cushion shape rather than a square shape. They're curved on the angles. What you're getting there is for me, one of the coolest connectors. Imagine that as a hand adornment, a chain coming off it, or a bracelet, or a necklace. How would you is there a best way of using these, or is it just anything goes?
Pretty much anything goes, because the quality is that the loops are going to stay where they're supposed to be. They're not flimsy, it's not micrograms of material that's been used. So if you want to have them coming off in opposite directions, that's cool. But I like to see them on bracelets with a double strand, because they open it up to having a sort of a diagonal, which I think with a cushion cut, or a cushion shape rather, is really beautiful.
Oh, I like that. So there are really no limits to this, because it connects in so many places. And as you said, it's a solid bezel. It goes all the way around, so it's not a sort of semi-bezel, which would just be half of the stone, or 2 halves of the stone to make the semi. You're getting a full bezel setting, solid sterling silver with your connectors. There's so many ways you could use these. Sterling silver, 20 carats of black onyx across the 5 of them, £11.95. The gemstone used by Cartier, the gemstone used by Gucci, by Chopard, they use a black onyx. I'm not entirely sure the price point though for Gucci or Chopard or Cartier piece of jewellery. I'm not saying this is of the same calibre of it's not a finished piece of jewellery, so it's not a comparison in any way. I'm not trying to do a direct comparison. What I'm trying to do is explain that this gemstone, whether you know it or not, is used by the top designers. And I'm talking about designers that charge 4 figures. And you know what, to be fair, they've got incredibly beautiful pieces. I love looking at Chopard jewellery. I love looking at Gucci pieces. I love Cartier. Don't have any, but I like it. And if you've seen maybe one of their designs and think, oh gosh, that's amazing, I would like to create something like that with the gemstone that they use, then that's an option for you there as well. Potential to go anywhere with those. Enjoy that. It feels like that was a bit of a dream, but it really did happen. We're going to be jumping around with some jump rings on the other side of this. It's the deal of the day, you don't want to miss it. It's got every colour jump ring, and I've got over 2,000 jump rings if my memory serves me correctly. Coming up, various sizes on the other side with the storage box. I can't believe it comes with a storage box for that price. It's phenomenal. See you on the other side of a short break. Don't go anywhere, because there's so much more to come.
Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Then head over to our website and check out our Get Started page. Watch the welcome message from presenter Carol and find out all about Jewellery Maker. Watch one of our easy-to-follow tutorials where our guest designers will teach you the basics and give you the confidence to start making earrings, bracelets and necklaces. If you prefer to simply have a go, then check out our starter kits. They contain everything you need, including instructions, tools, gemstones and clasps, allowing you to create your very first jewellery pieces. You can either watch the video tutorial or follow the step-by-step instructions to give you plenty of inspiration. We also have an array of beginners workshops that you can attend here at our studios and join our experienced designers and get a taste for this fabulous hobby. We will guide you through the basics to get you started making your own beautiful jewellery. Everyone is welcome in the jewellery making family, so start your jewellery making journey today. The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck.
Do you want to tell everyone about the great purchase you've made from Jewellery Maker? Do you want to shout about the great service you've received? Then why not download the Jewellery Maker's Viewer's Voice app, available for iPhone or Android, and record a video that could be played on Jewellery Maker. Simply search Jewellery Maker Viewer's Voice in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store and download our Viewer's Voice app straight to your phone or tablet. You can record as many videos as you like and send them straight to us here at Jewellery Maker. All you have to do is then carry on watching us as usual and wait for your video to be played. Download the JM Viewer's Voice app and you could be the next face we see here on Jewellery Maker.
I started crafting from a very young age, doing all sorts of different crafting. That developed into card making and then onto jewellery making.
I got started because my sister started giving us jewellery and the women in the family jewellery as gifts.
To start, I was making it for me, and then my friends saw what I was wearing, and then one of my friends said, well, why don't you have a go at selling? So I thought, well, I'll give it a go and see how it goes.
I do like a challenge. Because sometimes you look at something and think you can't do it, but then you don't know if you don't try, do you?
When you've made it and you've just made it, you think that's nice, put it on. When you get it out the next time, that's when you think, yeah, that looks really good, that looks quite professional, I'm proud to wear it.
Quite often at work they'll ask me what I'm wearing. They're astonished, first of all. You think something so simple and they're astonished at the piece of jewellery that you've made.
They say it looks so professional, and when I show them how easy it is to do, they're saying, oh, can I have a go of it?
These necklaces are great for layering up, for atmosphere, sort of holidays.
Because they're there in the living room with you. You get to see the same people on a regular basis and you feel a bit like you know them.
It's like a family, you know all the guests that are on the TV. And then when you come to something like a workshop, it's really good because you seem to know everybody, you know about the people that you're working with.
It just feels like your own family, that you're actually there with them and you are part of their family, you're part of their, you know, their community.
Oh my word, are you ready for deal of the day, or are you ready? Oh my goodness gracious me. This got me so excited earlier today. Many of you will think, oh my gosh, remember the last time I was making jewellery? You know what I was really looking for? In fact, Jem, when you were last making jewellery, what was it you were really looking for that you couldn't find in the studio?
It would be jump rings.
Yeah?
It's always jump rings.
It's so funny. Jem said to us earlier today, oh, if there's any more jump rings, can we pop them in the studio? Because obviously that's what you're making jewellery all day. You need your findings. And it's the one thing I didn't realise, and of course we'll feed back, is that you seem to run low on that side of the studio more than anything.
Yep.
Wire, there seems to be loads of.
There's plenty of wire, which is always lovely, especially if you're like me and you love your wire, but it's really nice to be able to connect it together.
Yeah, there is that, isn't there? Yeah. If you want to add on your embellishments, then you're not going to... Well, you could use wrap loops and you can use other things, but if you want to have a variety... And one thing that I was thinking about, I mean, you were saying actually, you don't necessarily... You might find them, you might find loads of them, but not all necessarily the same. So you might get different colours, different gauges of jump rings as well. And that you can't really make a pair of earrings with different gauges and coloured jump rings, can you?
If you're looking to make professional, beautiful jewellery, whether you're gifting, selling or wearing it yourself, you do want uniformity. You do, don't you?
And we've got that for you today. We absolutely do. And I've got it in every colour in 3 sizes. And then adding into that, we might even have a cheeky 4th size for you too. So it's, oh, and they're slipping off. Come back, baby, come back. Right, here we go. So I have got the ultimate selection. These are black. I don't know if you can see them, or sort of gunmetal colour. So we've got 4mm for you in size, and you've got 100 of those. You've got those in bare copper. And you also have those in silver, and you also have those in rose gold, and you also have those in black, and you also have those in bronze plated as well. So, did I miss gold? Yeah, gold as well. So all the colours, this comes with all the colours. So it doesn't say on the top of the screen, it's bare copper, silver plated, gold plated, rose gold plated, black plated and bronze plated. Oh my word. So there's all your different ones there. Silver's in the middle, your rose gold, sorry, that's your rose gold, it is. There's your gold, there's black, there's your bronze and there's your bare copper. So you're getting all of it. Now this is just a selection of a couple of them. This isn't all of them because you get them. This is like a jewellery making dream. Imagine you had that. We need to get one of these for the guest designers to have in the studio, don't we?
Totally.
What do you think, Jem?
Yep, everybody would be delighted if we could.
Could you imagine that? And you just pick out the pot of whichever colour you want, and you can pick out all the pots of the colours you want, and we can work out what size to go for. They all come in a bag, in a pot. Pete.
You need it for me as well?
For Pete, it makes it easier for Pete. You need it. This is brilliant. So I've just picked out this one for you in particular. It doesn't say the size on the pot because it doesn't need to, because you can write that and you might change the pot. So there's no point in having a set size on that pot, because if you don't want to buy that size ever again, you'll think, well, it's my pot telling me what I've got and I don't have that in there. So you can change it whatever you want. So each one individually comes with a pot. In total, we've got, how many pots have we got? We've got 3 and row of 2, 4, 6, 8. So 8 times 3. 24. 24 pots. Plus the massive box that they're all kept in. And there's a bit of foam in between. I can't really take that out because it's quite packed. You can see there's a little bit of foam in between, top and bottom. So that makes them stacked perfectly, so there's no space to rummage around. But if you want to have them a bit more freer, you can take those out and you can allow them to have a wee bit of movement. But it comes like that to prevent them rolling around everywhere. Making them easy to come in and out. So you've got yourself a huge array of jump rings, as I say, 2,100 in total. I've gone through the sizes of the 0.4. So you've got all of those. Now I'll go through some of the other sizes for you as well. You get 0.6mm, and that's in all the colours. So that's in your bronze, your rose gold, your silver plated, your black plated and your bare copper. Add to that, in the 7mm, you've got it in all the colours. Have you got it in all the colours as well? 100 in each. That's amazing. And then 50 of the 9mm, and that's in every colour as well. Oh my gosh. Now bear in mind, we haven't got all of them on here for you to see. We've just got a variety of them, because they're all in pots for you. But that's a brilliant way of showing them all. Do you know, that would look so lovely if you just linked them like that, wouldn't it, Jem? Is that what you were thinking as well?
I was just thinking that would make a really beautiful necklace, just to have those coming down. Then you've got matching earrings. It would just make itself.
It would, and then you could have a bracelet like that as well. It could come down the hand and you could attach them to rings. Or, you know, if the stacker rings are really popular at the moment, you could adorn them sort of different colours to different rings on your fingers.
Beautifully done. Yeah, I'm loving the combination. It's really nice to see the antique bronze as well.
It is, isn't it? The antique bronze and the copper.
Yeah.
We don't get many bare copper, and we've got a lot of bare copper wire that we use, and a lot of copper sheet, haven't we? So the deal of the day tomorrow is bare copper wire. So if you think, oh, actually, I want to put a hole in it with a hole punch, I want to put a jump ring in there, I need that particular couple of jump ring. Mandy in Liverpool, oh my word, so many jump rings, a must-have for anyone's stash. It is, isn't it? And if you think about it, think of the amount of people who need jump rings who jewellery make. You could gift all of your friends. Because straight away, looking at this, if I just think I'm thinking of it, the black, Gemma Crow, that's who I would gift the black to. No disrespect to any other guest designers, but she's harped on more to me about it than any other guest designer about the black. She loves the black. Bare copper wire. I mean, you're quite fancy the antique bronze, are you? What would you go for?
Oh, I couldn't just have one.
No, I know, but you have to choose, because I'm gifting you. So
okay,
which
bronze,
one?
please.
Bronze for Jem. I'm thinking gold for Jan with her pearls. Guest designer Jan. I'm thinking bare copper for Laura Binding and Fleur. I could half theirs, couldn't I? Because they both, yeah, I'm thinking both of them at the same time. I'm thinking gold for guest designer Claire and Jan. I'm thinking black for Gemma Crow and Mark. Silver, I think, for every single guest designer. So I'll be a little bit low on my silver, I think. And that's not meaning to miss out any guest designer. I'm just trying to think of ones that have particularly said to me, I like that particular colour metal. But you've got all of our guest designers, I'm quite sure, would love to get in. And if you're watching, do drop us a message on which one you would grab for. Or you don't have to be a guest designer to drop us a message. What one would you go for? And it could be completely wrong. Could have somebody message in and say, no, I wouldn't have gone for silver, I would have gone for the bronze. So do drop us a message. All the colours that I quite like the bronze.
Can I just add in quickly, really nice to have the raw copper, because quite often we're using our rose gold with our raw copper designs, and it's going to be lovely to just match that completely. So thank you for letting me say that.
So you've got 2,100 for you available. URAZ 91, £49 and 95 pence. On the phone lines or on the web, whichever is most convenient for you. Call us as soon as you can, or do what everybody else has done and get involved on the web or the app. If you're tapping the app, you can do it that way if you prefer, whichever is most convenient. But you need to do it, because that amount, that's not even showing you a showing a selection. It's nowhere near the 2,100 that you're going to get. If I got them all out, poor Pete, I don't think he'd come back to work, to be fair. I haven't done it once today. I just cut one strand. Come now. Oh, somebody else done it today.
I unpacked all those today.
Oh, Pete unpacked all of them today. Could you imagine? I got every single one. £49 and 95 pence, and you've got 2,100 multicolour jump rings in there for you. So it's all there. Do check it out. They will be selling it, I imagine, today. We didn't have thousands of those. We had a really good quantity, but as a gift for somebody, their main Christmas gift, for someone who does chainmail, it would be a must. It'd be amazing. Well done on that. Right, should we get some jadeite on as we do? And we've got all those wonderful rose gold and bare copper colours. That will work great with your jadeite. These the 4mm rounds. Oh. If my memory is correct, I launched these. I've definitely bought them. I bought them twice. Well, that's a fib. I bought them once and my mum bought them the second time because I was presenting them. I couldn't get them. 4mm jadeite, they're magnificent. They're just beautiful. They're perfect size. They're a must. These are the final 15. Don't mean to rush you, but you will need to be quick. 0800 644 655 on JewelleryMaker.com, whichever is most convenient for you. They are there, and they are there in abundance. AVGP75. So much quality in the colour. Can you see that they really, really are perfectly uniformed? They have so much strength and that lovely, whether you call it an apple green. Most people know this as jade. It's actually officially called jadeite. That's its real name. You might have known the members of the jade family, which is your jadeite and your nephrite. Nephrite, many of you will know, sorry for repeating it, is your darker green or coarser colour. What you're seeing here is that wonderful richness, but not too dark, not too intense. My. Yes, sorry. The Padite, turns out, hasn't been charging at all, whatever it was left earlier. It was being sat on the dock, but not in the actual charging, so it's just passed out there. It's all right. We'll bring it back to life, don't you worry. So 4mm round, 50 carats, totally genuine jadeite. So jadeite is a correct way of saying it. You won't be wrong, well, you would be wrong if you called it jade, to be fair, but if somebody says, have you got any jade, what you can do is explain what it actually is, and I think that's a nice way of introducing people to, and showing them your knowledge, because I think many occasions, I mean, sometimes too much knowledge is too much, and it can prevent you from actually making a decision because you've got so much knowledge about it, you just don't know what to go for because you know everything about it. But I think many occasions knowledge can be power. So if you're wanting to offer this to somebody and they're saying, oh right, is that jade? Have you got any jade? You can say, well, I've actually got jadeite, which is the main member of the jade family. So you might be interested to know that jade is the main family, and jadeite and nephrite are actually the two members of the family, and jadeite is what most people call jade, what most of us know it for. So that's a lovely, lovely way to introduce people to its real name as well. So 0800 644 655. Lots of people take the time to call us on that one. We've gone straight to your price. This is the price it launched at. It's $17.95, which is a dream treat. These are the last in stock. There are no more after that. And I know how much it hurts for this to be out of stock, because I originally had some of this over a year ago in March time, was it? Because I got it for a friend's birthday in May. And then it might not have been the exact same code, but it was a 4mm jadeite. And then we had to wait until, oh gosh, it was August, September time, because my friend lost the bracelet that I made them on holiday in Thailand. So if you're in Thailand, around Kata Beach, you might find a jadeite roaming around, because they took it off and they thought they'd given it to me, but they'd given me the Bayong wood bracelet and not that one. The two that you could drop in the sand, you don't want to drop the jadeite, but that's the one that got dropped in the sand. So therefore, I was trying to get another jadeite strand, and my mum happened to be watching on the day we had it, and my mum managed to get it, and so I managed to make another one. And it's been so long since we've had this gauge in jadeite. We've had jadeite, but it's this 4mm gauge that everybody seems to want. It works great in between the puffy pears that we've had, the coins that we've had, all the other shapes in jadeite that we've had. It is the perfect complement. It really, really is. It's the perfect marriage of gemstone shapes and sizes to go with all your other jadeites and other gemstones as well. Imagine it if you were able to put it next to something like these peacock, if they want to come, Keshi pearls. Because there's a totally different look of how it would look if you put it with the blue tanzanites. Can you see that? It's really fabulous. And if I pop in perfect strawberry colour. Ooh! They're gorgeous. They are lovely together, aren't they? I think that's a stunning combination. If you think of apples, because that reminds me of an apple green, you've got red apples and you get green apples. They look lovely together, don't they? Really quite fantastic. I haven't seen this strand. I'm 99.9% sure I haven't, but I'll let Rob confirm whether I have or not. That's our producer. Nope. That I'm aware of. Not that we're aware of. Well, I know it's going to be considered because it's not just get any tassels, they're silver. So they are high end for any gemstone I show to you. If it's highest caliber we've got, then do you know what I love about that? The juicy quality each one has. Some of them similar to the ruby rondelles we had earlier tonight. What I love about a ruby, especially the same as an emerald, if they glow, I don't like them to be just red. That sounds terrible, but that's not enough for me. Maybe it's because I've had the luxury of seeing sort of some of the finest rubies in the world. I'm fortunate, so fortunate and blessed every day to think of the quality and calibre of gems I've seen. And I don't mean this with any disrespect, but when I sort of started up Jewellery Maker, when we started it 6.5 years ago, and I was sitting in this swimming pool, number one, I wasn't thinking we'd be moving back to the swimming pool. We are in a massive house in a converted swimming pool. That's how we are live. That's how we roll in our house. I would never, ever, ever have thought we would have had rubies. Just any rubies, natural rubies, any rubies. I probably could have, I don't bet and I don't put money on things, but if I was to say, I would really, really have said, we're not going to have rubies of the quality that I would expect in gemstone jewellery in platinum or silver or gold, precious metals. That's not the kind of rubies we would have as a jewellery maker. That's probably quite narrow-minded for me to think that 6.5 years ago. But we did only have really quartzite and quartz, maybe a few agates if we were lucky. So I didn't think we would ever have it. And to see it today and the quality that I've got for you today, I would expect that to be in a jeweller's. And that for me is a testament to the quality of our buying team, our gemologists, our hard work, our commitment and our honesty, that we're able to make relationships with miners, artisanal miners, whether it be the miners or the mine owners, and we can go to locations and buy direct. That makes a massive difference. I was expecting $59.95. With the tassels and the silver, that straight away denotes quality. We know that. At £19.95 for me to offer you some of the glow, it's the glow that they have. Remember I said earlier, when I look for a ruby, I want to have a glow in them. That's because I didn't, I'm going to be honest now, it's terrible. I didn't like emeralds and I didn't like rubies when I was growing up. I thought they were dull and block colour. I didn't understand why everybody liked them, why anybody would want that as an engagement ring or a fancy special ring in their life. Then I saw this, and the quality that I saw in a ruby, when it glows, it's incredible. So please, if you've ever seen something and it's made you think, oh, I don't like that, give it a second chance, because you might have just seen it on a particular location where it wasn't a particularly good quality one. Wait till you get one of exceptional quality. And one like this, I would have expected to have a price point of, well, at least $59.95, without a shadow of a doubt. But for you to get it at that price, and then find out that we're not actually staying there. No. But we are staying there. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I nearly fell over. Whew, let me retract that. We definitely are. That's fine. Whew. I was getting so concerned there. I'm going to have to do a stage or walk, a stage and intervention. Enjoy those. Each and every single one of you have got them. That for me is $59.95 every day of the week. That quality is the best quality I feel I can give for you. And I wouldn't have put it at £20. But it doesn't matter because I'm not choosing your price. It wasn't me. Don't even, what, 30 centimetres approximately there. I've actually got 32, but you might get 30. You might get 32, but I'll guarantee you 30. Did you say I have a charm to do in sterling silver? Is it to my left? Oh, down here. Oh, it's on the T-bar at the bottom. I love this charm. This is so pretty. Oh, it's got a what I know is a Celtic knot, but you might be able to confirm this better for me, Jem. No, you're going to love it. Now, you disappeared in the previous opportunity, which was allowed, to get the previous charm. This is another, I love this, is another level. We've had so many pearls. What goes lovely with pearls? Hearts. It definitely does. Would that be a type of, sort of lattice or a Celtic knot, or is that got a particular name?
It's not a name that I would know. I think of it as love hearts interlinking heart knot.
Oh yeah, I like that. That's a lovely thought. Because the other one, I didn't mention it earlier, but it had a particular name, didn't it, this swirling one? I'll show you quickly, because this one flew out. In fact, I think all we had stock of this one went out today.
I know that as the triquetra.
The triquetra. Did have a message in saying that as well, and thank you for that. Sorry I didn't read that out. Just hearing that now. So this one Jem's already got. This one I haven't ever even seen before. It's a dream. Has this ever even been of an evening? No, it's a premiere to the evening show. Woohoo! It's only been seen once, and that was in the morning. So if you're seeing it now for the first time, that for me is wonderful. Do you know what it looks like? It's an infinity knot, because you can't see where it starts and you can't see where it ends, can you? 925 sterling silver. If I turn around, you can see your stamp right at the top, just above, just below where the tweezers are. You might see it glinting. There's a 925 sterling silver stamp. Oh, come on. You cannot do that for £12.90. Looking at the amount of sterling silver you've got, the design that you've created, and it actually sits a little bit prouder. It's not a flat heart. It's slightly curved. It's not, if I'll turn it to the side, you might see it's not domed. It's not that far, but it's got a shape, so it's slightly, so it's going to allow you to catch the silver at different angles, especially when you've got that sort of lattice infinity knot style design. Can you see that? Just slightly curved. It's not flat, but it's also not too curved, not too domed. It's giving you a lovely treat. So on the phone lines or on the web, lots of people have already got this, and that was not your final price. Now, knowing how popular hearts are, love it or loathe it, you know what I'm going to say? Valentine's Day comes around every year, and if we're jewellery making to sell, then we know that that's something people will look for. To have it with those dreamy rubies that we've just had, or with the jadeite, or any other gemstone that you want, February's birthstone, the amethyst, the perfect round pearls would be a true compliment. They really, really would. Imagine you had a pearl strand. That is really pure luxury. We've just had jump rings for you. You can use the jump rings with it. If you've already spent any pennies today, adding this to your order, if you've spent anything near about £6, this will give you a guaranteed sterling silver gift, because we're giving a free gift to every person who spends over £15. It's one per person. So if you have spent over £15, yes, Sam? Sam stopped, like, what? Free gift? Yeah. It's what happens when you go and collect your awards, isn't it? She goes off to collect her awards and she finds out and to collect more awards more often for everybody, yeah? £9.95, Highlands with us, West Midlands, Lanarkshire, multi-purchases. Do check those out as soon as you can, because we have got a star buy to bring to you. I've never seen anything like it. It's incredible, it's so cool. It's hand carved, and we've all been talking about hand carving a little bit this week because our hand carved designs arrive. We had some amazing butterflies throughout the week, really pretty flowers as well, but the new butterflies have arrived and they are just taking carving to another level. The jewellery carving that we've got, or the gemstone carving, it's magnificent. What I've got for you now as a premiere for the evening show, I don't know how we've managed this, but as you know, I'm not going to complain. I'll pretend to for a minute, but then I don't really mean it. Purely because I think you deserve it. I think that you take the time to watch of an evening. There's so much you could do of an evening, and the fact that you've taken the time, I know many of you tune in just to see Jem, and that's why you're watching tonight, which is fantastic. Many of you are regulars to our evening show and you're watching because you know that we do our very, very best to try and get you as many treats as we possibly can. This is brand new. It's hand carved. Now, you would think, oh right, there's going to be a petal shape. This isn't just a petal shape. If I tilt it down to the side, can you see that those are carved into a swirling angle almost, so that when you tilt it up, the luster that it creates allows you to see some of that clarity. If you put my hand behind it, you can actually see it's almost acting like a magnifying glass. It's eye clean as a smoky quartz. Now, as I'm sure you're imagining, it's exceptionally limited. There are only 46 in the world. It's all we've got. It's a massive piece of quartz. Now, bearing in mind at 30mm, that had to be at least 40mm square to carve down. Probably more likely to be 50mm square to carve down to that. And that's 46 we've found of that size. But not just of that size, they've had to be of that quality. You had to be eye clean like that. They've had to have the solid uniformity of colour. Now, these have been smoked. So if you see a little S in the brackets, it's probably one of the first times. You only ever really see it with smoky quartz, smoky, or opals. You sometimes smoke your opals. We haven't had any smoked opals on Jewellery Maker that I'm ever aware of. I don't believe we ever have. And we very rarely have the chance to have this. It's simply wrapping it up and putting into this huge sort of, well, different places smoke things differently, but putting into a massive, almost like a massive stone oven and smoking it. It's really cool, really, really cool. It is probably one of the closest to a natural way rather than irradiating or just heating it to a crazy temperature, which there's nothing wrong with. The majority of gemstones are. 95% of sapphires are heated or treated in one way or another, so it's very, very common treatment. However, smoking isn't done very often, but when it is, it's not really something that we count too much as of a treatment. So the quality that you've got here, and you can see the luster coming off those curves because there's so much quality there. Can you see how well that's been drilled through the middle? And that's gonna, you could even put a pearl in the middle of that through a head pin, couldn't you? And you could create, I appreciate it's drilled through the middle, and that you're thinking, oh, actually I want to put maybe something through that. If I hold my tweezers there, you can actually see how you could use that. Of course, you've got all the angles in there to use for your prongs, and they're quite deep angles, which is quite nice, because especially if you're new to prong setting, you don't want to think, oh, if I don't put that wire right over it, it might just slip, which sometimes with a cabochon is a bit more likely than it is with a carved gem. So with our carved roses and our carved flowers, they're very, very popular in being able to be set, especially with your different wire gauges. That, as we say, you could put a pearl in the middle of there, you could put anything in the middle of there, use a head pin, turn it up, and create a piece of focal jewellery for hand carved. There are only 46 of these. I don't mean to rush you, but you will need to be quick on that. I thought that would have been a little bit more $19.95, maybe $17.95. Bearing in mind, do you know, we can't, I don't know if you're aware of this, producer Rob, but the buying team cannot buy carved gemstones for any less than $9.95. If it's carved, it has to be $9.95 or above. Yeah. Well, I'm gathering you didn't know that because you've gone straight to $9.95. So So when you're going to carve gemstone, especially that, and that's not talking about quality of the gem, that's just talking about the quality of the carving. To carve anything, you're looking at about £9.95 minimum to get something carved of any quality. That's why there's only a limited edition of these. There are only 46 in the world, or sorry, should I say were 46 in the world. They're being allocated on a first come, first served basis. If you would like to get an authenticity certificate, it will say one of only 46 in the world, so you've got that option in there as well. It is brand new, nobody's seen it before. You could use the drill hole and put it in the side way, but I think that would be a shame because I think you wouldn't actually get to see much of the carving. You would miss it because you've got flat on one edge, which is going to make it great for using lots of different wires, as we saw some techniques earlier, being able to allow you to prong set in a way that our gorgeous Jem showed for us earlier. So you've got that central hole if you want, where you can leave it. You don't have to have anything in it. You can use your wire to use inside because you can see how deep those grooves are. Can you see how easy that would be? And I'm not a wire worker, but I can imagine how that would fit in there, and I would feel that I've actually managed to create something quite secure. Hold that or check it out as soon as you can. That's incredible. Well done, and it's solid as well. Should we get a chain to go with it? Sterling silver and rhodium plated. Wow, wow, wow. Ooh, now there are only 31 of these remaining. And there were 1,000 originally, so you can see how popular this has been. One of our more popular chains is silver curved chain because it's quite dainty, there's not too much going on with it, which allows you to put lovely, lovely accents to it. You can use featherweight head pins and put them through here. It is a very dainty chain, absolutely. Oh, what's lovely with this is sometimes you can find in different types of chains that there's quite a solid fastening between the chain and the jump ring. So it's almost, you feel like it could, you could break it just because it's so rigid. With that, it's actually, that jump ring is looped through the chain. Don't know if you can see that. But because that is looped through, it's giving you movement that you wouldn't get. And I personally want a little bit more fluidity around the neckline because that's next to where your chain is. It's joining your clasp, so that's where you want it to have not too much friction there. You don't want it to be sort of solid because sometimes that could then put stress on it. So if you've been looking at it and you've had your eye on it, maybe you haven't got it yet, or maybe you have got one and you love it and you think, oh, I really like that, I'd even maybe buy another one. Straight away I'm thinking of the present drawer. Present drawer. My present drawer is running very, very low. Very low indeed. Would you spend £6.95 on a loved one? You would, wouldn't you? That is a treat yourself and treat someone else. And I think about this quite a lot because many a time, and this is with no disrespect, I see many a pendant made on Jewellery Maker. And that's brilliant because we love making them. We don't make chains, that's not something we really make. But if you can make a pendant, you would want a chain, wouldn't you? Especially if you sell it. If you want to sell a piece, you want to be able to, whether you sell the chain with it or whether you sell it as an option. Whether you want to have that as an add-on. If somebody likes the piece that you've made, and you could say, oh, that's great, that's the price for the piece. If you would like a chain as well, I've got one, they'd be thinking, oh gosh, probably not, it's probably going to be about £30 for a sterling silver chain. And you can say, well, actually, no, I could get it down for 15 for you, or 10, whatever you want to have your margin be at. But bear in mind, I see us as a wholesaler, we get the prices as low as we can to enable you to add your price on, so when you sell it, your hard work doesn't go to waste and you've actually got in profit for what you make. Do you fancy one of the biggest potential ruby nugget rings ever? You want a couple of them? Suit you, Jem?
Very much so.
A ruby nugget. How many do you think I could get for you? 1, 2, what do you reckon?
A couple, 3 maybe, if I'm lucky.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. That one's huge. Are these from India? We bought them in Africa, so they might be Indian. The only reason I say that is because you've got, I've got some star inclusions which you only ever see, really, from Indian ruby. There's inclusions within these that are magnificent. These are sensational. Oh my word. Yeah. Yeah, they're Indian. Yeah, okay. Sometimes we buy it from different locations. What you see isn't necessarily where it's been mined from. It could just be that that's where we've bought it from. So please do bear that in mind. In this case, we've just checked the authenticity certificate. This has been mined and its origin is India, but we bought it from Africa. We bought it in Africa. Or whoever's been selling it is based in Africa. It could be. So this is very, very important. And I mean this very, very seriously. And this is from my producer as well, because this is possibly the first time you'll have ever had the chance to see this as well. And I don't mean that with any disrespect, I mean that as a fact. And Jem, for yourself, you need to stop what you're doing right now, because this is amazing. Have you ever heard of a star ruby? Have you ever heard of one, Jem? You've heard of it, have you? Yeah, you've heard of it. You know it's thought to only come from one place in the whole world. It's India. Inclusions within there, what ruby is made up of is a crystal structure, and within it usually it's chromium that gives it the red colour. That's what gives it its colour. If you get it from India, for what the minerals that you get from under the earth, from where they've been formed, the exact same if you think about labradorite and moonstone, they're phenomenon stones. The inclusions within them give them schiller. The inclusions within this, a bit like a black star dioxide, can, in rubies from India, hasn't been discovered in anywhere else in the world commercially ever, can give you a star effect, a 4-point star, or an asterism, however you wish to know it. These have the potential to have it. All of them have those silks in them, or those, let me show you. Have you ever seen anything like this in a ruby? Look at that. Every single one has it. I love that, Sam on cameras, give me. Doesn't quite work like that. They've all got that amazing moment. They're totally natural. They've been tumbled and that's it. Can you see just glints of it there? It's just, so the problem is these strip lights. If I could ever get rid of these strip lights and show you this in natural daylight, that would be my one mission for Jewellery Maker. It's not going to happen, but that's why I've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. Can you see that there? I hold it this way. To think that, do you know what? If not every single one had this on it, I would say I'm not sure if you're going to get that. I can't guarantee that you're going to get that, but it's where they come from. It's that location. They're all possessing it in the studio. Maybe not all necessarily coming across on TV. But you've got 30 days to make your mind up. Oh my gosh, these are amazing! It's not even slightly coming across. We're going to go straight in. Let's have a look at what we can do for you. These are blowing my mind. Is that a joke? Are you aware how rare they... Oh my, what is not... You have no clue, do you? No disrespect, but I don't think you have a clue how... Have you seen a price for a rainbow... oh, wow. Wow. Rob, can you do me a favour? Can you type in natural Indian moons... natural... You're more likely to say moonstone, aren't you? More natural Indian ruby. And have a look at prices of 140 carats. I mean, at least one of those, that's at least 10 carats. These are all royal rubies as well. They've mentioned that. Very much really. Pop in star rubies and see what price you look for a star ruby. You need to get these. Oh, look at that. They've all got it. That one seems to work with the camera, but you need to see these. A lot of options. What's the highest point you're seeing? Centre ring, that's good because it's not a direct comparison. 10 carat gold. £1,000 or 74. I'm not saying these are star rubies. What I'm saying to you is they've all got the inclusions from India, where you can, the only place in the world where you can get commercially mined star rubies. £11.95 is all we're looking at. I want you to get them because you want a big ruby nugget. That's why I want you to get them, natural ruby nugget. The fact that they possibly, well they do, all of these do, that they'll all have come from the same mine, they'll all have come from the same location. To take it down to £11.95 like that gives you an amazing treat. These are going to sell like jeans and Linda's and jacket. I'm so pleased for you. Oh my word. I meant that with no disrespect when I said you have no clue. I mean, only because I've seen a star ruby and I've launched a one-of-a-kind star ruby and it was in the 4 figures, and I've never seen anything like this on Jewellery Maker. Have you ever seen anything like this on Jewellery Maker?
I haven't seen it on Jewellery Maker, but I have received a strand of Indian rubies from Jewellery Maker, which have the silks in them, and they are stunning in the flesh. So, so beautiful. And it didn't come over on the screen at all, and I wasn't expecting it, so when they came, it was like, wow. Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. Right, I have a star buy for you right now. Wow. $10mm round pearls. This is not a joke. Did you see them hanging there? Did you think they were shell pearls? You would from the size, from a distance. For the quality you see here, you'd think they weren't real. The size of them, the luster. I'm trying to find banding or pitting because that's what I do. I try and find imperfections because I know there must be something in there to be able to have the prices as low as it is. For 10mm round pearls, I'm thinking they're 10mm rounds. We're covered ourselves by calling them near rounds, but otherwise it would have been 10 by 11 or 9 by 10mm. The reason that it's 10mm is because all the stones on the strand are 10mm for you. That is a massive plus. What I look for in pearls is probably more pernickety than anybody else I know. Most people look for 3 things in a pearl. Some people look for more, some people look for less. I take it to 7 because I'm a bit, well, as I say, I've had the fortune to see so many amazing pearls and so many amazing gemstones, and I don't take it for granted at all, that sometimes I take it a little bit too far because I know what you can get. I've been to Thailand, I've been to some of the finest pearl locations in the world, I've been to some of the most amazing events where pearls are just another level, and this would not look out of place. Wow. Jem, what do you look for in a pearl? Do you look for a couple of things, loads of things, or?
If I can have 4 or 5 points out of a series of points, I'm really, really happy. The key thing that I look for is that pearlescent shimmer that covers the surface.
Ah, so the orient, yep.
The orient.
Perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. Beyond that, I look at colour, and I'm looking at shape, and then I'm looking at ridging or pitting, and whether or not much has been done to them. So those are sort of key points for me that are really important.
Fantastic. So you're almost as pernickety as me. We can't, I think, to be fair, we once you start to know about pearls, you start to know what you like and what you don't like, and you start to know that, well, actually, for that amount of money, I would maybe expect to see some banding and some pitting, or for this price, I would expect to see none. So we can try and work out price point wise what we look for. So for this, I'm expecting 3 figures because I'm seeing perfectly round pearls. I look for shape, round. That is one of the hardest shapes to get in a pearl, so that's why for me it's a big factor to think about. I like Keshe pearls, I like Biwa pearls, I like other shaped pearls, but if I want to have, if I'm looking at a higher price point, I expect them to be perfectly round. I also look for orient as Jem does. I want to see the layers and layers and layers of nacre give me a variety of colour. I don't just want to see a block colour. I want to see pinks and lilacs and lovely, wonderful creams, depending on the colour of the pearl. Bear in mind, it could be a Tahitian pearl. I maybe wouldn't look for soft pastels that I would if it was a golden South Sea pearl. Location is something for me as well, like Tahitian pearl, South Sea pearl, locations donate as we do with Colombian emeralds, Ceylon sapphires, Burmese rubies, things like that. I look for that. I look, as Jem has mentioned, for banding or pitting, how smooth the surface of that pearl is. So I could get a perfectly round pearl, but then therefore I think, well, it's going to be quite pitted, it's going to have lots of dimples in it, or it's going to have lots of ridges around it, or what's known as banding. I'm looking at these and I'm thinking, well, there's the tiny, tiny, tiny odd pitting. So therefore, that's taking it out of my high 3 figures for me. Otherwise, I would be, if these were perfectly smooth, perfectly round, and no banding and no pitting, I would expect these to be around anything from £300 upwards, minimum. So they have the tiny, tiny odd pitting, which I like actually, because it proves that they're real and totally genuine. I also look for the luster, because you can get massive pearls that are not lustrous, which is great if you're just looking for size. Sometimes you have to forgive one or the other. So if you want shape, you might forgive the orient. If you want orient, you might forgive the size. If you want size, you might forgive the banding and the pitting. So to be able to get all of them, I mean, you can see for yourself, how pitted are they? You'd be lucky if you can count it on one hand. They're magnificent. They really are. Many of you are multi-purchasing on this. Oh, come on, they're natural. Natural, well, they're perfectly round. They're 10 mil round. Otherwise, it would be 10 by 11 or 9 by 10. So why would we give you a strand of this length? Let's see what we're looking at. I've got 40 centimetres here. I'm going to guarantee you 38 because that's our standard size unless we state otherwise. However, I do have 40, so if you get a couple of extra or centimetres, then what's it on average? Can I count roughly? Well, they're 10 millimetres, so you should be able to work that out anyway. 10 millimetre for every pearl in 40 centimetres, approximately, just shy of 40 pearls. So call it 38 pearls, 39 pearls. 19 pairs of earrings, 40 odd pendants, 38 pendants. So, for me personally, for them to be totally natural in their colour, you would think, well, they won't match then, will they? Do they match? What do you think? They match perfectly, don't they? You've got 30 days to make your mind up. You don't have to make your mind up today. And I imagine it's difficult to make your mind up because you're seeing them over a television screen. I completely understand. So, thinking 150? Enjoy. I am over the moon. I would have those as individual single pendants or a pair of earrings. This is another level. We've got pearls every day pretty much. That sounds quite blasé, but we do have pearls pretty much every day. All different shapes, all different sizes. We already had some cashew pearls today. You can spend what you want to on pearls. You can get different qualities, different levels. This is the creme de la creme for me. This is, aside from our Tahitian pearl, which you're looking to spend £150 minimum, maybe even 160 minimum, at $49.95. Excuse me, sorry? Less than £1 each. Then, you know what we spoke about the other day was try something new? This is a way to try the ultimate pearl at a price point which I can't repeat. We can't. I can't. Maybe somebody else can. I doubt it. I don't expect there's going to be... How many have we got, please? We had 149. Oh, we had 149, so sure you can imagine. This is allowing us the chance to multi-purchase, and that on a pearl of this quality is not what we ever possibly imagine. It's something that we were talking about earlier. Jem was suggesting if you want to make a suite, if people then think about maybe asking you about that, you could then have some available. Can't believe that, we're going to have some spare pearls. To be able to get a hold of this and make other pieces for other people, make commissions. That for me, if you've seen any of our guest designers maybe the lovely Jan or Hannah Osborne, who are renowned, all of our guest designers, I think it's fair to say, love a pearl, but those guest designers in particular tend to join us when we're having pearls. I know Jan was joining me the other day on Tuesday, I think it was, to buy pearls. That, if you want to get that head-turning, eye-catching piece, whether it be a single solitaire matching earrings, whether it be a full pearl necklace, whatever you want, this is the best chance, in my opinion, for you to get perfectly round, for that colour, for that quality. I would expect you to sell a pair of sterling earrings. Well, Jem, what would you think? If you were to get just one of each pearl, and to have, because they match, you don't need to try and match them all up, how much would you expect to be seeing for a pair of sterling silver earrings with one of those pearls in each ear?
The asking price for the strand.
Yeah?
Easily.
The first one at £40 odd or £34.95?
We could probably squeak that up to £40, I would think.
Yeah, £20 per piece, per earring?
Absolutely, yeah. Very easily achievable. To see that size, and the shape of them is incredible, absolutely amazing.
Isn't it? I want a necklace, I want one, and I would expect if I put silver findings on that with silk cord or silk thread and knotted them in between, I would be expecting for that to be, well, put it into perspective, in Stratford-upon-Avon, you can see a strand of Keshe pearls for £240 that have just been stranded. Not necessarily with silver, it didn't mention the metal. And that's where I'm from, purely because that's where the shop is. And I have to be very honest with you, you'll think, oh, that'll be in a jeweller's. That's not in a jeweller's, that's the same shop that sells fridge magnets, handbags, keyring holders, and coasters. It's a gorgeous shop, don't get me wrong, and if they can get that price for what they've got, brilliant, go for it. But I don't want you to look at that and think, oh, I have to sell it for about £40. Please don't. Please have a look elsewhere. I wouldn't sell it, I would keep it and pass it down my family, I would. I hope you managed to get those, because that, Teresa's in, Jackie's in, Bev is in, Julie, lots of Julies are in. Julie, Jean, Barbara, Susan, and multi-purchases to you as well. Well done indeed. Thank you very much. Is that another strand of round pearls? Is that a joke? Wow. So 8 by 9mm, which looks so near to perfectly round. I'm putting the next to 10mm pearls, you can see. We've not called them potato pearls. They're 1mm of difference, which technically I would call a roval in the industry, but yeah, a roval is 1mm between a round and an oval. So to get both of them, have I got anywhere near the quantity of the larger ones? No, nowhere near the quantity. I've only got 54 of these, so that's a third of the amount of people who've got this can get this to match. On the first come first serve basis, first person in who's got 3. In fact, everybody's in so far is multi-purchased at $29.95. Somebody took it lower, and we're going to honour it. It gives you the chance to get both. It gives you the chance to, if the other ones weren't quite within your budget, but you still love that look. Let's have a look at these just a bit more on their own. Let's see what we can see. Oh gosh, again, they're the same quality. They're natural as well. So you've got the natural look, you've got yourself how smooth they are, you've got the odd pitting. But that's, otherwise I would expect it to be 3 figures. So you've got that orient, you've got the luster. You see there's odd pitting in there, which again is making them natural. If you're not sure whether a pearl is genuine or not, might be a bit random to do it in a shop, but you can rub it against your tooth. So what you should expect to feel is it to be rough and grainy, not smooth. If it's smooth, then it hasn't got layers and layers and layers of nacre, which is how a pearl forms. That's how it gets to its size. That's why you get the orient of all the different colours, because it's layers and layers and layers of colour building up over the years in stages. 1mm per year on average is how a pearl forms. So natural pearls at $22.95. How much is it if we get this complete suite then? A complete set if you get both. They were $22.95. I can't remember how much the other ones were. Under £50 for all of that. Is that a joke? Let me just check. I can't remember how much the other ones were. Were the other ones £29.95? £34.95. I think that's where we got confused. £58 under. I was going to lie down there and not get up. Under £60 is unbelievable. To get under 100, I think, is magnificent. I would personally have charged that one at 60 and that one about 40. That's just me. As I say, enjoy them as and when you can. Treat yourself. To have something like these beautiful hearts we had earlier, that's a dream charm that you could have. The connectors that we've got, isn't that fab? Well done. For the final 11, I don't do this to rush you, just to try and help you. We've got 54, bearing in mind we put them all on screen. It'll take a wee minute for it to count itself down. But Susan Street in Norfolk's getting 3. California, you managed to get yours still in. Lovely to see you all. I'm just going to take the larger ones away. They are still just available, but I'll move them to the side just so we don't get confused as to which ones we've got just now. I've got Gillian in London, Leslie's in there as well. Barbara, you've got yours in Gloucestershire, well done. I've got out in Arizona and Pembrokeshire and Gloucestershire and Ayrshire. It's so good to see you. 0800 644 655 or JewelleryMaker.com. It allows you to be able to get pearls in this wonderful fashion at a price point that maybe we couldn't get the ones at $34.95, but we can get these. Oh, it says invalid quantity, so therefore I think they've pretty much gone. Apologies, it's hard when people multi-purchase. It's hard for the computer to keep up. It does its best, and then invalid quantity means it's slightly broken, maybe. Enjoy that. Treat yourself. Oh my gosh, is it 5 to 9? It's alright, we've still got another hour though, haven't we? I'm worried. The ring displays. Oh, these are gorgeous. And you'll be thinking, what? It's a ring display. I know. If you asked me 6 years ago, I don't think I would have been getting excited about a ring display. I genuinely don't. But then when you see when you make the jewellery and the quality that you've made, especially when we've got Jem who makes these amazing wirework rings, you want to show them off and you don't want to have them sitting in the hand all the time. You can't see all the work that's gone around them, and people are going to be less likely to ask to see your hand than they are to turn around one of these, aren't they? Definitely. They're worth their weight in gold. Do you think it would be quite feasible or something that you would maybe recommend people to get if they have different colours of metal? Because the silver in particular might show up a little bit better on the black than on the white. Or would you stick to, when you display your jewellery, do you have the same coloured busts, or do you change them? What's best for you, do you think? I have a collection of black and white busts. Right. So then you can choose and pick which works best for the particular design. And I think that the gold, the silver, the rose gold, anything in copper, the bronze, all look amazing on the black. Perfect. And then you would get the white for your hematite that we had earlier. Most definitely, yeah, that would look amazing on a white, which is what we did earlier. Yeah, absolutely. Same as we use on the show, so if you're looking at that thinking, oh gosh, what do you use on the show? I want to have those to display my treats. Well, we've got them for you here as well. So we are reducing the price. You don't get the rings, which would be cool, but you don't, sorry. At £3, £3.50, is that half price? Half price for the last in stock. You would think the price would go up when it was last in stock, wouldn't you? You think it's more limited, we've not got very many, we'll put the price up. No, we go the other way. You could stay the same, but no, we take it as low as possible. If you haven't yet reached £15 in your order today, if you do take yourself over £15, you get a free sterling silver gift, even just to display in your house. You don't actually have to sell your jewellery to have display rings. So do enjoy that. Not rings, actually, I'm saying display rings. You don't get the rings, you actually get the little holders, which you get 5 of. Enjoy. Right, I've got a really, really short break, and on the other side, we'll be back with so many treats. Did you say AA plus Labradorite cabochons? Yes, I did. Coming up on the other side, don't go anywhere.
You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
I found Jewellery Maker by flicking through the TV one day and being absolutely astounded by the gemstones and the price. Obviously sceptical at first, but within days I'd ordered and never looked back. My first impressions were how friendly the channel is and feeling like being on the other side of the screen, you're still part of it. I enjoy the gemstones most about the channel, but also the presenters and the guest designers learning new techniques. Claire McDonald's my favourite guest designer. Her wire work is absolutely amazing, astounding. I love how the channel's evolved recently. I love the prices that we get, and the customer service is fantastic. Advice for somebody starting out in Jewellery Maker would be to have a little go at everything, see what you like, and then go with that, because you'll excel at whatever you're enjoying.
Join Mark Smith as he introduces you to the incredible world of macrame. In this DVD, Mark guides you along, step by step, into all the techniques you will need to get started for some fabulous new designs. This includes the tools of the trade, getting started, incorporating beads, finishing touches, and finally learn how to create the beautiful goddess bracelet. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Hiya. I have just found one of the most exquisite gemstone gift boxes. I might be able to do it. I don't know if it's for our show or not, so I'll keep my fingers crossed. Be lovely to do that. Right. Am I allowed to do it? Is that a joke? We'll see if we can find it. Let me show you star buys for this hour anyway. Wow. Wow. You know when we used to struggle to try and see just a little teeny weeny bit of Schiller from a Labradorite? AA grade plus. Oh, sorry, you want more than one? Oh, like if I could get you two, like that good. Guaranteed 2 ovals of the exact same size. 20 by 15 millimeter. Sorry, you wanted a pair. I think that's being slightly, okay, you want a pair, I'll give you a pair. A pair shape, I didn't mean a pair, I didn't mean 2. You want 2 now. All right, let me give you an actual pair of pairs. These are an exceptional cabochon AA+ Labradorite bundle where you're guaranteed 2 pairs and 2 ovals. Have you ever seen AA+ Labradorite cabochons ever? Me neither. Cannot wait to bring you this. It's coming up in this very hour. We'll do it at the end of this hour. I've got so much coming up for you in this hour. So much. Am I allowed to do it? Right. Do you know the first thing that comes to mind when I see a gold box? If I was a new viewer, I'd be thinking, oh gosh, how much do I need to spend to get one of those? Is that going to be like 3 figures? Should be, yes. I'm not saying it will be, I don't know. Actually, see what's in it, it will be. There's no two ways about it. Colombian. Wait to see these. Oh, emeralds with a glow that we hope and dream for. They have no treatment in my mind. They have been oiled. You can class that as a treatment if you wish, but as you can do it yourself, I don't see it as that. Oh my word. That's not all that's in your box. Mm-mm. Midnight sapphires. All right, you can wait. You can't all come together. Tassels are a tangling. Midnight blue sapphires. Well, how are you doing? Wait to see these. They are twinkling like a perfect midnight sky. Oh gosh, again. You probably gathered a tassel strand, quite an unruly tassel strand, this one. Don't they look incredible? What do you look for in a midnight sapphire? Deep, intense, rich blue with a luster that makes it almost look like it's glossy, doesn't it? It looks like somebody's glossed it. Hasn't. It's natural. It's amazing, isn't it? What do you think? A gift box with emeralds and sapphire. You want more? You heard that it did tangle with another tassel, yes. Oh, come on. All right. I'm going to finish it with the ruby. Almost looks like rubellite. It's like a darker, juicy red. It's almost getting perfect. You loving them? What do you think? If we could do these at £40 each, how amazing would that be? Usually a tassel strand of ruby or emerald or sapphire like that should be $49.95 minimum, without a shadow of a doubt. That's where we launched them. I launched them myself. So if we took £9.95 off from $49.95 each, because we used to do them at £79 and £89 and $49, $59. So if we take them to £40 each, for the 3 of them, how would you feel about that? If I could give you all 3 for £40 each. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? Would it? I want to give you more. I'm not quite finished. I'm going to add in a gem that everybody's talking about. Shaded pink. The reason they're in the box is because they're cherry picked, yes. I didn't expect to get tanzanite in here. Oh. Only 8 of this available. Okay. I didn't realise that. I thought there would be, well, that's me getting a little bit anxious. I thought there would be more. That, to me, is exquisite. I've brought many a treat in a previous location where there were £350 for a strand of rubies, sapphires, emeralds and diamonds. No diamonds, that's a fib. Rubies, sapphires, emeralds and tanzanite. And it was zigzag shapes. And they had no clasp, no precious metal. It was like a drawstring that you pulled at the back, and it had 5 layers. And they graduated in size, and they would be down about here, and they had a zigzag pattern of all the colours zigzagging all the way around. It was gorgeous and incredible. £350 each, and they sold out in seconds. Huge carat weights, gorgeous. I'm not comparing this at all because this is just gemstones, and you can create with just it. Did I just say that? Just, you know what I mean? It's not made into a necklace. However, that had no clasp, and they always were allocated at £350. These are from the same supplier, exact same. And then I'm going to finish it off with something that wasn't ever in any of those strands. I'm not finished. I've got a limited edition of these, 8. That's it. There's 8 in the world left. With an Ethiopian opal. All of them are on screen. You will need to be, treating yourself when you're ready. They are 8, and it will not, as I'm sure you can imagine, be there for long. The opals that you're seeing, oh my goodness gracious me, you see a little bit of colour there. I would have expected these to be AA graded opal, well, AAA, I would be fair, but I'm trying to err on the side of caution. They haven't been graded for you, and that's because they're in a gift pack and they've obviously got overlooked. I'm going to put it on the blackboard and show the Ethiopian opal is bigger than all of them. It's the biggest rondelle in the pack. You do get them all. I'm going to put the other 4 strands in the box. So if we looked at, we've done Ethiopian opal of this quality in your 3 figures on its own. So I'm expecting now, knowing everything that's in here, tanzanite, sapphires, emeralds, rubies, all of this quality. Totally natural for Ethiopian opal, oiled for your emeralds. And you can see that as easily a AA Ethiopian opal without a shadow of a doubt, isn't it? So I'm going to have to start thinking about what we're going to look at, because these go for 3 figures. We have in the past, this one alone, yeah, just the opals. You're going to go straight in for all of them. You could pay that. You could pay £100 easily for that one on its own. I've got rubies, but you can see the quality of these rubies. It's so hard for Ethiopian opals to get. There are 6 left. You need to be quick, and that price has just come on. We need to. What do you mean? Do what? Do what now? Oh, come on! Well, there you go. That's how you give away the top 5. Well, all I can say is congratulations. You're a part of the elite 8 who have got this evening. If you manage to get, well, I say that you might buy 2. I don't know. You don't see things like this every day. All of them are labelled, so if you've never seen any of them before, it says on them what they actually are, if that helps you. If you want an authenticity certificate, then boy oh boy, it's 25p. I would get one of those if I could. Norfolk, London, Lanarkshire, Essex, you've got yours. I have 4 gone, and there are 4 spaces. Lots of American collectors in with us tonight, and it's brilliant to see. I cannot believe, hold on, £129.95 divided by 5 is how much each? Not enough is probably correct. That's probably the answer. £26 each. You're not getting the box for that then. What? Now I appreciate you might collectively not get all of these in one go, but you're not going to get that quality of Ethiopian opal for £26, I don't believe, with ourselves. Definitely not the rubies of that calibre, the tanzanite, totally natural emerald, well, oiled emerald, however you wish to look on that, and then your midnight sapphires. You can see the quality of them. Many people will be expecting that on its own to be that price. If you've got a phone in your hand, I don't mean to rush you, but I've only got 3 left. How many did we have originally? This was in the world. Oh, originally we had a few more. 33 originally. You're one of only 33 people in the world to have this selection, if you've got one. Oh my gosh, that's so good to see. I've got Gladys who's got hers. Celine in California, you got it. There are 3 spaces. I've got lots of interest on the phone lines or on the web. If you want to, the best thing I would always suggest to you is that you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, and I really want you to make sure you utilise that. I always know it's there. For me, it's like a comfort blanket. I know it's there, so if I get this and I don't love it, the money goes straight back on whatever card you use. Well, I say straight back. It might not go the minute you post it. It needs to get to us first, but we'll get it back onto your card as soon as we get it, and as soon as we can. If you're on the phone lines for this, you've not missed out. There are 3, and there only were 8. Originally, as I said, it was 30, sorry, anyone remember 30? 33 originally in the world. Sorry, forgive me, my mind slipped that there. 33, and you will get them all. Sorry, I've just shown you one currently. That's because that one alone I would expect to be paying 3 figures for. But you've got all of them. They're all there, all the quality across all of them. They're all approximately... Oh, I haven't measured them. Should I measure them for you? Let me quickly measure them. Rona, you've got yours in County Clare, in Nottingham. Tanya, oh, I've met Tanya, I'm fortunate enough to say. Lovely to see you on the line. I wish you the best of luck on these. That's 20 centimetres. There's one left for you. Oh, Tanya's got it. Well done. You've taken us down to 20 centimetres, just in case they're separate. 20 centimetres again for the emerald. There's one space. 20, it was actually just over 20 centimetres for the midnight sapphire. And the last one, again, 20, they're all just over 20 centimetres. So you've got 20 centimetres in all of them. Congratulations, I'll leave the final one with you and I hope you'll get one. Well done. That's a beautiful, beautiful, oh, congratulations. I'm so thrilled for you. What a lovely treat. That's lovely, well done. You don't even fit in the box. Wow, wow. Do you fancy some sky blue opal? Yeah? Oh, these are fantastic. Well done. That's made me so thrilled to think that you've got... In Alaska, it could be yours. Not to mention those of you on the phone lines, there is one space. There's one there. Good luck. So congratulations to Tanya. You got it. Rona got it. Susan, Gladys, Celine, Joyce and Christine was first in. Well done to you all. There is one space left. Good luck. Right. Wow. Peruvian. Oh, that's huge! Sorry, I'm still thinking about those Ethiopian opals and all the treats there. Forgive me. In fact, may I? I don't think I've ever had the opportunity in my entire career to do this before. But I'm going to put that Ethiopian opal with these. Imagine. And needless to say, anyone who just joined us and that who hasn't already got their free gift today will have just got themselves a free sterling silver gift. Imagine that together. Wow. Honestly, I think that's my favourite combination of the night. Fancy it? Sam on cameras fancies it. What do you think, Jem?
Absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous.
I genuinely don't believe I've had the luxury of putting those two ever together. I don't think I have. Or if I have, I haven't done it, which is shame on me because it's my new, genuinely my new favourite combination. That, if you wonder if that's a mark on the gemstone, no, it's not. You've actually got a double spacer there somehow on that one. I thought, is that a silver mark on the gemstone? But it's not, it's a double spacer. If you get that one, you'll know you had the strand that was on the telly. Unless they all have one, and then that's just a wee quirky treat. I must put those emerald opals away because I think they may have just been allocated. Wow. Right. Totally natural Peruvian opal. What could we be looking at for those? They're whopping. Really? The size of those. Imagine putting those. I was looking around, but our 10mm pearls have already gone back. Imagine those with 10mm pearls. That would actually, normally you would think that they're not going to be big enough because the 10mm pearls are, well, they're whoppers, aren't they? That would be a really, really good gem to put with them. In fact, an amazing combination. I'll show it with white pearls, but they're not the 10mm. Just so you can see next to white. They're nice. They're almost like rondelle pearls. They're gorgeous. They feel rigid because there's so many packed on. Usually the strand's a bit more fluid because you've actually got a space. They're chocolate on there. Now I don't have very many of these, less than anything I've had pearl-wise tonight. Enjoy those, they're natural if you got them, well done. That is whopping. Right, so we've earlier we were talking about colour in pearls and what's lovely about them, and I mentioned earlier that some of my friends are getting married currently in the coming weeks, and if you've gone for a white dress, or even if you're just going for a white blouse or a white outfit, it's very, very, usually, it's quite stark white, isn't it? It's quite striking. And if you get a pearl that's not white, it's not going to look 100% perfect. So when we have bleached pearls, that's when you know you can count on that perfect white. You can count on that perfect matching combination, whether it be with a dress or a blouse, or if it is indeed for a wedding piece. That's something that many people have said to me. They want bleached pearls because they want to get that perfect white. So that's a real bonus. And also, price point wise, we can do them at maybe a more achievable price point on a daily basis. I said maybe, I didn't say we'd give them away. If I was you, Sam, I would bang those jars together as well. Ka-ching! £6.95. Oh, I don't know what to say, Jem. What would you say about that? How's it making you feel?
It's making me want to say yes, please.
Yes, please.
Those are really, really beautiful. They're very evenly sized on the strands there. Look, absolutely
They're all the same
stunning.
size, all 7x6mm.
I love that. Absolutely perfect. I really do like to work with symmetry, so to know that they're all going to be the same sort of dimension for me is absolutely fabulous. And when you've got pearls of that dimension as well, they're really gorgeous if you rosary link them.
Oh yeah, because the way they've been drilled, potato pearls are usually drilled the other way. Potato. They're usually drilled the other way, so they're longer, whereas they've been drilled top to through the side, but they look like the longest part is on the outside, almost like rondelles a little bit, but they're not. But they give that impression. 7x6mm. To be fair, I would call that a roval and not a potato, because it's a difference of 1mm. Usually, it's got to be 2mm of difference and above to be classed as a potato or an oval. So for me, they're actually rondelles. Sorry, rovals, which is between a round and an oval, which is genuinely a technical industry term. Because I thought I'd made something up and I was really proud of myself, and then I was told by a gemologist that actually rovel was actually already a name. Someone else got there first. A length? Absolutely. Should we do a wee cheeky measure? I don't think you want to know the answer. I think you might change your price. Yeah, it's way over 20 centimetres. It's actually 40. I'll guarantee you 38, as we always do, unless specified otherwise, but you might get a few wee cheeky. It's nice to get more, isn't it? You'd be annoyed if you got less, but it's nice to get more. So you're guaranteed your 38 centimetres, and you may get a wee centimetre more, which technically would be a wee pearl or two. So extra wee pearl, I wouldn't say no to that. £6, that's a good wee way of topping up your order if you've already got sort of maybe £8 spent or £7 spent. If you add that to your order, that would, oh no, probably near your £8, yeah. If you add that to your order, that would get you entitled to a free gift as well, if you haven't already spent £15 today. Anyone who spends £15 gets a free gift of sterling silver. Oh yes, please. I've got some chrysocolla, which I would love to do. These are so big. Really, really, do you not know what it is? Don't worry if you don't, it doesn't matter. Many of our gents actually's favourite gemstone, or the ones that they love to see, is chrysocolla. This always reminds me as if you're looking down on Earth from space. That's what chrysocolla seems to me. We're looking at space from Earth. They're so amazing. Little planets. Quite a unisex strand in terms of the colour and the shape. Oh, can tell I want to get so close up to it. The minute chrysocolla is so coveted. It's very barely this size though. My producer loves the fact that this gemstone comes from the Congo. Out of the chance to choose a kit, when our producer managed to get the chance to guest design one day, he got to choose one Saturday what would be his gem, and he chose in his kit chrysocolla. Now that's weird, isn't it? That was the reason you chose it, because it was from the Congo. Nothing to do with its colour, nothing to do with its shape or its size, but because it's from the Congo. You're holding a piece of the Congo in your hand, and that was cool. So if that is something that you fancy as well, then 100% this is the only gemstone that I can offer you from that. You never know, other people might fancy that too. What you're getting here is an amazing gem, which is sort of greenish, bluish mineral is what it's known as, and it consists of hydrated copper silicate. Don't worry if you don't know what that means. It's quite rare to get it in gem quality. It does occur in sort of opaline crusts and in masses, but it's not one that occurs very often. So it's quite exciting to get it. What I've got here is a lot of people already checking it out, which shows to me this is something you want. That is natural, yeah? It doesn't look natural, does it? The reason it doesn't look natural to me is because it's so, so cool. Like, you've got a royal blue in there, but then you've also got an aqua blue. You've also got a Paraiba colour. You've got like what's like a chocolate chip almost hint coming through. You're getting what looks like a sparkle of a pyrite or another mineral. They almost look like they're antique bronze mirror at certain angles. Almost look like they're going to reflect. But every single one is completely different. It's as if you're looking over maybe somewhere like Hill Inlet in Australia, and you're looking down and you're seeing these white sands and the swirls of the crystal clear blues, then it goes into darker blues, then it goes into glowing Paraiba greens. Well, let's put it this way, once you've seen a chrysocolla, you'll never forget it, and there's nothing else you can get as an alternative. It's completely individual. And if you like individuality, then this is 100% the gem for you. Thought to be the favourite colour of both ladies and gents, coming in at only £39.95 for 150 carats. 10mm round and a 17cm strand. It's a wondrous gem, about 15 carats per stone. Oh no, that's not, they're 10mm in size. I'll count how many you get. £30, £29.95 for all of it. I know, totally natural. I'll count, and as I'm counting, Jem, you seem to like these. I could be wrong, but what are you thinking? What do you like about them?
I absolutely adore chrysocolla, and if you imagine that azurite, lapis lazuli and malachite got all mixed together in the best possible way, that's what you'd end up with, in my humble opinion.
I like that.
I think they're beautiful. They remind me of funky little planetoids looking down from outer space.
Definitely. Did you say bronzite when you said that combination?
I didn't, but
I would
that's
add
a good
bronzite
add.
to what you said, if allowed. If
absolutely,
possible.
yeah, we'll slap that in as well.
Pop it in. Because it's from the Congo, you need it. That's my producer's thought. Right, lots of you in already. And Angus in Derbyshire. I counted them, and then I forgot. Was it 20? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, 20. So I didn't forget. But there are plenty on there. It's £1.50 a stone. Can you see the quality and colour? It is going to be something more considered because it's not something we ever really get. So if with only 40 of them available, it's, I could look at these all day. The drill holes, if I turn it to the side, oh sorry, I've turned it to the side and I wasn't even looking. You have got quite a sizable drill hole there, which means you could get your elastic through there easily. You could get your thread through there, I imagine. Definitely maybe 0.8 wire through them. Oh, you can. You already know that. Oh, you can. Was the same strand you had in your kit? Oh, you get that one, quiet. But on about how much he loves it. This is the strand he had in his kit. There's he hogged it for his kit. Who gets a strand of chrysocolla in a kit? Yeah. There we. I think I'll agree with you there. I think that was a bit of favoritism there. I love that though. I love that you got chrysocolla in your kit. Imagine that, Jem. Do you think you could get chrysocolla in a kit?
No, I have massive kit envy right about now.
I don't do kits and haven't had, well, I buy them, but I haven't ever been given one to make. I have kit envy. I have 12 in baskets. This might be an odd price to ask, but can you remember the kit, when you did the kit, what else did you have in it? Chrysocolla and wire. Starter kit. Who starts jewellery making with you? Producer Rob starts jewellery making with one of the rare gems that we've got. Yeah, I'm going to start playing with jewellery making, and I'll do it with one of the most rare, one of the most considered and rare gemstones that you've got to offer. Pop that in my kit, thank you very much. Loving his work. Got to put it out there. I think that's amazing. However, I've never seen Chrysacle in a kit, hand on heart, that I can recall ever. So these are going to be going, so I don't imagine you will. It's the size of them, isn't it? It's 10 mil. I mean, 10 mil of any gemstone is pretty special. But to get it when it's, well, now you've seen Chrysacle, you'll never forget it. Never. It's a work of art. A bit like our Picasso Jasper. Should we do our labradorite cabochons? Should we? Fancy it? You know what? Me too. Double A+. You know, it's an amazing cabochon when it is just as good on the back as it is on the front. These are incredible. I've got what's known to you as Feldspar family. It's known as one of the main members. It's what I call the daddy of the Feldspar family. It's called labradorite. It's a gemstone that has really unusual natural inclusions within it. And many people think inclusions, unless you know much about gemstones, you'll think, oh, I don't want inclusion really. Yeah, you do. In fact, you wouldn't get this beauty if you didn't have inclusions. So in gems like this, you want as many inclusions as you can get, because that enables your gorgeous labradorite to do this. Wow. Hubba hubba. Sorry, you want to see the back now because I said how good it was. Yeah. I shine on the back too. Just as you're like, you know, they talk about gems and secrets, and of course with the gem industry and the gem trade, gems were all about secrets. Nobody would tell anybody where the mines were. Everybody wanted to keep it a secret because they wanted to keep it for themselves. Hidden treasures. That could be your little secret. Your glow from within. So let's have a look at another one. I've got an oval for you and I have a pear. Anybody who was watching earlier, you know what I'm about to do. You don't just get one pear. What do you mean you want to see the back of this one too? I wasn't joking. Fine. It's always good to see. On the back. Oh, hold on a minute. This one's playing. There he goes. Can you see with strip lighting? It can be quite difficult. You don't need to walk about with your cabochon and try and tilt it to the light and try and get the shimmer. It naturally comes. It's just simply because we're in the strip lighting situation and I have more than one light focus on it. So when you're natural light, you'll just have one. So you won't have like 20. I remember how we counted how many light bulbs we had before, but I'm not going to do it now because last time I did it, I blinded myself. Yeah, don't try it, Jem. Don't look at the light. It'll take you a minute. You'll be dazed for a wee while. I've got a gem that I don't believe I've ever had any higher than this in a cabochon grading ever. It's the highest grading I've ever offered, as far as my memory can tell, and hopefully my memory is pretty good. You're getting 2 guaranteed ovals at 20 by 15 millimeter. This is the second one. I've already shown you the first one. Oh, all right then. If you insist. Yeah. You might prefer the back to the front on it, depending on the colour. It's completely up to you. And it might actually be easier for the back to come across on the camera better than the front because it's a flat surface rather than a domed. And here's your pear. This is I've shown you all 3 of them, so this is the last one. So I don't mean to rush you in any way. However, these are only 55 in stock. So 5 already gone, I'm now down to 50. That makes me want to sing The Lion King. That's what it looks like to me. The sun. Oh, sunrise. How magnificent are they? So you're guaranteed to get all of them. And the front looks even better when you're not on a curved surface with so many lights. So bear that in mind. See how good it looks in the back? Expect that on the front as well. It's just because the surface is not coming across so well on TV. They're all totally natural. You get 26 carats across on the ovals. And you get 29 carats on the pairs, which is what I'm showing to you now. So you get guaranteed 2 of each. Guaranteed matching sizes. Therefore, you are getting the option of what you were suggesting earlier, Jim, in that if you get a pack where they're already set out for you, you're getting the same quality, you're getting the exact same size. How does that make life as a jewellery maker for you?
When you have calibrated sizes, it's fantastic because you can either recreate a design or you can go pairs for earrings. It's absolutely fantastic to know exactly what you're getting. And I've got to say, those are lush.
They are, aren't they? I have got 4 pieces for you, guaranteed. That is the Feldspar family. So if you've not met the Feldspar family, you've possibly met the best member. No disrespect to the other members. We love you all. But these are another level. I don't want you to expect this on every labradorite you see from now on, because this is the best. This is the highest caliber. This is what you would expect to be seeing in your precious metals, in platinum and gold, and in sterling silver of the highest caliber. So they're gem quality, if that makes sense, what you would expect to see in a gem jeweller's. Are you ready to see what we can do for the 4 gems, 55 carats, and you're not even looking at £10 a stone. £24.95 for all of them. Now, it's the highest grading labradorite we've ever had, so that's where the price is different. You could get 1,000 carats and you can be getting mixed shapes and mixed sizes and not knowing the dome on them or how slim they're going to be. And it's, well, it's a lovely lucky dip, isn't it? You're going to get a huge variety. The difference with this is you're guaranteed the highest grade cabochon we've got. Highest grade labradorite we have in a cabochon. I've not brought you AAA in a cabochon before. It's half a point off. It's AA+. It's the highest we've got. And to be fair, I imagine they would be AAA. But we're just wanting to make sure we're covering ourselves, otherwise it would just be AA. So we've put the plus in there because they're the highest level of AA we've possibly got. We are basically verging on, if not touching on. Some of them might be AAA. There might be one in there that's not your AAA, so that's why it's got a AA+. But they're the highest quality cabochons I've ever offered. Enjoy them, because they are there on a first come, first served basis. I'm over the moon for you. Well done. Right, we've got some pearls for you. And they match magnificently, silver and white. I'm going to give them a wee twist for you, like we did last summer. Ooh. Are the whites slightly bigger than the silver? They are, just slightly. What do you think of these together? I love them. I think they're fabulous, magical. In general, the whites may be slightly bigger, but there are some larger silvers as it graduates that are maybe just as big, if not bigger. Should we do the silver first and then we'll do the white? Mix it up a little bit. Sounds good to me. We worked this out the other day. What is it, 118 days to Christmas? 117 days to Christmas? I know I shouldn't. 18 weeks I think it is to Christmas. So excluding this weekend, we've got about 17 weekends till Christmas. So if you're making, like I intend to be this Christmas, we better get started. And if you're wanting to make to sell, I hope you've started. And if you're just wanting to enjoy all our treats, now is the time to do it. 7 by 6 millimeter, 10 by 8 millimeter, they graduate up to. JI GP84, JIGP84 is the code on these currently. Now these will be, the reason I mentioned the festive season is purely because silver, it gives you a lovely little bit of sparkle. You've got some silver on tonight actually. I have. Oh, sorry, $5.95. Is that because it's metal weekend and they're silver colour? How is that even possible? How have you done that? That's what they've done, isn't it? Oh, silver weekend. So we'll just do that. That's fun. It's like a metal colour. There's no metal. It's not okay, but I'm not going to complain. Well, why not? We've had lots of different price points for pearls, so that's where the difference comes in. These are not perfectly round, they're not perfectly smooth, and they've been dyed. But they're affordable, so it just you can it's whatever you want. I hope you don't mind me saying that, but I genuinely do think for pearls that is affordable. Jem, with your outfit today, you got a little bit of silver in there. Would you add silver pearls to that? Is that something you would do, or?
I'd love to, yes, and possibly a dash of black spinel to go with them.
Yeah.
I love those because the surface interest on them gives you so much shine and reflection back, in addition to the colours that glance over the surface.
It does, doesn't it? Would that be something that you would have? I mean, do you make specific jewellery for the festive season or not? Do you just make jewellery all year round with different colours or whatever you like?
I do tend to add a little bit in at festive periods for different reasons, but I would always continue. About 90% of my stock at any time is continuous.
Right.
So I would be inclined to have those continuously just because they're really pretty and sparkly. I'm a bit of a magpie.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love it. I was thinking, because I've got a wee bit of sparkle in my dress today, and I was thinking, oh, it's a Saturday night, a wee bit of sparkle on, just like yourself, Jem, with the silver sparkle on. So we've got a wee bit sparkly today. And for that adding a couple of little silver sparkles, that's what tends to be a bit festive. And also think of the Disney movie Let It Go, but you know what I'm like, I'm always going to think of that, really, aren't I? I love those, and the Orient's coming through really well, so it'll go with a great variety. Remember those 8mm, no, these are not, the pearls I was thinking of there would go really well with the amethysts. They weren't 8mm, they were like 2mm, the seed beads were really nice. Have these been bleached? Please tell me they have, because that is unreal, that colour. Yeah, they have. Good. I was going to say that. That can't be natural. Right, 6x5mm keshis. What's nice about these keshis is they're not too slim. Sometimes the keshis can be very, very slim. And sometimes you want that shape to be quite organic, but you don't want them to be petal shapes. So it's giving you a nice petal, not pickle. Petal shapes.
To be fair though, pickle is just as good a descriptive as a potato when it comes to a pearl.
You might as well. Wow. Pickle shape. Let's not please start pickles. Someone will pick that up. Pick up a pickle pearl. 6x5mm. No, I was meaning the petal shapes we see quite often with the keshi pearls, and we saw earlier this evening. 6x5mm for you in your side. So again, they're only 1mm of difference. Again, with these, we're talking about the bleaching in them, allowing you to. There's still Orient in there, and the Orient underneath will be natural. But that's allowing you to have, again, with all your white outfits, white blouses, whether it be summer or whether it be in the winter. You know what it's like when you get a new white top? That's lovely. I'm looking at these thinking, yeah. Sorry, I got distracted thinking about Director Bruce's wedding. He's getting wedding shortly. He's getting married shortly. Oh, it's exciting. I'm excited. I don't know. It depends. Well, it depends if the bride's wearing white or ivory. You never know. They might not even wear any of them. One of my friends wore red on her wedding day. All her bridesmaids wore black, and they had red and black, and she had white flowers, and they all had black dresses with red flowers. Beautiful. And it was red, white, and black as their theme. It's quite oriental, due to her partner's where he grew up, and his. Oh, come on! That's one way of distracting DeFoy in the middle of the sentence. I have no idea what I was talking about, or what I was talking about.
Heritage.
Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about. And now we do £4.95. Well, that's a chance to get 3s, 4s, 5s, 10s. Oh, enjoy these. Might as well get them while they're available. There's no point waiting. £4 if you've got an order open and you're thinking, oh, I've not actually reached that £15. I need to get over £15 to be able to get a free gift in sterling silver. I'm nearly there. This could do, well, if you spent £7, would that be? £6? £6, £7, you'll be able to add those to your order and get a free gift. One free gift per person, and all you need to do is treat yourself to over £15 worth of treats, and we've had lots of different price points for you tonight. Something for you to add to your order, start an order. If you've got the, is that gift box sold out? I really want to know. Ooh. We've had lots of comments asking about the 4 bezels that we had in the onyx. Get black onyx. Gotta get black onyx. So what we thought, we managed to find these. These weren't in the show that I was aware of. We managed to find these for you so you could get the moonstone version as well. Just shows you how bleach white those pearls are, doesn't it? Nice that, because moonstone is quite white in its body. Have a look at that. Wowza, wowza, wowza. Let's get my tweezers for you. Can I put a black board under them? Purely because I think that the confusion on the table might... Oh, really? Wow. Wowza. And again, these are from the same family as the feldspar, of this feldspar family, the same as your labradorites. Sorry, I got distracted watching my Picasso Jasper. Exit stage right. It's everything you look for, isn't it? What's lovely about these is sometimes we've been going and enjoying the fasting on both sides. These are like a cabochon that have been faceted. So cabochon means it has to be flat. Can you see that because that's flat, it's catching light a little bit better? It's got all of that inside, so don't think because that's coming from the back, it's not coming from the front. It does, it just doesn't come through so well on the TV and the shape. But that's actually been dome shaped. So it's a cabochon that's been faceted for you, the checkerboard facet, to give you, oh, come on, $14.95. Now, my producer wants to make them as affordable as possible and he hasn't seen any of this price. Can't just reduce the price so people can get, well, it allows you to get a sterling silver treat if you add to your order this and the pearls, doesn't it? Easily. My goodness gracious me. Earlier we were talking about different ways of making your gemstone jewellery and what you could do with the 4 connector versions. Something you couldn't do with the 2 connectors or the 3 connectors that we have. Lots and lots of you in on the phone lines in the city of Bristol. Tiny Weir with us, Essex with us, Hampshire. That's where our lovely guest designer Zoe was from. Oh, and I meant to tell you, I didn't ask Zoe at the end of the show because it was her first show. I wasn't sure if she'd know her next dates, but she does, and I put them on Facebook for you. And it's going to be on the 30th late show, on the 14th mid, and I think it's the 21st late show as well. But do have a look on my Facebook page because I did pop it up there for anyone who wasn't sure. Because, well, on your first day, you don't know when your next days are going to be necessarily, but she already does, so it's perfect. I popped them up there for you. Because normally I would ask, like, I'm going to ask Jem. In fact, I'll just do it now. Jem, do you know when you're next with us?
I am, Saturday next week on the late.
Perfect. So you need to make sure you choose a Saturday night late show. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a regular thing, I think. Find Jem on a Saturday night. Love it. You've got lots and lots of treats there. £9 and... I can't believe I'm saying that. £9.95. Wow, £2.50 each. You get 4 of them, is that correct? Yeah, 4 of them. Well done to you. Patricia's in. Quite a lot of people in multi-purchasing. In fact, Penelope's got 3, so that would give you what? Gosh, that'd give you 12. Oh no, that would give you 12. Ooh, 3 times 4. Yeah, you'd have 12 coming your way, Penelope. Loving that. Remember, 1 post and packaging, 1 shipping and handling in any one day, wherever you join us from. Lots and lots of you coming through. Jem, would you do the same as these as you would with the black onyx? Because of the shape, or with the gem, would you do something different?
I think so, because I'd like to sort of put them in together as well, having this, that's quite a stark contrast.
Ooh.
But I've got to say that...
Oh, the black onyx, you mean?
Yeah,
put them
absolutely.
Together with that, yeah.
Put them together, or with the labradorites as well. They look absolutely beautiful. But I've got to say, when it says rainbow moonstone, and you get a rainbow like that in there, it really does what it says. And I love that.
Yeah, sometimes elsewhere you see rainbow and you just see one colour. Yeah. Which is great, Schiller, but as you say, you want to see all the colours, don't you? I'll leave those there. Do check them out as soon as you can. Well done indeed. Oh, no. I'm just going to bring you some travel trays. They have shimmied around to the back of the studio. If you have a look now in our Cave of Wonders, you will see Sam hurrying around the corner to try and grab them for you. There she is. Live delivery. Thanks, Sam.
You were supposed to trot.
Wonderful. Right. I love it. That's what happens when you turn up late because you're collecting awards. No, she was allowed. She was allowed. It's perfect. To be fair, I would not deny Sam her award. Could you imagine? No, you can't get your award. Which one do you want to do first? What was that, sorry? What pink one? So I have to open them to find out which one's the pink. I'm like, well, that's got pink in it, but it's not just pink. The pink one. Pink one. I'm like, where's it's that strawberry pink? Pink beading board. There we go. And so you get the pink tools. What colour are the tools in the other one? Yeah, the same pink. Right, so you get the beading board, which a lot of our guest designers seem to use all the time, especially if you're beading and you want to measure out your necklaces or you're beading on the go. I think I said on the run there. Could you imagine that? On the run. Hold on. Don't think you could run and bead, but you never know. You could set a world record for it. Couldn't you? Well, there are stranger world records, to be fair. So you've got a space in there so where you can pop things within. It's got a netted part at the top of it so you actually see through, or mesh part, however you wish to know it. So if you don't remember what's in there, you can see it. You can see it quite clearly, and getting easy to pop things in there for you too. You've got 3 different types of tools. You've got round nose pliers, chain nose pliers, and your cutters. They're all minis. So it gives you an introduction to jewellery making. So if you've got some strands, you've got some findings, maybe you've got a kit today and you're thinking, right, I want to get started, but I don't know if I want to buy a whole toolkit at this price, but or maybe you do, I don't know. You've got this, you can't just drop the price because you feel like it. I love that, watch me. All different producers have different things to say. Watch me. Producer Danny says, happening. What does Tom say? Oh, he doesn't say anything, he just goes, he just points to see it's going down. It's just like, it's going down. Yeah. I do have to pay attention all times. That's why I always forget. He does shout, come on! Like he's at the football, like he's getting super excited. That hurt my throat there. Right, so you got your travel tool case in there as well. You can take that out. It's just held in by elastic on the corners. You can put a lot of people put a sketch pad in there. Lots of people put their drawing pads in there, or you can hold. You know how sometimes we do the Velcro with the different pockets in there that you can take out for the portfolio? You could Velcro that in, it would stick onto that. It would start to sort of pull it away. It's not designed for that, but if you wanted to be able to carry them like that, you could. And I know I will do the white. That'd be a lovely gift for somebody. If you just turned on the channel and you're thinking, no, I don't watch the show, who watches this? And there's someone else in the house, they probably do, unless they were happily flicking. But if they ever talk about jewellery making, then this is something you can get them as a main gift. That would be a main gift for Christmas, wouldn't it? I think so. Is this one wipe proof? Smudge proof. You can wipe this one down. It feels the same material as our bag. Should I spill my coffee on it and find out? I won't do that. Or will I? So we've got the same, but with the whiteboard, and it's just held in different places, your tools. So you've got an extra elastic on that side for putting in another set of tools. Same tools, round nose pliers there, chain nose pliers, and your cutters. And you've actually got place in there as well if you've got some tweezers or anything else you want to pop in there. Again, you've got that same part there, where you've got the little mesh part, and then you've got the large compartment, and then here you've got a beading board, which we managed to get dirty. It wasn't me, I promise. I haven't seen the white one in forever. Very rarely seen the white one. I've just realised I've got that chain still on. Deborah Manchester, hiya! You've just said all you need for these as a gift for children is a small storage box with a findings pack and a strand of gems. Brilliant. That's a really, really good idea. If anyone's ever expressed a little bit of interest, £10.95. Possibly one of the most inexpensive hobbies to start, isn't it? £10. Or not, as the case may be. Why are we going down? But this one's got extra in the make of it. This one's branded. And a whiteboard as well. Which happens to be maybe something that you want to have both of. A lot of people have the pink already, so maybe you want the white too. Oh, this one's different. This has got elastic on 2 corners rather than the 4. So that's because we've used the elastic here and here. So we're still giving you the same amount of elastic, just in different places. Brilliant! And you've got your little bit of Velcro to hold it in place as well. I do have some treats, yes. Don't think you want me to do them because it's Tanzanite rounds. Tanzanite rounds on a Saturday night. Is this our final treat of the night? I want to do my Picasso Jasper as well. Can I do both? In 4 minutes? How about we recap it quickly and then finish on Tanzanite? Or you choose what way around. Don't know. I imagine the Tanzanite is going to be quite considered though. Yeah. Oh, Picasso's on now. Alright. Picasso. I want to do them both. It's got tassels. And there were only 97 in the world. There are 20 available, and that's between web baskets, people who have it in the baskets. There's 26 on baskets. They are 100% natural. Yeah, they are. And you'll be the only people to have them. Unless you sell it, that is. Wow. Do you know what I love? This is going to sound really random, but have you ever looked at these? Oh, this is going to sound so silly. This is what I love to do. Do you ever look at like mansions on the internet and like how they're all decked out? These millionaire mansions, like 2 million, 9 million. But I'm not the only person that does that, right? Okay. And you know, yeah, wishful thinking. And then you see, right, you always see either the fireplace or they have these incredible marble, like front doors, like just marble staircases, or they have these amazing huge kitchen worktops that are pretty much the size of our desk, and it's marble. It's just amazing, and this makes me think of that pure luxury, that amazing. Oh, I dream of it all the time, to have something that special, whether it be a really fancy marbled. Oh, they're only $12.95. There's lots of baskets, so I'll need to leave those there because they're going to sell out, and hopefully you got some. Well done. And Tanzanite, dum 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 dum, time to finish. Oh, gorgeous Tanzanite rounds. 6mm in size, so they're not shy and retiring, but they're also not too big and bold. Should be priced. We have to go quick on this one, purely due to time, because I've got less than 2 minutes before the show's over. So let's go to the lowest ever price, might as well. And you can add it to your order if you fancy it. Whoa. Oh, 100 carats of Tanzanite. Oh my goodness gracious me. Wow. £34.95. Aren't they amazing? Do you know, I'm looking at some of these, and some of these have hints of green in them, which is what you get in your zoisite from your host rock zoisite, and it's been given a certificate of natural. I cannot believe that I've got these for you, and the fact that you're not getting a solid blue through all of them, and they've got the greens in there. I don't want you to buy them on the fact that they're natural. I want you to treat yourself because you love them. But at that quality, they are the lowest price they have ever been. Well done. On a first come first served basis, do try and get a hold of them as soon as you can. I love that. Right, I've had a fabulous show. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you've had fun. I'm not going to be in the evening show tomorrow. I'm sorry. I'm going to be on the mid show tomorrow and the mid show again on Wednesday, and I'll be back with you on Thursday evening, where we're going to be going all the way through to 11 p.m. Jem, thank you so much. You're back on Saturday night, if I'm right.
I am indeed. Thank you for having me.
Have you enjoyed yourself?
I've had a crack. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Do not miss Jem. She'll be with you next Saturday night. I'll be live with you tomorrow at 1. Thank you guys. Have a lovely weekend.
Are you stuck for
Good morning! Good morning! How are we? Are we all right? Yeah. Oh. Do you know, I always wanted my name in lights. It's in a nice beige banner, that'll do, won't it? Yes, Zena Broadbent here for you this morning to look after you, my darlings. Now, we've got a fabulous themed weekend this weekend. Now, if you like working with metalwork, and you like working with, let's say, jump rings, and you like chainmail, and you like bashing things with a hammer to release your frustration and stamping and all sorts, then this weekend has got your name all over it. All over it. And I have to say, if there was one designer that I would have thought, metalwork, jump rings, one person that I thought, do you know what? Perfect. It's the perfect fit. The round in the round hole, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. It's so, in fact, it's supposed to be my
Kits are amazing.
The kits are amazing, aren't they?
Yeah.
The kit, I have to say, we have got, if you want jump rings today, we have got you covered. The deal of the day is all about the jump rings. Should we tell them how many they get? Shall we? Deal of the day today. Let's just tell you what we've got, in honour of having Fleur in the studio. We've decided to put together a kit that includes, get this right, 2,100 jump rings in 6 different colour variants. So 6 different colours of jump rings, 2,100 of them. And if I were to tell you that they're going to go to less than 3p a jump ring, pretty impressive, yeah. I know, insane. So we have got the most beautiful kit to start off with teal pearls, peacock, biwa pearls, jump rings, butterflies, again, as we thought we got Fleur, even though she's scared stiff of butterflies. Right then, so we also have brand new seed beads. Now, these aren't your usual seed beads. Oh, no. They're twin seed beads, and you might be thinking, what does that mean? It means it's got 2 holes. Oh no, 2 holes, that's what you want, don't you? Loads of opportunities, loads of versatility there as well, and we've got them in all 3 colours as well. Now then, today